Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Muhan, are you going to say something to me? Just when Li Muhan pulled Xiaoyu to introduce herself, Guruashi suddenly said with a sneer. Li Muhan looked at Guruashi for the first time, and then seemed to understand something. He sneered and said, "Well, you're welcome." This time it was Guruashi's turn to say, huh. She had thought that Li Muhan was pretending to be reserved and deliberately ignoring her, but she didn't expect him to say such words. Before she could ask further, Li Muhan continued, "You should be the one who wants to say something to me. I saved you this time, so you should thank me. But I've already told you I'm welcome, so there's no need to continue this topic." After saying this, Li Muhan didn't waste a second on Guruashi. He immediately looked at the two elders and said with a smile, "Uncle, Aunt, Xiaoyu is also a student at Tianhai City University. We live together now." Ahem. You. How long have you known each other?" Aunt Jiang asked somewhat awkwardly, still somewhat unwilling to see the relationship between Li Muhan and her daughter, Guruashi, end like this. This girl named Xiaoyu is really much prettier than his daughter. If you only look at her appearance, I guess no man would choose Guruashi. Perhaps because the conversation between his daughter and Li Muhan was too straightforward, Li Muhan almost said to Guruashi, "Who are you? Do you know me well?" Uncle Gu also felt a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Su Shui had a very high EQ. She asked everyone to start eating and even went out to get a bottle of good wine to fill Uncle Gu's glass. The atmosphere finally eased a little, but Guruashi seemed to be holding her breath. Xiaoyu didn't pay any attention to her at all. Her attention was always focused on the delicious food, and she enjoyed eating every bite. "Xiaoan, Uncle is really happy to see that you're doing so well now." After 3 rounds of wine and 5 kinds of dishes, the topic became popular. Uncle Gu patted Li Muhan's shoulder with a glass of wine in his hand, and there were even tears in his eyes. "You have so many friends, and your personality has become more cheerful. Uncle is really happy for you." Li Muhan doesn't drink, but he still had 2 drinks with them. He shook his head modestly. "Uncle, Aunt, this is all thanks to you. Without you, Li Muhan, would never have had the chance to walk out of that hell." "Okay, both of you, stop talking about this. It's such a happy day today." Aunt Jiang was also infected by the atmosphere. Although there were tears in her eyes, she didn't want the topic to continue to be so sad. So she quickly grabbed her husband's sleeve and pulled him back to his seat. Guruashi seemed to be hesitant to speak, but now, after drinking a glass of white wine, she could no longer sit still and suddenly stood up and said to Li Muhan, "Li Muhan, what is your relationship with her? Don't try to lie to me. How could you two be a couple?" The atmosphere was ruined once again, and the she that Guruashi was talking about was naturally Xiaoyu, who had been eating the whole time. "Xiaoxi, what's wrong with you?" Aunt Jiang tugged at Guruashi's sleeve. She was always so soft-hearted and reluctant to take advantage of others. "Why were you turning against her at this moment?" "Mom, you don't know. This woman is not a good person." "Xiaoxi, what are you talking about? This is Xiao Han's girlfriend. How can you talk like that?" Olgu was also angry. After drinking, he stood up and glared at his daughter. Su Shui and Lin Zhe looked at each other and exchanged glances as if they had expected this situation to happen. "Dad, Mom, believe me, this woman's name is Xiaoyu, and she's a celebrity in our university." Li Muhan didn't say anything, but just watched Guruashi perform quietly. "Li Muhan, I told you before to respect yourself. You may have made some friends and become successful, but you should keep your distance from this kind of woman. All she cares about is your money. She's just a vampire." Snap! The chopsticks in Xiaoyu's hand fell to the ground. She turned her head and looked at Guruashi in surprise. "You, how do you know?" How would I know? Your deeds have already spread throughout the school. Tell me, how much blood did you suck from Li Muhan?" I don't drink much, probably 200 ml a day." Li Muhan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What were these two people talking about? They were not even communicating on the same server. Guruashi's parents didn't know what was going on, but it was clear that their daughter knew the girl named Xiaoyu, and she had some complaints about her. Xiaoxi, stop messing around. Aunt John's face also looked a little unhappy. Mom, the whole school knows about this. This woman is in that kind of business. Aunt Jiang widened her eyes and then looked at Xiaoyu involuntarily. As for Xiaoyu, she seemed to be a little panicked, thinking that her identity as a vampire had been discovered by a human. She lowered her head, clutched her skirt with both hands, and said nothing. This action is like feeling ashamed after being exposed. Now old Gu also felt something was wrong. Xiaoan, is this true? Uncle, Aunt, do you think she looks like her? Li Muhan looked at the three people opposite him coldly and said lightly, do you think she's the kind of person your daughter described? You can only know a person's face, but not his heart. Li Muhan, I'm doing this for your own good. Don't be fooled by this kind of woman. Oh, this video is really embarrassing. Suddenly, Su Shui interrupted Guruashi. She had taken out her cell phone without knowing when, and some video was playing on it. Uncle, Aunt, do you want me to show you something good? This thing is very interesting. Su Shui slowly turned up the volume of her phone, and a woman's moaning came from her phone. The moment she heard the voice, Guruashi's face turned pale because she was very familiar with this moaning sound. Wasn't it her own voice? What was going on? Why did her voice? Wait, wasn't that man's voice Zhao Qianquan's? Could it be? Could it be? You, what are you doing? Guruashi yelled at Su Shui almost crazily. Su Shui shrugged, smiled, and turned down the volume of her phone. Sorry. Someone just sent me this video, and I found it really interesting. Well, how should I put it? This woman is just like what Miss Gu just said. She is simply shameless to the extreme, alas. Miss Gu, this woman, how come she looks so much like you, Uncle? Aunt, do you want to see it? Guruashi's face turned pale all of a sudden. Yes, how could she forget that she was the one who betrayed Li Muhan first, sold her body for money first, and broke her oath first? How come you were so excited just now that you just imposed all this on others? This change was so sudden that the two elders didn't understand why they suddenly fell out. What Su Shui said just now also lingered in their minds. Uncle Gu had seen the world, and he understood everything instantly. Although he was a little angry about Su Shui's behavior just now, he suppressed his anger and asked his daughter, Ruashi, what did you do? Aunt John's expression suddenly became a little strange. She held Guruashi's hand with trembling hands and said, Xiaoxi, did you do something to offend Xiaohan? Guruashi was unable to utter a word at this point. She stood there, biting her lip with a look of shame on her face. What did you do? Old Gu slammed the table, knocking over the wine glass. Su Shui and Lin Zhe looked at each other, smiled slightly, and put away their phones. It seemed that the two old men were sensible people, and it seemed that they didn't need to do anything. Dad, Mom, I just want a better life. I want to enter a higher level of society. You gave me a beautiful child. So, is there anything wrong with me using this to make my life easier? As she spoke these words, her eyes were fixed on the ground, and her tone was a little ashamed. There was no trace of the toughness and self-righteousness he had shown when he said these words to Li Muhan in the rental house. Yes, of course it's right. Striving for a better goal is right. We respect your life and your choices, but could you please stop spreading rumors about others? Lin Zhe still kept smiling, holding his chin with both hands, and looked at Guruashi and said, No one has ever witnessed the things you said about Xiaoyu, yet you can talk about them so clearly. However, the things you did were photographed and sold as art. Guruashi really collapsed this time. Could it be that someone really filmed her and Zhao Qianquan doing those things? She slowly raised her eyes and looked at Li Muhan with a look of help. But Li Muhan was even colder than she thought. Let me tell you, Guruashi, the bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. Yes, that's true, but the bigger the waves, the easier it is to capsize the boat. You're lucky this time. That Zhao guy got into trouble before he sold you. Otherwise, you wouldn't still be here, having dinner with your parents. Guruashi was speechless when Li Muhan said that, but she just refused to accept it. She didn't think she would lose to Xiaoyu. Moreover, She and Li Muhan have been together for so many years. She can't imagine Li Muhan standing next to other women. Xiao Han, calm down first. It's us, Xiao Shi, who have wronged you in this matter. We two old people are also very ashamed, but after all, you two have been friends for so many years. Aunt Jiang wanted to give a few more words of advice, and she changed her address to Old Thing instead of Second Elder. But Uncle Gu's face was already pale at this time. He interrupted Aunt Jiang and looked at Li Muhan and said, Xiao Han, Uncle just wants to ask you one thing. Are you and this Miss Xiao really together, or are you just being angry? Li Muhan's heart was as calm as water at this moment. He had never been so determined before. So he once again pulled up Xiaoyu, who was still sitting at a loss, and put his arm around her shoulders and spoke to the three of them. Uncle, there are only 2 keys to my house, and the other one is in her hands. Well, Aunt Jiang sighed. Li Muhan's meaning in this matter was too straightforward. He was just short of saying directly that she was mine. Uncle Gu picked up his glass again and drank it all. Okay, Xiaoan, we are sorry for you about this matter. Our Gu family owes you and will definitely make it up to you. Gu Ruoshi looked at Li Muhan with confusion in her eyes. She didn't understand how Li Muhan could not choose her. He clearly said that he would protect her forever, but why is he hugging another girl now? In her heart, she had already imagined Li Muhan as a traitor. You'll regret this. Finally, after saying this, Gu Ruoshi picked up her bag and turned around to leave the apartment. Xiaoxi, Xiaoxi. Aunt Jiang also followed after him. The remaining people in the room looked at each other in silence, seemingly feeling awkward about the atmosphere. Finally, old Gu let out a long sigh. We spoiled our daughter, Xiaoan. Can you tell me what's going on? Li Muhan briefly talked about how Gu Ruoshi was lured away and played with by Zhao Qianquan's financial offensive, including the video of Gu Ruoshi and Zhao Qianquan having S**X. Old Gu felt extremely uncomfortable after listening to this and kept drinking glass after glass of wine. At the same time, Gu Ruoshi didn't go far after running out of the apartment building. She took a few steps and looked back to see if Li Muhan was catching up with her. She was a little disappointed when she found out that only her mother had chased after her. Xiao Shi, why did you run away so suddenly? Can't you sit down and talk about it properly? Mom, I was wrong. I was really wrong. But I don't know why. Gu Ruoshi was shaking with tears. She seemed to have understood from the bottom of her heart that Li Muhan no longer belonged to her. She had killed this fate with her own hands. Xiao Shi, Aunt Jiang interrupted Gu Ruoshi. Don't bother Xiao Han anymore. Aunt Jiang, who had always been gentle and doting on Gu Ruoshi, spoke in a cold tone at this moment. Although she was still stroking her daughter's hair, the words she said made Gu Ruoshi feel a little strange. You have wronged others and made a mistake. If you make a mistake, you must bear the consequences, Ruoshi. Aunt Jiang sighed and said slowly, You will never meet someone who loves you as much as Xiaohan does. The meal wasn't very enjoyable in the end. After Aunt Jiang chased Gu Ruoshi away, Li Muhan talked with Uncle Gu about some recent events. Of course, he couldn't tell them about the Special Management Bureau and the demon in his body. After sending Uncle Gu to a taxi, Li Muhan turned around and looked at Lindsay and Su Shui, who were standing on the side of the road, looking at him as if it had nothing to do with him. Director Lin, Sister Shui, what's going on between you two tonight? I looked through your file and discovered that you have a rather annoying ex-girlfriend. She's supposed to be here with her parents tonight, so I want to help you get rid of her annoying tail. Su Shui said without hiding her disgust towards Gu Ruoshi. To be honest, Li Muhan didn't think there was anything wrong with it, but if he really had to show the video to Gu Ruoshi's parents, he might not be able to do it, but Su Shui didn't hesitate at all. If Gu Ruoshi had continued to make a fuss, she would have projected the video directly onto the TV in the living room the next second, and then everyone would have come together to observe Gu Ruoshi's skills with an academic attitude. Anyway, Director Lin, Sister Shui, I'm sorry to bother you two with my affairs. You're welcome. After all, I'm an excellent leader. Remember to give me full marks in your year-end evaluation. The Special Management Bureau has such a thing? But looking at Lin Zay's serious look, it seemed that he was not joking. Don't worry, 5-star praise plus a 10,000-word review. At this time, Xiaoyu seemed a little sleepy. She kept leaning against Li Muhan, and her face was slightly red. Li Muhan simply carried her on his back. "Brother Muhan, I'll drive you home." "No need, Sister Shui. You and Director Lin have worked really hard today." "Oh, and Ziyu, I'll carry her on my back for a while. Let her get some fresh air." Li Muhan gave a helpless smile, as if he was carrying a drunk girl on his back. After saying goodbye to Lin Zhe and Su Shui, Li Muhan carried Xiaoyu directly back home. During this period, Xiaoyu slept directly on Li Muhan's back. "I was a little more sober at this time. I don't understand." After arriving home, Xiaoyu lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling and talking to herself. What don't you understand?" Li Muhan chatted with her while cleaning the room. "Why can humans go to such great lengths for food?" Li Muhan couldn't help but sigh when he thought of Xiaoyu sucking his blood. Don't vampires in movies also like to pour human blood into red wine glasses? It must be a sense of ritual. That's all fake. It will only make the blood stale. Only fresh blood flowing from the blood vessels is well. As she spoke, Xiaoyu sat up, turned her head, and stared at Li Muhan's back as he cleaned the room. Okay, you're all gourmets, and freshness is the most important thing. But you should also consider the feelings of the person whose blood is being sucked. Who wants to see themselves covered in blood? Talk, are you asleep?" Li Muhan heard no movement behind him, turned around, and saw Xiaoyu's delicate face looking at him closely. "What the hell are you doing?" Li Muhan was so frightened that he fell to the ground. I can only say that the face-jumping kill really doesn't discriminate against the target. Even an invincible beauty like Xia, you will scare people if she suddenly appears. But what was even more terrifying was that Li Muhan saw desire in the other person's eyes. "What's wrong with you, Xiaoyu?" "You." That kind of desire was not the desire Xiaoyu usually had when she wanted to suck blood, but more of a morbid intoxication. "It's so hot." Xiaoyu's voice became a little strange. She opened her mouth and bit Li Muhan's neck without saying a word. Shit, that hurts." This time, Li Muhan felt pain, which was completely different from the feeling of having his blood sucked before. Wait a minute, Xiaoyu, it hurts. It hurts a lot this time. Didn't I suck blood today? Don't drink too much." Li Muhan instantly realized that something was wrong. Xiaoyu was not only sucking his blood, but also trying to tear him apart. Her hands had already torn Li Muhan's clothes and were still moving down. "Shit, I'm not ready. Were you touching?" Wait. He could feel the blood being drained from his body, just like the last time he was attacked by the vampire. And the feeling Xiaoyu gave him was even stronger, suddenly trying to awaken the power of the devil. The eyes also turned light gold. Bang! Before he could expand his domain, it happened in just this short moment. Xiaoyu suddenly pressed Li Muhan to the ground with one hand, and wings grew behind him, and his hair faded to white snow. Those scarlet eyes were full of intoxication. It's over. Although he didn't understand why it happened so suddenly, Li Muhan felt that he was going to be killed by Xiaoyu. At this moment, the window was quietly pushed open by someone. Then a white figure suddenly rushed in and pushed Xiaoyu's body away. Li Muhan quickly struggled to sit up and used the power of the devil to heal himself. During this time, he saw the white figure. It turned out to be an extremely huge white wolf. The white wolf held Xiaoyu down tightly. Xiaoyu lay on the ground, not struggling, but breathing heavily with a flushed face. She turned her head and stared at Li Muhan with a pair of longing eyes. Finally, Li Muhan saw that the white wolf gradually began to shrink and turned into the appearance of a young girl. And this naked girl, isn't she the one who saved him from the vampire's attack that day? Li Muhan remembered that her name seemed to be North Wind Hattie. "Excuse me." The girl turned her head and smiled at Li Muhan. Her smile was like the cold wind and snow, and also had a mysterious feeling like the stars in the sky. This was the first time Li Muhan heard her speak. Although she was from the north, she had no accent and spoke Huaxia very well. But those wolf-green pupils seemed to tell Li Muhan that she was not an ordinary person. What on earth is going on? Li Muhan quickly came to Xiaoyu. Although Xiaoyu had just attacked him, Li Muhan could feel that there must be a reason for it. Hattie did not answer Li Muhan's question, but slowly squatted in front of Xiaoyu, then gently touched some blood from the corner of Xiaoyu's mouth with his fingers and put it into his own mouth. I see. As if he had discovered something interesting, the smile on Hattie's face became even wider. Then she stood up and faced Li Muhan. But at this time, she had just transformed from a wolf into a human and was not wearing any clothes. So Li Muhan quickly turned his head away. It has to be said that Hattie and Xiaoyu are not of the same type. If Xiaoyu is the typical gothic vampire girl, then this tall girl is like a white wolf walking in the northern wind and snow. There is a wild beauty all over her body. Could you please bring me my clothes? As if noticing Li Muhan's embarrassment, Hattie smiled and pointed to the clothes by the window. After all, it's not convenient for me to go to the window now. Then why don't you just turn into a wolf and run in? Wouldn't that be more conspicuous? I wanted to complain, but in the end, Li Muhan still went to help Hattie get clothes, turned his back and waited for her to put them on, and then Hattie picked up Xiaoyu. It was as if an older sister was holding her younger sister and gently placed her on the bed. What happened to her? Looking at Xiaoyu's rapid breathing and flushed cheeks, Li Muhan became a little anxious. This seemed to be the first time he saw Xiaoyu in this state. The eyes looking at him were filled with anticipation and longing. This state was completely like in heat. With a faint smile on his face, Hattie directly expressed what Li Muhan was thinking at the moment. Li Muhan almost vomited blood. Vampires can also be in heat? Did you give her a drink with currants and cloves? Hattie said to Li Muhan while taking out a small bag from his white coat. Gooseberry? Li Muhan was confused. In Huaxia, it should be called lantern fruit or mountain cherry. Hattie took out a small white bottle from the bag, uncorked it, and turned to look at Li Muhan. Help me pry her mouth open. Huh? Oh, okay, I don't remember her drinking it. Wait, today at the department store, she seemed to have bought a bottle of Suanbiology drink from someone else. It smelled like sour beans to me. Li Muhan walked to the bedside, reached out, and gently pinched Xiaoyu's cheek. Just this touch made Xiaoyu whimper, and then she looked at Li Muhan with even more fanatical eyes. It seems like he is still looking forward to more touches. That's right. Don't move. Open your mouth. Hattie also sat by the bed. She gently tucked her hair behind her ears and spoke to Xiaoyu gently like a doctor. Li Muhan also tried his best to turn Xiaoyu's head towards Hattie, pinching her face to make her open her mouth. At this time, Xiaoyu's wings began to become restless, but the movements were not too big. Hattie poured the white powder into Xiaoyu's mouth. Li Muhan suddenly realized something. This Hattie is also an anomaly, and she's not under the supervision of the Huaxia Special Management Bureau. Why was he so obedient and let her feed Xiaoyu? Don't worry, I'm here to represent the Northern Special Management Bureau. As if hearing Li Muhan's thoughts, Hattie explained while feeding Xiaoyu medicine. Xiaoyu seemed not to want to talk about Hattie and Skull anymore. That woman is a wild wolf and horny. Don't let her catch you. But Xiaoyu kept repeating this sentence to Li Muhan, as if she was really afraid that Li Muhan and Hattie would have too much contact. Li Muhan agreed with a smile, thinking to himself, if he told Xiaoyu that Hattie had just said that she was in heat, would Xiaoyu immediately rush out of the window to find Hattie and fight again? In order to prevent his colleagues in the Special Management Bureau from having to work overtime at night, and to make Lin Zay's dark circles smaller, Li Muhan decided not to say this for the time being. It's just that you and the Special Management Bureau are connected in heart, and the Special Management Bureau uses your brain. So, the next day, Li Muhan was called to the Special Management Bureau, and Lin Zay asked him to tell him in detail what happened last night. They were not monitoring Li Muhan and Xiaoyu. However, the members of the Special Management Bureau who were responsible for temporarily supervising Hattie reported that Hattie went to Xiaoyu and Li Muhan's residence last night, which means that these brothers still worked overtime last night. Lin Zay was holding a cup of coffee with big dark circles under his eyes, but he still had that unfazed smile on his face. Li Muhan was worried that she might suddenly spit out blood due to overwork. It's really worrying. Finally, she let out a long sigh. Don't worry about Hattie. The Special Management Bureau will help her find Skull. After all, an escaped calamity grade in our country is a very serious matter. Director Lin, is this what you're looking for me about? Now that I've finished my report, can I leave? I have classes this afternoon. Ah, wait a minute. Lin Zhe stood up, walked to Li Muhan, and patted him on the shoulder. Do you still remember what I told you last time? Are you talking about supporting Team 9? I'm glad you still remember. Come in. Lin Zhe snapped his fingers. The office door was pushed open, and In-Shi came in. Her petite body was wrapped in a black hooded sweatshirt. Although she was only 1.6 meters tall, her legs were long and slender, and now they looked particularly beautiful when wrapped in black tights. After she walked in, she looked at Li Muhan, and finally she walked around Li Muhan and greeted Lin Zhe. Director Lin. Lin Zhe smiled and nodded, then pointed at Li Muhan. Don't you want to say hello to your new captain? In-Shi glanced at Li Muhan. Captain Li. You should just call me Li Muhan. Li Muhan was a little embarrassed. Lin Zhe clearly said that Team 7 recommended him to be the captain, but In-Shi obviously didn't have that attitude. Lin Zhe seemed to see what Li Muhan was thinking. She picked up the coffee and took a sip before speaking. Don't doubt what I said. The first person who recommended you was Lin Ziyu, and the second was In-Shi. Snort. Young-yi snorted. Li Muhan was also relieved. It seemed that this girl was just Sundara. In-Shi, your captain is here too. I'll tell you the transfer order. Starting today, Li Muhan will be temporarily seconded to the 9th team of the Supernatural Management Department to assist with the work. While he's away, you'll be in charge of Team 7. Can we still carry out the mission with only 3 people left in the team? Young-yi said bluntly. Li Muhan also understood at this time. Another reason why In-Shi was unhappy today was because Li Muhan was seconded to another team just after he became the captain of the 7th team. This was really a shame for the 7th team. The transfer order was issued by the director himself. I obey it. Lin Zhe's voice became a little colder, and In-Shi slowly turned his head away, as if still expressing his dissatisfaction. That's perfect, Li Muhan. Let me give you a detailed introduction to the various departments of the Special Management Bureau. The Tianhai City Special Management Bureau is under the Nanling Province Special Management Bureau. The Tianhai City Special Management Bureau is also divided into many branches and research institutes, a total of 12 branches and research institutes, among which Director Lin, I have classes this afternoon. Li Muhan was indeed not a top student. He had worked so hard to get into Tianhai University for Guruashi. Now, he felt sleepy when he heard such a long speech. Lin Zhe didn't continue talking, but just patted Li Muhan on the shoulder. That's fine. You'll gradually become familiar with the job later. After class tonight, report to the Supernatural Management Department. Someone will be there to receive you. She didn't say anything. You're a member of the Special Management Bureau now. Why do you still need to go to school? This was quite touching for Li Muhan, but he still asked with some confusion. Is it that urgent? After all, you were temporarily seconded there to handle a very difficult incident. In-Shi snorted coldly, and Lin Zhe glared at her. Don't worry, I won't take your captain away. I'll just second him. Who cares? I just don't want Team 7 to have no missions to do. Okay, you all go out first. After coming out of the Special Management Bureau, Li Muhan went straight to school. What was rare was that Xiaoyu also went to school today, and the two met at the school gate. Although everyone around them looked at them with doubt and contempt, Li Muhan no longer cared. Let others say whatever they want. After sending Xiaoyu to her own teaching building, Li Muhan met Lao Luo again. Muhan, was that girl at the barbecue restaurant last time really Xiaoyu? Yes. Are you two really dating? Not really. Lao Luo obviously didn't believe it. He pestered Li Muhan to tell the truth. Li Muhan was speechless. What should he say? Should he tell Lao Luo that Xiaoyu was a vampire and he was her mobile blood bag? Just as the two were walking towards the teaching building, a voice suddenly called Li Muhan. Student Li Muhan. Huh? Who is it? Li Muhan and Lao Luo turned around at the same time and were both stunned. A tall and beautiful girl in school uniform was standing not far away, looking at them with a smile on her face. To be precise, he was looking at Li Muhan. Oh shit, oh shit. Then, isn't that the legendary, beautiful transfer student from the North Country? F***K Hattie. Hattie walked in front of Li Muhan, suddenly opened his arms, and gently hugged Li Muhan. Luo Yang beside him had a face full of puzzled expressions, as did the students watching around him. Some even started whispering, "What's going on? Isn't that transfer student particularly cold?" to everyone. "Who is that person? I don't know him, and he doesn't look that handsome. You let me go first." Li Muhan quickly broke free from Hattie's arms. "Don't be shy. This is just our tribe's way of greeting." Hattie looked at Li Muhan with a mischievous smile. "You're kidding. Whether you're a wolf or a dog, Li Muhan doesn't remember these two creatures greeting each other with a hug. At most, nose touching, kissing, and rubbing. But Hattie seemed to see what Li Muhan was thinking, and she gently held Li Muhan's face. "If you want, you can." Then the girl licked her lips and gave an extremely seductive smile. "Muhan, you actually know this transfer student?" Luo Yang screamed, and Hattie glanced at Luo Yang out of the corner of his eye, and his eyes instantly became cold. "Excuse me, I want to be alone with him for a while. Is that okay?" Coco, okay." Luo Yang couldn't even speak clearly, but even Hattie's expression made him feel weak all over. "No, Luo Yang, you dare to leave." Li Muhan was so frightened that he quickly called out to Luo Yang, who was about to turn around. I don't want to leave either. This girl's eyes are so scary. Are we still brothers?" "Yes, but a brother cannot stand in the way of a brother's romantic life. Goodbye." Then Luo Yang turned around and ran away. This was the first time Li Muhan saw Luo Yang run so fast. As Hattie gradually approached his lips, he could almost feel the girl's rapid breathing. She suddenly felt a murderous intent coming from behind her. When she turned her head to look, a figure suddenly threw her to the ground. "I already told you, stay away from him, you stupid wolf." Xiaoyu was pressing down on Hattie tightly at this moment, and the fangs in her mouth and her anger could no longer be hidden. But Hattie did not struggle at all, just looked at Xiaoyu with a smile on his face. "Little Moon also guards his food? The more you do this, the more I want to eat him." "Shut up." The surroundings became even more excited. Xiaoyu, Hattie, two of the most talked about figures on campus, collided at this moment. And all for a man? What kind of Mary Sue plot is this? This development is not right. What's going on? Come and see. Xiaoyu and that transfer student are fighting. That's not right. Is that Xiaoyu's personality? Why is it different from what I heard? Luo Yang couldn't even close his mouth. "Oh my God, Li Muhan, you are such a hidden talent." Li Muhan rushed over and hugged Xiaoyu. "Stop it, don't do it here. This perverted wolf. I'm going to kill her. You couldn't kill me 300 years ago, and you can't kill me now." Hattie gradually showed her fangs, and the smile on her face became more and more crazy. "Oh my God." Li Muhan was dumbfounded, although women fighting was very interesting to watch. But if these two people really started a fight in the realm here, I'm afraid none of these students would be spared, and then I'm afraid I would have to witness Lindsay's wrath. Thinking of this, Li Muhan almost tried his best to pull Xiaoyu away from Hattie. Hattie slowly got up from the ground. She patted her slightly dirty school uniform, and a peaceful smile returned to her face. She said, still as barbaric as ever, "In terms of savagery, who can surpass you, stupid wolf? Speak more clearly, little bat. I don't mind continuing where we left off." "No problem, come on." "Come on." Li Muhan couldn't help it anymore. He picked up Xiaoyu in his princess arms and rushed out of the school gate. This lesson ends here for today. All that was left was people staring at each other in bewilderment and talking among themselves. "What's going on?" "That guy chose Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu is indeed very beautiful, but I think Hattie is better. Besides, isn't Xiaoyu AB ****ch? Who knows? Some people might just like it." Hattie folded his arms across his chest, looking at Li Muhan's back as he ran away. A strange smile appeared on his face again. "The more you cherish something, the more I want to get my hands on it." In the luxurious ward on the top floor of Tianhai City First Hospital, Zhao Qingquan has passed the critical period and has now woken up from his coma, but that hand will never come back. He almost woke up from a nightmare every day. In the dream, the terrible monster kept chasing him, breaking his arms again and again, and then just looked at him and laughed. Li Muhan. That monster. Snap. The door of the ward was pushed open, and Zhao Zhijiang came in. Seeing his son shivering on the bed, Zhao Zhijiang frowned. I'll send you abroad for prosthetic surgery next month, and you won't have to come back. Zhao Zhijiang said this coldly. Dad, that night I really saw a monster. All right, shut up. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Zhao Zhijiang's mood was also very unstable. During this period, he had tripled the reward for Li Muhan. Not only did no one come to accept the order, but many bigwigs whom he could not afford to offend called him and asked him to stop. The strange phone call he received before was probably just a prank. It was a pity that he still held on to a glimmer of hope. Dad, why don't you believe me? Li Muhan is a monster. He is a monster. Seeing his son's useless appearance, Zhao Zhijiang was furious. UF asterisk 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 GB asterisk 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 D. Shut up. Zhao Zhijiang kicked over the chair beside the bed and cursed at Zhao Qinquan, pointing at his nose. You were always playing with women and taking drugs, but I didn't care about you because I felt sorry for your mother. I wanted you to live a dull life, but still be rich. But what about you? Do you know how much trouble you've caused me this time? I don't know. Dad, I just want to teach that orphan a lesson. There are so many people and women in this world. Why would you touch anyone else but his woman? At this time, Zhao Zhijiang still thought that Li Muhan attacked his son because of his ex-girlfriend, Guruashi. Little did he know that this was actually Zhao Qinquan seeking his own death. Of course, Zhao Qinquan would not explain. He knew that although his father was scolding him, he was no less angry towards Li Muhan than he was. Dad, do you have a way to kill him? Kill him. Do you know that right now we'd better pray that man is alive and well? If he gets hit by a car one day, your dad, will probably be lying dead in the wilderness in 10 minutes. Zhao Qinquan was stunned. He had thought that this matter was very serious, but he didn't expect that he couldn't even deal with his own father and even threatened his father's life. Dad, who is Li Muhan? What background? There's absolutely no background at all. I'm just confused. An orphan with no background. How come so many gods and mighty beings came out to protect him? It's as if I touch a hair on his head, 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals will exterminate my entire family. Zhao Qinquan comforted his father. Dad, how about we hire a killer? You think I didn't invite him? Do you know what his bounty is on the underground wanted list? 30 million. No one would even look at him. This seemed to be the first time Zhao Qinquan saw his father so angry. Suddenly, Zhao Qinquan had an idea and said something to Zhao Zhijiang. Dad, since we can't touch him, let's touch his family. Did he remove your F asterisk 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 G hand or dig out your brain? Don't you know he's an orphan? Facing his father's anger, Zhao Qinquan sneered and said, Dad, you don't know this. Although he is an orphan, that be asterisk asterisk CH's parents are like his adoptive parents to him. Oh, the B asterisk asterisk CH you're talking about is the woman you played with before? Yes, it's the orphan's ex-girlfriend. We can start with her. Arrest that be asterisk asterisk CH and her parents. I don't believe that orphan Li Muhan would dare to go against us again. Zhao Zhijiang pondered for a moment and then shook his head. Forget it. Is it possible for you to escape unscathed after attacking them? We could just deny it then. It's not that simple. Well, let's just forget about this matter. You should go abroad next month and don't come back. But Dad, I said, this ends here. Zhao Zhijiang stood up angrily. How could he not want revenge? Of course, it was not revenge for his son, but revenge for his self-esteem that had been trampled upon by Li Muhan these days. But after weighing the pros and cons, he knew that even if he killed that be asterisk asterisk CH and his parents, it would be of no use, as he would be held accountable later. Do I have to pay with my life? Who is Zhao Zhijiang? He has lost a lot of money in this deal. Seeing his father say this, Zhao Qinquan didn't say anything, but his eyes rolled around as if he had his own ideas. If this F asterisk 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 G professional killer doesn't even take the call, then why not just find a stupid young man? Zhao Qingquan's IQ is probably around this level, but there are people with even lower IQs than him who actually dare to pay attention to him. After his father left, he used his only remaining right hand to take out his cell phone. Hey, Dazhuang, are you short of money recently? Cousin? You know me. I'm always short of money. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Help me with something, and I'll pay you. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Zhao Qingquan's eyes. At the same time, in the DQ ice cream shop in the shopping street, everyone stared at the man and woman in amazement, simply because there were at least 10 large ice cream bowls on the table in front of them. What shocked them even more was that the petite and cute girl ate all of it by herself. Okay, you're still angry? Li Muhan supported his chin with his hand and said to Xiaoyu, who seemed to be sulking or really liking ice cream, "Why don't you stay away from her? I told you she's dangerous." Xiaoyu looked at Li Muhan with great dissatisfaction. "If I don't expand my domain, I'll just be an ordinary person. If she insists on hugging me, can I escape?" Crack! The steel spoon was barely able to withstand the impact in the girl's mouth, and she was chewed up and swallowed along with the ice cream. I finally got used to this scent. Now it's all the stench of that wild wolf. Li Muhan certainly had no intention of speaking to Hattie. After all, she was really weird, and he didn't know why she wanted to get close to him. But now, looking at Xiaoyu opposite him, who was obviously angry to the point of losing her mind, he knew. Hattie approached Xiaoyu just to deliberately anger her. After so many years of development, this vampire's IQ doesn't seem to be as good as Hattie's, so isn't he being fooled? Anyway, could you please stop having contact with her in the future? Li Muhan wanted to answer yes, but suddenly he had a feeling of wanting to play a prank. Well, why? I think the Hattie are pretty good. They saved me twice. Oh, and you attacked me the second time. I can protect you anyway. You don't need to seek her protection. What should I do? What should I do? Anyone with a discerning eye could tell at a glance that Li Muhan was joking. But Xiaoyu was not aware of these jokes played by humans, and she was obviously a little anxious at this time. Suddenly her eyes dimmed. She clenched the spoon with the head bitten off in her hand, and a strange smile appeared on her face. It seems that it is better to kill her. Huh? Wait, what are you going to do? I was just kidding. Li Muhan didn't expect Xiaoyu to suddenly turn evil. It seems that this joke really can't be made casually. Oh, really? You feel sorry for her? Well, since I can't kill her, I'll just have to lock you up at home. Oh shit, Li Muhan is dumbfounded. Is he becoming a Yandere now? In the end, Li Muhan had to work very hard to coax the little vampire, and then let her hold him and sleep all night. He was willing to let her go only after she felt that she no longer had the smell of Hattie on her. They had originally planned to go to the 9th Special Management Bureau in the evening, but because of a conflict with Xiaoyu, Li Muhan and Lindsay took a leave and spent the whole night to coax Xiaoyu. Lindsay was also reasonable and made his point clear. Calming down that vampire is also one of your responsibilities. So early the next morning, Li Muhan took the bus alone to the address Lindsay sent him. When he arrived at the location, Li Muhan realized that this was Tsuwei Mountain to the north of Tianhai City. This Special Management Bureau is not only underground, but also on the mountain. With doubts in his heart, he went up the mountain. Tsuwei Mountain is a 3A level scenic spot in Tianhai City. Even on weekdays, there are endless tourists here. The most notable attraction on the mountain is the Jinwu Taoist Temple, which is the most beautiful in Huaxia. It is said that the Jinwu Taoist Temple was founded by a highly respected Taoist priest from the Chuanjin sect in the Song dynasty, who came south. In the subsequent development, it became a school of its own, and today it can be said to have a long history and profound cultural heritage. Looking at the endless stream of pilgrims, Li Muhan suddenly felt something strange. A faint sound of a dragon's roar came to his ears. The voice seemed to have magical power, attracting him to bypass the main hall of the Taoist temple and come to the remote back garden, which was independent of the Taoist temple and had only a low bungalow. And the sound of the dragon's roar came from behind the bungalow. Li Muhan followed the sound to the bungalow and found that it was overgrown with weeds and had not been taken care of for a long time. Not far ahead was a stagnant pool of water. For some reason, The water in this pond is very turbid, and there are no fish, but bubbles appear from time to time. Moreover, Li Muhan had a feeling that the depth of the pool of water was unimaginable, and there must be something underneath it. Just when Li Muhan wanted to go in and take another look, he was suddenly patted on the back. Li Muhan was so frightened that he almost stumbled and fell into the pond. "Oh, be careful." A pair of hands grabbed Li Muhan's collar and pulled him back. Thank you. Li Muhan breathed a sigh of relief. He had a feeling that if he really fell into this pool of water, the consequences would be disastrous. When he turned around, he saw a cute girl who looked about 14 or 15 years old, wearing a Taoist robe, staring at him with a pair of big round eyes. Her Taoist robe was a little strange, as if it had been cut and modified by herself. It was a little different from ordinary Taoist robes, appearing more decent and a little more playful and cute. "My dear friend, are you lost? Why are you here?" The girl began to speak. Her voice was as sweet as her appearance, and there was a childlike smile on her face. Li Muhan guessed that she must be a Taoist priestess in this Taoist temple. It was the first time I saw a Taoist nun. Taoist priest, I heard some noise in the water, so I came to take a look. Sound? The expression on the girl's face changed slightly. "My friend, you must have heard it wrong. This is just stagnant water. There's not even a single fish. How could there be any sound? Maybe I heard wrongly? My friend, you must have heard wrongly. Let me take you back to the main hall first." Li Muhan scratched his head. The meaning of his trail was very clear. He didn't want to stay here any longer, but his purpose of coming here was not to visit the Taoist temple. Is the address given by Lin Zhe wrong? "Well, little sister, no, little Taoist priest, can I ask you something?" Li Muhan felt that what he said next would definitely be regarded as a psychopath by this girl. But the appointed time was almost up, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and ask, "Do you know how to get to the paranormal management department?" Unexpectedly, when the girl heard Li Muhan say this, she was stunned at first, and then the smile on her face became even wider. "So it's you. Why did you come just now? I waited for you until I fell asleep last night." The girl suddenly pouted and said to Li Muhan in dissatisfaction, "Huh? What did you say? Wait for me. Okay. Come with me quickly. The master is waiting for you." As she spoke, the girl took Li Muhan's hand and walked towards the bungalow. What's going on? Wait, did you recognize the wrong person?" "Wrong person? Are you Li Muhan, the captain of Team 7? Li Muhan didn't understand until the other party said his name and position. After a long time, I found out that this girl was my colleague. Clang, clang. The girl pushed open the door of the dilapidated bungalow. "This is the Supernatural Management Department. Below, a cool breeze blew gently. There were only some cluttered desks and books in the room, and it looked as if no one had lived there for a long time. It's really amazing that this child can say this with such pride. Hurry up, follow me quickly." The girl pushed Li Muhan into the house from behind, then turned around and closed the door. This is not what I imagined. It really is supernatural." Li Muhan was about to complain that the Supernatural Management Department shouldn't make its office look like a haunted house. The girl walked to the wall, raised her hand, and knocked rhythmically a few times. Li Muhan instantly discovered that a Bagua Tai Chi symbol suddenly appeared on the wall, where there was nothing originally. Then the girl lit up the 7-star lamps around the Bagua diagram, according to certain directions. The dilapidated cabinet next to Li Muhan began to slowly open, and an elevator door appeared. Clang, clang. Isn't it amazing? The girl looked at Li Muhan with shining eyes, as if waiting to be praised. It feels like Granny Lu entering Hogwarts. Li Muhan really didn't know how to describe this feeling of incongruity. This was even more outrageous than the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau headquarters having a hole opened under the bank. All right, come in." The girl pushed Li Muhan into the elevator again, and then walked in herself. This feeling of déjà vu made Li Muhan feel that he would not be afraid even if something happened again. But he was still wrong. When the elevator stops and the doors open, he was completely dumbfounded. A small building complex that can almost be said to be built inside Sui Mountain is clearly visible, and the style of these buildings are all old and antique, without the sense of technology of the Special Management Bureau headquarters. But it is precisely because of this that Li Muhan has a solemn and mysterious feeling. Welcome to the Tian High City Special Management Bureau, Supernatural Management Section. The girl jumped out of the elevator and opened her arms to Li Muhan, seeming to be very proud of all this. In one word, absolutely. Li Muhan could not say anything except giving a thumbs up. There are not only Taoist temples, but also Buddhist temples and even some strange buildings that Li Muhan cannot name. Led by the girl, they came to a huge Taoist temple building, which was somewhat similar to the Jinwu Taoist temple in Sui Mountain, but even larger than the Jinwu Taoist temple. Li Muhan was delighted after entering. A group of men and women in Taoist robes were operating a holographic projection on a tablet printed with the Bagua pattern. It was an extremely strange sight. You guys are quite fashionable. Li Muhan walked through these staff members or Taoist priests while speaking to the girl. The times are progressing. The combination of science and mysticism is the mainstream trend of the future. The girl explained to Li Muhan while greeting the people around her. Finally, they came to a room deep in the hall. Li Muhan really felt that he had already survived so many difficulties, and he would not encounter anything shocking now. It turned out that he was really a fool. When the door of the quaint room was opened, Li Muhan saw an old Taoist priest with an immortal look, a monk in his 20s with a serious look like a furious Vajra, and the other one was even more important. A beautiful and elegant girl wearing a Western-style Lolita long dress. The three men were sitting at a table in the room. If I take out this 3-in-1, how will you respond, little monk? I can only use my magic weapon. Captain, please be careful. Ace bomb, I win. In the end, it was the girl who won the battle. Li Muhan felt his eyes moisten. Really, it feels like all the education I've received over the years has collapsed. Are you the Special Management Bureau or Diyun Club? Can you be more serious? Master, Master. The girl ran to the old Taoist priest and shook his arm. Stop making trouble, Xiao Linglong. Master will show you a comeback. I've already made a powerful move, and you're still trying to come back? The foreign girl, speaking with a northeastern accent, looked at the old Taoist priest provocatively. Do you two take this poor monk seriously? Ba, just look at this poor monk. The subsequent game lasted about 10 minutes. The final victory still belongs to the foreign lady. Wow, Li Muhan complained his heart. This monk, this Taoist priest, can't beat a foreign girl in playing landlord. She took the money from the old Taoist priest and the young monk with a smile, then looked towards the door. Who is this kid? Thank you. You were the first one to notice my presence after I walked in. Li Muhan was in tears. The girl who brought Li Muhan in originally wanted to introduce Li Muhan, but was pulled by her master to start playing cards as well. Only now did I suddenly remember my mission. Master, that's exactly what I wanted to tell you. The person Director Lin mentioned is here. The old Taoist priest had just lost money and had a look of dissatisfaction on his face. He looked up at Li Muhan. His thin cheekbones and sunken eye sockets made Li Muhan feel that the old Taoist priest was about to pass away in the next second. Hey, there's no one there. I only saw an evil demon. But what the old Taoist said made Li Muhan a little surprised. He seemed to see at a glance that there was a demon living in his body. The monk was very polite. He stood up, put his hands together, and bowed to Li Muhan. Ba, this donor must be Li Muhan, the captain of Team 7. Hello, Master. Li Muhan put his hands together and bowed like a monk. All right, the money's lost, the people are here, this is the end of the game. The old Taoist priest picked up the whisk beside him and swept it gently. The poker cards on the table disappeared without a trace in an instant. Xiao Linglong, go and make a pot of good tea. It's time to talk business. The petite girl in Taoist robes skipped out of the room. After a while, she came with a tray with a pot of steaming fragrant tea and 4 cups on it. What are you standing there for? Come and sit down, Captain Li. The old Taoist priest flicked his whisk again, and a chair suddenly appeared in front of Li Muhan. This is really magical. Li Muhan scratched his head and sat on the chair, wondering if this old Taoist priest used to be a magician. You should just call me Li Muhan. The way you call me makes me feel like a Japanese. First of all, thank you for coming to support our 9th squad. As you can see, the entire Tsue Mountain belongs to the Supernatural Management Department, and the 9th squad is also the main team of the Supernatural Management Department. The old Taoist priest had a wisp of beard. If Li Muhan hadn't seen him playing cards just now, he would really have thought that he was an enlightened Taoist master. And I am the captain of the 9th squad, Taoist Xian Huang, Huang Zizai. Amit Ba. My Buddhist name is Zhongya, and my secular name is Shalu. Li Muhan took a sip of tea and almost spit it out. Master, you must be the frontline attacker in the team. Zhongya raised his eyebrows and looked at Li Muhan with a hint of awe. How did you see that, benefactor? Yes, I am indeed responsible for the important task of subduing demons like Vajra. Since you've already entered the game, of course you need to use Zonya's hourglass. Li Muhan didn't say this out loud. After all, although the master looked righteous, the murderous aura was oozing out of him when he was playing cards just now. I thought Team 7 was already a master. I didn't expect that the 9th team was even more full of hidden talents. Did that little kid Huatian really kill a cholera monster? The old Taoist priest crossed his legs, drank tea, and looked at Li Muhan and said. When Huatian was mentioned, Li Muhan's eyes became serious. He nodded heavily. Yes, alone. TSK. He loved showing off so much, but now he's lost his life. It's really hilarious. Li Muhan was a little angry for a moment. He didn't think it was funny, but when he saw the Huang Zizai, who had always been lazy, showed a trace of loneliness on his face, Li Muhan swallowed back what he wanted to say. Amit Ba. Captain Huatian is a hero among men. Yes, Taoist Huang, Captain Hui single-handedly killed a cholera-level alien. After hearing what Monk Zhongya and the fashionable foreign woman said, Taoist Huang instantly became unhappy. All right, stop bragging and get down to business. I had no choice but to ask you to help this time. All the available staff in the Supernatural Management Department are here. Where are the other teams? Li Muhan remembered that Lindsay said that there were 5 teams under the Supernatural Management Department. The 9th squad is the A squad, but the other squads probably didn't get to the stage either. Do you think these Special Management Bureau combat members are buying vegetables at the market, grabbing them by the handful? Huang Zizai rolled his eyes at Li Muhan. Li Muhan knew he had said the wrong thing and quickly explained. Sorry, that's not what I meant. It's mainly because I see that Team 7 is made up of combat members, so... As soon as Li Muhan said this, Huang Zizai stood up. As expected of someone from the headquarters, your tone is different. Your Team 7 is a team from the headquarters. Even if it's at the bottom of the headquarters, it's still from the headquarters. We can't compare to your family's wealth and power. In the Supernatural Management Department, only the 9th team is a combat team. Do you understand? I understand. Please calm down. Li Muhan apologized with a wry smile. One infuriating doll, huh? Huang Zi flicked his sleeves, changed his sitting position, and took a big sip of tea before he calmed down. Li Muhan quickly changed the subject for the time being. Everyone, I only know the names of this Taoist Huang and this golden statue, or Master Zhongya. Could you two introduce them to me? When the girl heard that she was to be introduced, she immediately raised her hand happily. Me, I'll go first. Looking at her jumping around, Li Muhan suddenly felt that this child was so lively. I am Yuling Long. Taoist name is Yulong Taoist. She imitated her master's manner, shaking her head and announcing her name. I've already told you that you're not qualified. Where did you get your Taoist name? Please introduce it to me. Huang Zizai raised his hand and patted Yuling Long on the head. The little girl pouted and muttered a few words before continuing to look at Li Muhan and said, My name is Yuling Long. I'm 14 years old, and I'm an intern in the 9th squad of the Special Management Bureau's Supernatural Management Section. Li Muhan smiled and extended his hand to her. Nice to meet you, Sister Linglong. But the little girl didn't reach out her hand. Instead, she put her head closer and sniffed. Ugh, there's a strong smell of blood, and there's also the smell of zombies. No, it's the breath of wolves. Wait, why is there a strange smell that I haven't smelled before? Huh, zombies? Bats? Wolves? What? Li Muhan was confused. After hearing what this girl said, it felt like there was a zoo inside his body. Snap! Then Huang Zizai patted Yu Linglong on the head again. What zombie? That's a vampire. After all, his guarantor is that calamity-level vampire. The one who spoke was the foreign girl who covered her mouth and laughed secretly. She had long, light golden hair with a slight curl, and her facial features were extremely exotic, especially her sapphire eyes, which were as dazzling as sapphires lost in time. It's my turn. My name is Sasha Krosta. As you can see, I'm not from Huaxia. I'm a member of the Eastern European Special Management Bureau sent to Huaxia for exchange studies. My main job is an astrologer. It is actually not that uncommon to see Taoist priests and monks together. But then an astrologer comes in. Li Muhan feels like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. Hello, ma'am. He greeted Sasha like he saw on TV, but she smiled even more. You're so cute. All right, now that the introductions are over, do you have any questions? If not, I'm going to start talking about the mission. Taoist Master Huang Zizai is the backbone of this team. He is also the Taoist master of the Zhenwu Taoist Temple in Suiwei Mountain. He himself is of Taoist blood. He can be said to be a true master of Taoism. The way he looked at Li Muhan at this moment was a little different from before. It was as if he was looking through Li Muhan's exterior and into the demonic power within him. This made Li Muhan feel a little nervous. You have to know that these people are not aliens. They are all ordinary people. Although they are combatants, this kind of oppression is even stronger than that of the cholera-level zombie country. I do have a question. Taoist Huang. Li Muhan slowly raised his hand. This isn't a school. If you want to speak, just say so. Huang Zizai was shaking his legs impatiently. He couldn't even maintain his immortal image for 10 minutes, and now he looked like an old gambler. I heard from Director Lin that something happened to one of your alien team members, so they asked me to fill in. I'd like to ask, was it injured in the battle? After hearing what Li Muhan said, several people looked at each other, and finally Yu Linglong rushed to speak. I'll answer. You're not answering shit. And raise your hand before you speak. Huang Zizai slapped the little girl on the back of the head again. Li Muhan couldn't help but sigh. This master is really double standard. Ba, Mr. Li, are you asking this question because you're worried the mission is too dangerous? Honestly, yes. After all, I don't really understand anything about the supernatural. You should also know that I am a chaos-level alien, and I am not very strong. Huang Zizai sneered, picked up the teacup beside him, drank it all, and then spoke in a deliberately sarcastic tone. I thought I was so awesome. I was treated like a treasure by the headquarters, and even given the position of captain. But I turned out to be such a coward. Li Muhan was not angry either. What he was best, I was observing people's words and expressions. Regardless of whether this Taoist Huang had any ability or not, his personality seemed to be carefree, and he had the feeling of an old naughty boy. Ba, let me say it. Zhongya interrupted, as if to smooth things over. Masterly, your concerns are not without reason. To be honest, one of our alien team members is indeed injured. Li Muhan suddenly felt that this matter was not that simple. Since he was able to hurt the aliens of the Supernatural Management Department's ace troops, this is a big trouble. Can be solved by just one support? But the monk immediately added another sentence. But it's not because of the mission, but some other, very complicated reasons. Ba. Li Muhan was a little confused. Before he could think about it, the foreign girl Sasha took over the conversation. Actually, I've only been at the Huaxia Special Management Bureau for about half a year, and I'm here to help the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau resolve this incident. Sasha smiled and said that she was affiliated with the Eastern European Special Management Bureau and came here as a foreign supporter specifically for this matter. I'm ashamed that I'm not skilled enough to help Team 9 resolve this matter. What on earth could be so troublesome? Li Muhan also became more and more curious. Finally, Huang Zizai snorted coldly. It's just a sinister and cunning alien. It's lurking in an ancient building, holding souls hostage to prevent us from taking any action. Savant Shah has helped us locate the alien. We have conducted 3 operations in total, but were forced to retreat each time due to too many living souls. Master, you can just call me Sasha. Okay, Master Shah. Is the living soul so powerful? Li Muhan asked. Huang Zizai sneered disdainfully. Humph. Those who practice Taoism are supposed to slay demons and defend the way, but those souls are the souls of innocent people. If we really take action, I'm afraid those souls will all be shattered. That's why we haven't been able to capture the alien in the ancient tower for so long. It seems that this is the dilemma that Team 9 is currently facing. So that's how it is. Li Muhan also understood. In addition to the ghosts and monsters occupying the ancient building, there is also an extremely difficult alien. The alien uses the souls of the living as hostages to force the 9th team to be unable to launch a forceful attack. Let me be clear first. I'm only a chaos-level alien right now, so I don't have the confidence that I can be of much help to your operation. This is not modesty. Li Muhan is very clear about his current strength. If he were to face a narrow country of cholera level, he would not be sure of winning, and he could not even die with him like Huatian did. Don't worry, we will contain those living souls. You have only one goal, and that is to rush straight to the top of the ancient building and deal with that alien creature. Huang Zizai continued. I have one last question. Li Muhan glanced at everyone and said, Is your alien so badly injured? Can't we let her attack with me? That way our chances of victory will be better. Hearing Li Muhan say this, everyone fell silent. Well, he's seriously injured, Sasha said with a wry smile, looking away. Very badly hurt, Master Zhongya clasped his hands together and lowered his head slightly. Is Sister Qi Yuan injured? How come I didn't know? Ugh, poor Yuling Long seemed to get slapped on the head every time she spoke. Huang Zizai held his apprentice's head and said to Li Muhan, All right, to let you know we're not kidding you. Let's go and see for ourselves. So Li Muhan followed a few people to a room at the end of the Taoist temple's side building. Dry. The pear blossoms are wet with spring rain. This room is very cute. The pink paint makes the door look very girly, and there's a very famous toy doll hanging on it. The little doll held up a sign that said Do Not Disturb. Li Muhan looked at the door and found it hard to imagine what kind of alien lived inside. In short, she was really badly injured. Huang Zizai patted Li Muhan on the shoulder. If you don't believe it, you can go in and see for yourself. Should I go in? Li Muhan hesitated, but finally he decided to go in. If he could convince this alien named Qi Yuan to fight with him, his chances of winning would increase a lot. Li Muhan swallowed and slowly raised his hand. The moment he touched the door, he felt a terrible pressure, as if something was warning him not to come in. Li Muhan turned around and looked at a few people again. Everyone turned their eyes away, and Sasha even sighed to herself. I decided to go in and take a look. After all, the mission is more important. In fact, the dog's life is more important. If someone fights alongside you, wouldn't it be more effective? Well, go ahead. Huang Zizai nodded, and finally patted Li Muhan on the shoulder. Li Muhan's hand touched the door handle, and then he turned it, and with a click, the door opened. Watching Li Muhan's figure gradually being swallowed by the darkness in the room until the door clicked shut. Puff! Sasha was the first one who couldn't help herself, and then everyone else, except Yuling Long, even the big monk, broke into a smile. Ba. Ha. Donor Li, you really want to find Qi Yuan. Oh, now there's something interesting to watch. The bets are placed. Huang Zizai rolled up his sleeves and took out a few $100 bills. I bet this kid won't last 5 minutes. Ba, 10 minutes. Then, I'll just bet for 30 minutes. Yuling Long blinked her big eyes and looked at the three of them, then raised her hand and said, I think Brotherly Muhan can bring Sister Qi Yuan out. Yo, you're so young and you're about to lose money. My little apprentice will pay for tonight's consumption. At this moment, Li Muhan, who was in the darkness, focused his attention on the front. In the center of the room, there is a sofa, and in front of the sofa is a TV. A slender figure was curled up on the sofa, staring at the content on TV. Li Muhan walked closer and found that the TV was playing a very famous Japanese drama that would make everyone cry. Hello. Li Muhan tried to greet the figure on the sofa. The figure trembled when she heard Li Muhan's voice, and then she slowly turned around. Li Muhan took a breath. What he saw was a delicate face that was definitely not inferior to Xiaoyu's. Moreover, there were tears in the corners of the eyes and slightly red cheeks, and it was obvious that she was crying. This reminded Li Muhan of an ancient poem. The jade-like face is lonely and the tears are. Who are you? The black hair that fell on the sofa like a waterfall was a little messy, but it made the girl look more gentle and beautiful like water. Her pair of light red eyes were flashing with tears as she stared at Li Muhan. Hello. I'm Li Muhan, the captain of Team 7. I'm here to support Team 9. I heard you were injured, so I wanted to see if you need any help. Injured? Yes, I'm injured very badly. When she said this, tears welled up between the girl's eyebrows and eyes like pearls. Don't cry. Don't cry first. Were you hurt? Li Muhan quickly grabbed a few tissues from the side and handed them over. The girl took the tissue and wiped her tears, then looked at Li Muhan again. Are you worried about me? I'm worried about you. If you recover, you can fight with me, so that I don't have to bear it all alone. Can you come closer? The girl looked at Li Muhan with pleading eyes. Li Muhan didn't know what she was going to do, but after she hesitated for a second, tears began to flow from the corners of her eyes again. You don't want to be near me. Are you afraid of me? Hey, there's nothing to be afraid of. We're both different. Come on, let me see where you're hurt. Li Muhan hardened his heart and walked over. No matter what, it won't eat itself directly. My injury. The girl slowly reached out her hand, held Li Muhan's hand, and then placed Li Muhan's hand on her chest. Here, F***K. Li Muhan was so scared that he wanted to retract his hand, but the girl was incredibly strong, and he couldn't move at all no matter how hard he struggled. Why? We love each other so much. Why did he betray me? The girl's tears fell like pearls, but Li Muhan was panicked. What's going on? Big sister, calm down. Why? Why did you betray me? Wait, the hurt you mentioned, could it be a hurt in love? Love hurts. Yes, this kind of pain is like a piercing pain in the heart, unforgettable. My heart. My words and my heart are not what I want to say. Li Muhan was speechless and could only start a chain of idioms in a nonsensical manner. He says one thing and means another. Yes, he is a liar, and 8B******************. He clearly said he would be with me forever. Why? Why did he lie to me? So, you met a scumbag, huh? Hey, scumbags are something everyone is bound to meet in their lifetime. So why bother with that? No, he loved me. He clearly said it, and even wrote his eternal love for me at the end of the poem. But why did he abandon me and get married? This line sounds familiar. He clearly told me that he couldn't sleep without seeing my smile, but now he does this. Why? Tears dripped onto Li Muhan's hands. Looking at the beautiful girl, crying so hard, Li Muhan just wanted to curse. I'm taking the liberty of asking you a question. Wow, is your boyfriend's last name Zhou? Oh my god, it turns out she's a Say-Seeing fangirl. What do you mean? What I mean is, well, I said that letting go of love gradually will help you go further. Why bother changing the time that has already been missed? Li Muhan decided to fight poison with poison, to defeat magic with magic. Since the other party was a dream girl, he would defeat her with her dream. What you said is similar to what he said. Ugh, I should let it go. How can I let it go? It's easy, just find a new one. Li Muhan blurted out, and then she saw the girl's eyes, which were a little cloudy from crying, slowly become clear. You mean, there's so many good men in the world. Why bother hanging yourself on a tree? You are so beautiful. You will definitely meet the one who belongs to you. The girl sniffed and then held Li Muhan's hand tighter. Do you think I'm beautiful? Oh my, you're more than just beautiful. You're like a fairy. I guarantee it, girl, with your looks, if you stood on the street, it would be a car accident. Why? Because all the drivers would stick their heads out to look at you. You're simply too beautiful. The girl's cheeks were slightly red. What's your name? Did I introduce myself just now? My name is Li Muhan. The girl slowly lowered her head and spoke in a voice that made Li Muhan's bones go numb. My name is Qi Yuan. From today on, you are everything to me, my world, my universe, and my love. Li Muhan was slightly stunned and then slowly stood up, his hand still being pulled by the girl. Wait a minute, let me think about this. What you mean is that you changed your target and now your target is me. No, this is not a transfer, this is true love. Everything I have encountered is to meet you. Only after meeting you, I can truly feel that the world is full of colors. No, sister, I can't do it. I'm an orphan. Although this may sound presumptuous, it is the truth. Me too. My mother is still alive, but I don't know where she disappeared to. From today on, I am your family. It's 3 p.m. now. There's still time. Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and get married. Honey, you can propose to me and give me a ring later. We will be happy and have many children. I love you. Qi Yuan threw herself into Li Muhan's arms. Li Muhan was so frightened that he rolled and crawled into the corner. You, don't come over here. Calm down. You, what's wrong with you? Why do you say you love me when you see someone? Do you understand love? I understand. Why are you hiding? Don't you want to hug me? All men like that, right? Or you don't want me to be dressed? Although I'm shy, if you want to be here, I'm fine with it, dear. As long as it's for you, I'm fine. I'll give you my body right now. After saying that, Qi Yuan began to undress. Li Muhan quickly stood up and shouted at her. Oh, no, stop it. You know what? Love can only be happy when both parties are in love. Yes, we love each other. I love you, but I don't love you. After Li Muhan shouted this, the whole room fell into deathly silence. Then Li Muhan felt that a flame was slowly rising from Qi Yuan's body. When she raised her head and looked at him again, the tenderness in her eyes disappeared, leaving only coldness. What did you say? I mean, we just met. So what? We don't understand it yet. I already know your name, and you know mine. Isn't that enough? Of course it's not enough. You don't love me, but you walked into my heart without permission. You can't escape, Li Muhan. You are destined to be mine. After saying that, Qi Yuan lightly hooked his finger. A flame immediately shot up beside Li Muhan, forcing him to keep moving towards Qi Yuan. No, sister, let's talk it over. I actually have someone I like. So you betrayed me. You were clearly in love with me, but you took the initiative to fall in love with someone else. I can't take it anymore. Li Muhan turned around like a madman, broke open the door, and ran away like a flash. Bang! Huang Zizai was eavesdropping at the door, and the collision caused his nose to bleed. Then Li Muhan was seen crawling out of the house. Hey, big brother, where are you going in such a hurry? Huang Zizai covered his nose, not caring about the blood flowing from his nose, and watched Li Muhan's fleeing back with an obscene smile. You can't escape. You are destined to be mine. The next second, Qi Yuan's figure flashed past the four people's eyes and chased after Li Muhan. Xiang Xiang, Xiao Linglong won. Yu Linglong assumed a victorious posture. Why did you win? Huang Zizai asked unhappily. I bet brother Li Muhan can bring sister Qi Yuan out. Look, sister Qi Yuan is in such a good mood now. She's even playing games with brother Li Muhan. Xiao Linglong, in a sense, that's not really called playing games. Sasha covered her face, feeling a little embarrassed to speak. Anyway, sister Qi Yuan is already out. You give me the money. Go away, you little money grubber. Okay, you two, give me the money. I'm her master, and I'll be responsible for keeping it for her. Master, why are you like this? That's too much. Li Muhan pounded the table. He was chased by Qi Yuan for more than an hour, from inside the Special Management Bureau to outside Suwei Mountain. In the end, he activated the boundary, but was still pinned to the ground by this strange alien. You like this? You like this? I like it too. I will torture you. Let you feel the ultimate bliss in the midst of pain. No, I'm not a masochist. Please, sister. Stop it. Stop pulling my pants. If the Supernatural Management section had not rescued Li Muhan would have died on the Lover's Cliff of Suwei Mountain, forced to lose her virginity. Master Li, calm down. Nothing happened. The great monk Zhongya comforted Li Muhan and poured him a cup of tea. That's right. You even touched our little Qi Yuan's chest. What are you yelling about? You're taking advantage of me and acting like a spoiled brat. The old Taoist priest Huang Zi looked at Li Muhan with a smirk on his face, as if he wanted to continue teasing him. Li Muhan wanted to cry, but had no tears. At this moment, the door opened. Sasha walked in, followed by someone. When he saw the man, Li Muhan jumped up from his chair in fright. Why is she here again? Behind Sasha was Qi Yuan. Sorry, but at this moment, Qi Yuan looked very listless and like a child who had made a mistake. He kept hiding behind Sasha and didn't dare to look Li Muhan in the eye. Yes, I was offended. What is she doing? Li Muhan looked at Qi Yuan now and was completely unable to connect her with the Yandere who had just chased him madly across several mountains. Little Qi Yuan's mental state is not very stable. The Special Management Bureau is also giving her regular treatment. Once she is stimulated, she will suddenly become a different person. Sasha slowly pushed Qi Yuan behind her to the front so that she faced Li Muhan. I'm really sorry. Never mind. Nothing happened anyway. Later, Li Muhan learned from several people that the red kite was a descendant of the double-headed bird. The Chongming bird is a mythical bird in ancient Huaxia. It is called the Chongming bird because of its double pupils. According to legend, this bird is extremely strong and can move mountains and fill the sea, as well as drive away evil spirits and beasts. Therefore, it was regarded by ancient people as a sacred bird to drive away evil spirits and protect the house. But with the development of the times, fewer and fewer people know about this mythical bird, and it has gradually disappeared. The red kite is the child left by the double-headed bird in this world. She was very afraid of humans at first, but later she found humans very interesting through observation and began to actively contact humans and transformed herself into a human. She helps humans resist evil spirits and fight against natural disasters. But every time she was treated as a monster because of the divine power she displayed, she had no choice but to keep changing her habitat and was finally discovered by Lin Zhe from the Special Management Bureau. Hearing this, Li Muhan felt that Lin Zhe was just like playing Pokemon, recruiting outliers and talents everywhere. He could be said to be an excellent HR representative. It is unknown how Lin Zhe brought the descendant of the divine bird back to the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau, and because of its unique power to exorcise evil spirits, it was assigned to the Supernatural Management section. But Qi Yuan has been betrayed by humans too many times, and she is very conflicted inside. Should she love humans or be afraid of humans? She doesn't want humans to be hurt, but she also doesn't want to be hurt by humans. Gradually, her emotions became more and more distorted, and she could only pin her emotions on things that seemed outrageous to ordinary people. For example, the jokes Li Muhan just heard from her about someone mistaking a famous singer for their lover. Even now, I don't think Qi Yuan is ready to go on this mission. Sasha concluded, I'm so sorry, everyone. Qi Yuan folded her hands in front of her and tugged at the hem of her skirt, looking very guilty. The Supernatural Management Department has already formulated a battle plan. It's tonight. There's no time to waste. The evil energy released by that ancient building is getting stronger and stronger. It's reached a point where it can no longer be ignored. Huang Zizai said, looking at the group of people discussing in front of him. Li Muhan sighed and raised his hand. I'm here, right? I came here for this matter. Don't worry, although I'm not as strong as Miss Qi Yuan, I can still be considered as a fighter. Li Muhan said with a smile. But he didn't notice that love had begun to appear in Qi Yuan's eyes as she looked at Li Muhan. Boy, that's the kind of awareness. I like it. Now you've finally done justice to your deceased captain Hua Tian. Whenever Li Muhan thought of Hua Tian, he would still sigh in his heart, but soon everyone changed the topic and began to discuss tonight's actions. For tonight's operation, the Supernatural Research Department will dispatch 3 teams. Team 9, Team 10, and Team 11. We're the only main force. The other 2 teams have no combat personnel, so they can only deploy the boundary decree for us near the ancient building. Li Muhan now understood that the so-called realm decree was another magical thing developed by the Special Management Bureau's Scientific Council. After the decree of the boundary is issued, the entire area will be separated from this plane as if copied and pasted, and ordinary people except the target object will not be interfered with. This is also one of the reasons why the Special Management Bureau's various actions have not been discovered. As for Captain Lee, your mission is clear. Huang Zizai raised his whisk and lightly swept the table. The image of the tower immediately appeared on the table like a holographic projection, and he pointed at the top of the tower and said, "Go to the top of the tower and take care of that son of AB****. Li Muhan nodded. Although this is not the first time to carry out the mission, this mission is obviously different from the last one. The last time, Huitian single-handedly killed the Zhuang kingdom, and Li Muhan just finished off the enemy at the end. It can be said that it was very easy, but this time, he will face a monster that is no less powerful than the Zhuang kingdom. It's not that it is so powerful, but that it is too cunning and always makes the Special Management Bureau return empty-handed. I try my best." After the meeting, Yuling Long suddenly raised her hand. "Master, the meeting is over. Can I ask my questions now?" "What's your problem? Go home and do your homework." "Master, I'm just curious. Why did Sister Qi Yuan become strange when she saw Brotherly Muhan, but she didn't react at all when she saw you and Master Zhongya?" "Ba." Huang Zizai's expression turned unhappy, and so did Zhongya. "Why?" Yuling Long continued to ask questions. "Maybe it's because my aura is too strong. Maybe it's because I don't like women, so?" But the one who finally answered this question was Qi Yuan himself. She glanced at Li Muhan shyly, and then whispered something that made Huang Zizai and Master Zhongya collapse. I'm obsessed with faces." At around 10 o'clock that evening, Li Muhan followed Huang Zizai and others to the ancient building in the suburbs. The ancient building stands among the bungalows like an isolated lighthouse. Only the intricately carved railings and eaves still tell of its former glory. But now, only the eerie and strange atmosphere remains. Li Muhan had heard the legend of this ancient building. Luo Yang had told himself not to hang around here at night, because this ancient building was haunted and very dangerous. When the city government wanted to demolish this ancient building, accidents would occur every time construction was carried out. Either a worker would break his leg or the excavator would break down. Therefore, this ancient building was also regarded as a historical relic. "Huh? Nonsense, we did all that." Huang Zizai was lying in the back seat of the car, listening to Li Muhan talking about the legend of the ancient building, when he suddenly interrupted with disdain. "Just think about it. If those people really pushed this building down, wouldn't everything inside run out? Would Tianhai City still exist? So, those supernatural events were caused by you guys?" "Not entirely. There used to be some homes and shops nearby, but all sorts of horrible things would happen at night, and over time, the area became completely deserted. Ba, this also shows that those things are gradually no longer satisfied with this ancient building. They want a larger territory, so we must solve all of this tonight." Because the operation was scheduled for 12 o'clock in the evening, Li Muhan was now making preparations near the tower with the members of the 9th team. This was also the first time Li Muhan saw a large-scale operation of the Special Management Bureau, different from the small-scale infiltration and hostage rescue of Team 7. The Supernatural Management Department is determined to resolve this matter this time. Several nearby suburbs have been placed under martial law, and more than a dozen disguise buses of the Special Management Bureau drove into the open space near the tower. Li Muhan saw that the people who got off the car were almost all monks and Taoists. He knew that these monks and Taoists were different from the combatants. They did not have the ability to fight directly against aliens like this. They rely more on the mysterious wisdom passed down by their ancestors. Xiaoyu did not come with Li Muhan. I heard that this was Lin Zai's request, and Li Muhan should be allowed to get used to the workflow of the Special Management Bureau. He is the captain now. He can't let Xiaoyu clean up his mess every time something goes wrong. And Lin Zai secretly revealed it to Li Muhan on the phone. Xiaoyu's current situation is very special. Because she has not sucked blood for hundreds of years, her strength has seriously deteriorated. It will probably take a long time to recover to her peak state. For this purpose, Lindsay also specially approved a nutritional fee for Li Muhan as a reward for him providing blood to Xiaoyu every day. 10,000 a month. Is it because my blood is too valuable, or is it because the Special Management Bureau is too rich? Li Muhan is looking at his bank account deposits on his phone. In just the past half month, he has earned tens of thousands of dollars. I thought it would cost tens of thousands to treat Gu Ruoshi's parents to a meal, but I didn't expect Lindsay to reimburse the entire amount. After deducting Xiaoyu's daily expenses and the clothes she bought, there was still 20,000 yuan left in his card. Looking at the money in the card, Li Muhan sighed. He will no longer have the thought that the money came too easily as he did the first time he got it, because he witnessed the sacrifice of Captain Huatian with his own eyes. Whether it was Huatian or other members of the Special Management Bureau, they were all fighting against aliens that humans could hardly contend with. During the day, Sasha told Li Muhan that the situation in the Eastern European Special Management Bureau was even more serious because there were many powerful aliens in the Huaxia Special Management Bureau who were full of wisdom and willing to stand on the side of humans. The situation in foreign countries is different. Most aliens are powerful and evil. They play around in the world just to satisfy their own selfish desires. In fact, the Huawei Special Management Bureau can be said to be the best country in managing outliers. Li Muhan couldn't help but sigh. Huaxia is a vast and powerful land with many alien creatures that are intelligent and wise and can distinguish between good and evil. Compared to the chaotic and evil hell on Earth, they might be more willing to help humans build an orderly country. Ba, benefactor, your flash is just like one operated by a disabled person. In a small bungalow, everyone from Team 9 was making preparations. The great monk Zhongya is having a passionate game with someone using his cell phone. Although I don't know who his teammates are, for what he said and his serious expression, it is obvious that he is very dissatisfied. Ba, benefactor, monks don't tell lies. You're not suitable for playing this game. With your high-level paraplegic skills, I'm afraid you'll have an epileptic seizure and pass out while playing. You'd better put down your phone and become a Buddha right now. Oh no, I the Buddha don't save fools. Li Muhan was speechless. This monk was not only addicted to games, but also had a terrible bad mouth. Oh, little sister, I really am a Taoist priest, and I'm the Taoist priest of the Faizhuang Temple in Sui Mountain. I saw the photos in your circle of friends, and you have big breasts. It's a very bad omen. I think we're destined to be together. How about we meet and have a meal together, and let me give you a good understanding. Taoist Master Huang Zizai was lying on a bench in the corner of the room, with his legs crossed, chatting on WeChat with a girl he had added from somewhere. The intention is too obvious. Either it's to cheat money or to cheat on women. Only Sasha seemed to be making serious preparations. She sat at a table with a deck of tarot cards on it. Li Muhan found it quite interesting, so he went over and sat opposite her to see what she was doing. Everyone is sitting down. Do you want me to help you? Sasha looked up and smiled at Li Muhan. She is a little older than Li Muhan, so Li Muhan also calls her Sister Sasha. Sister Sasha, I'm sorry, I don't really believe this. I don't believe in metaphysics, and I don't believe in fate. That's it, Li Muhan scratched his head, thinking that what he said was too blunt and impolite, so he swallowed his words and just smiled bitterly. Come on, just treat it as accompanying your sister to relieve her boredom. Okay then, I've never played this before. How do I do it? Draw 3 cards. Sasha's hands were extremely flexible, and the tarot seemed to have a living rhythm between her fingers. Soon a stack of cards was placed on the table. Can you just smoke it? Yes, but while you're smoking, think about the question you want to know most. Sasha folded her hands and supported her chin as she looked at Li Muhan, as if she could see through his heart through his eyes. I don't know why, but the person I think of now is her. Li Muhan's mind flashed with the image of Xiaoyu sitting alone on the swing in the park with an empty look in her eyes. That was their first meeting. It was from that night that everything changed for Li Muhan. Now Xiaoyu lives with him and has become his honorary guarantor. But what happens next? Now that he has joined the Special Management Bureau, it could be said that Xiaoyu has contributed to this. But what will happen next? Where will their future go? And all of this seemed to be seen by Sasha opposite. The smile on her face became even gentler, and she gently raised her hand to stroke the back of Li Muhan's hand. Don't be nervous, just follow your heart. Li Muhan took a deep breath and was really nervous now, because he clearly didn't believe in these Western things. He didn't choose much, just picked 3 cards at random. Sasha arranged the cards in order according to their positions in a triangle. Then she turned over the first card. The Hanged Man, in an upright position, represents sacrifice. What you desire will inevitably cost you something, but it also reminds you that only by giving can you gain. Temperance, reversed, represents purification. You and Miss Xia are both in the process of healing. This process may not be smooth, but your actions and participation will bring about tremendous changes in this process. After hearing what Sasha said, Li Muhan felt that this was really just a scam. You can say these words to anyone. But suddenly, he felt something was wrong. Wait, how do you know what I'm thinking? Tarot will tell me everything. When you touch these cards, I already know everything you want to ask. Sister Sasha, are you kidding me? If you believe it, it exists. If you don't believe it, it doesn't exist. This is an old saying from your country, Huaxia. There's also a saying that goes, it's better to believe it exists than not to believe it, right? Li Muhan smiled awkwardly. Since they had come this far, he didn't want to spoil the fun, so he said to Sasha, Sister Sasha, please quickly turn to the last page. I want to see the ending. Sasha's hand slowly touched the last page, but she didn't open it. She sighed slowly with a helpless smile on her face. Looks like it's almost time. Just as she said this, Huang Zizai turned over and sat up from his chair, and the great monk Zhongye also put away his phone. It's already 12 o'clock. It's time to start. Sasha looked at Li Muhan with a smile. Helpless, Li Muhan had to stand up and follow Huang Zizai out of the house. After everyone left, the smile on Sasha's face disappeared. It's really interesting. I can't see a future for the two of them. This is really ruining their reputation. She turned over the final card. Destruction, reversed. At 12 o'clock in the night, there was a gust of cold wind near the tower. Li Muhan could even hear some strange crying sounds coming from the tower. It seems these guys are very active. Huang Zizai stroked his beard, shook his long sleeves, took out a walkie-talkie, and spoke to the Taoists and monks who had already taken their positions according to a certain formation diagram. Everyone, get in position. Tonight is crucial. I'm telling you, you must not let us down. The Choming bird is our last resort. Only if we and our dear Captain Li fail can we use it. Li Muhan knew that the so-called foreign aide referred to himself. But this Captain Li really sounds weird no matter how you listen to him, especially when it comes from Huang Zi's wretched mouth. Thinking of this, he looked at Qi Yuan on the side and found that the other party was still a little timid, cowering behind Sasha, with no intention of taking action. This tower not only imprisons evil spirits, but also the souls of some innocent people. Their souls are locked in the tower, oppressed and driven by the alien creatures at the top of the tower. Zhongyi seemed to see Li Muhan's confusion. He put his hands together and bowed to the tower before continuing. The power of the Chongming bird represents a powerful force that suppresses evil. This power does not distinguish between good and evil. The last suppression caused many innocent souls in the tower to be forever without rebirth. This is something we absolutely do not want to see happen again. So, I need to solve the source. Let me ask you a question first, masters. Li Muhan put the pistol on his waist and looked at the others. He was currently wearing a suit with suspenders, which was provided to him by the Special Management Bureau so that he could carry weapons easily. After taking off his coat, Li Muhan, wearing only a shirt and suspenders, had a very eye-catching figure. Even Sasha couldn't help but chuckle when she saw him. No wonder Qi Yuan fell in love with Li Muhan at first sight. Then he picked up the long backpack which contained Huatian's sword, Fujiangjima. If I take care of that alien, will the evil in the tower just get out of control? Yes, Huang Zizai said. Although that demon is constantly absorbing power from the evil spirits, it has also concentrated all the evil spirits in one place. If that demon suddenly disappears, the resentment that has continued for hundreds of years may raise the entire Tianhai city to the ground. Then, why are we doing this? Actually, it seems that thing didn't do anything evil, right? Li Muhan knew he had said the wrong thing the moment he asked this question. But Huang Zizai just sneered and said, "In our Huaxia, good and evil have always been inseparable. If I don't go to hell, who will? Don't worry. What do you think so many people are here for today? Have you seen the Great Rebirth Array?" Li Muhan shook his head. Huang Zizui stroked his beard, squinted his eyes, and said to Li Muhan with a lewd smile, "Then you're in for a treat today. Just go find that B asterisk 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 D, and we'll take care of the rest." Before Li Muhan had time to think about it, he suddenly felt a gaze from behind him. He turned sharply towards the site. Then he saw a head sticking out from the corner of the hut that had been empty for a long time, observing him. After realizing that he had discovered her, the head immediately retracted. After a while, half of the face appeared again, as if it was reluctant to leave Li Muhan's sight. Red Kite. Li Muhan looked at Qi Yuan, who was hiding in the corner and peeking at him with some confusion. She should be talking to Mr. Li about something. You go ahead. It should take more than 10 minutes for everything to be ready. The great monk Zhongya made a gesture of invitation to Li Muhan. Li Muhan knew that it was not her fault that Qi Yuan had a strange temperament. It's because she has suffered too much betrayal from humans, but she loves humans from the bottom of her heart. So she has become a little twisted. He felt some sympathy for Qi Yuan. You have to know that after being hurt by humans countless times, she is still willing to join the Special Management Bureau to help humans. How deep must her love be to be able to do this? So he nodded. At least for her love, Li Muhan would listen to what she wanted to say. "What do you want from me?" He walked to the wall and said to Qi Yuan, who was standing in front of him with his hands folded in front of him, looking a little at a loss. That is, I also want to fight with you. I really, really love you." "I see." Li Muhan knows that her love is great love. Great love for every human being without distinction. But now Qi Yuan can no longer distinguish these things. She thinks she loves Li Muhan deeply and that Li Muhan is everything to her. But this blindness was only because Li Muhan happened to say what she wanted to hear most. Maybe someone else could be used. Oh, Huang Zizai is not suitable, and the big monk is not suitable either. After all, Qi Yuan is a bit obsessed with looks. I used to be able to control my power, but now, I don't know what's going on. My power is always out of control and always hurts those I love. Having said that, Qi Yuan immediately added another sentence to Li Muhan with a red face. "Ah, but it's you I love most. You're special. It's okay. Taoist Huang and the others told me that your situation is very special. Thank you for your understanding. I can repay you. I can express my apologies. I can do anything if you need me to. Ah, hey, you want it now? Here, but we're about to leave. Okay, even though I have no experience, but I will try my best to satisfy you. Yarn, seemingly familiar. Xia Yu was in the same state when she came to her home for the first time. Do all of you weird, pretty girls have delusions of persecution?" Li Muhan grabbed Qi Yuan's shoulders. "Listen to me. You don't have to compensate me or repay me. You just have to promise me one thing." "I do." Qi Yuan looked at Li Muhan seriously, his eyes full of sincerity and expectation. "No, I didn't propose to you." "Oh." Qi Yuan lowered his head in disappointment. "What's that? If I fail to kill that alien, you have to clean up the mess for me." Qi Yuan stared at Li Muhan blankly. Obviously, I was willing to do anything, but he asked me to do something so obvious. Even if you don't tell me, I will. What I mean is that my power might go out of control. If I'm really pushed to that point, I'm afraid I'll hurt the people in the Special Management Bureau, so you have to kill me before that happens. Qi Yuan was stunned. What is he saying? It's not a proposal of marriage, nor is it a desire for my body. But he was begging himself to kill him. Tears had inadvertently covered Qi Yuan's cheeks. He looked at the man in front of him, and countless complicated emotions surged in his heart. The strongest of these was the most sincere and pure love she ever had for humanity. I promise. The time has come. Huang Zizai stood in front of the tower. At this time, various teams from the Supernatural Management Department had been deployed around the tower, according to specific directional instructions. Although Li Muhan also saw several people in suits who clearly looked like leaders. But Huang Zizai is the commander-in-chief today. At this moment, the frivolous look on his face was gone. He suddenly shook off the dust, and the white dust shook in the air. There was a pop sound. Open the door and form a formation. As soon as he gave the order, Li Muhan heard the tower. No, the entire block was shrouded in a kind of Buddhist sound. Countless monks sat cross-legged on the ground with their hands folded, chanting scriptures. This scripture should have made people feel peaceful, but Li Muhan found it extremely harsh. He pressed his forehead, trying to suppress the feeling of nausea. An inexplicable anger continued to surge from his heart. At this moment, a hand gently held Li Muhan's arm. Don't worry. Qi Yuan held Li Muhan's hand, and a warm breath passed through her palm into Li Muhan's body. This power made Li Muhan feel extremely calm, as if this power helped him suppress the restlessness in his body. What did you do? Li Muhan looked at Qi Yuan doubtfully. Qi Yuan lowered his head slightly, his face a little red, and seemed to be a little hesitant to face Li Muhan. I will help you suppress the restlessness of the demonic power within you. After Qi Yuan said this, Li Muhan understood that Buddhist scriptures do have a calming effect on people. But to the ball in his body, it was simply the most terrifying noise in the world. Thanks. Li Muhan thanked Qi Yuan and put on a suit jacket. This suit jacket is also specially made by the Special Management Bureau. It is bulletproof and cut-proof. It can also withstand the impact of some explosions. But now we are facing a soul that cannot be understood by common sense. A month ago, if you told Li Muhan that there really are ghosts and demons in this world, he would definitely laugh it off and keep his distance from the person who said it. But now, he was about to enter a tower full of ghosts, and there was an alien at the top of the tower. This is such a joke. Boy, according to Lin Zhe's instructions, before the mission begins, you need to report the information to your guarantor. You can only attack after getting her permission. Huang Zizai stroked his beard and said to Li Muhan. Li Muhan nodded. He took out his cell phone and called Xiaoyu. The call was answered within a second. Xiaoyu's voice on the other end was obviously a little anxious. This vampire girl was not very good at expressing her feelings about most things, but Li Muhan was an exception. Is it over? Is it over? When will you be back? It hasn't started yet. Oh. The girl's voice sounded a little lost. I need your authorization now. How can you act like my parent? If I don't agree, will you come back now? Xiaoyu, be serious. Li Muhan's tone became more serious. Then Xiaoyu sighed and said, Well, I authorize. Dear, you'll be fine as long as I'm here. Unexpectedly, Qi Yuan suddenly interrupted at this time. I don't know whether she did it on purpose or not, but Xiaoyu on the other end of the phone remained silent. After a long silence, she spoke again, her voice sounding a little cold. Who's next to you? It's the alien member of the 9th Special Management Bureau. Give her the phone. Li Muhan understood that Xiaoyu generally couldn't disobey in this tone, so he immediately handed the phone to Qi Yuan. Turkey, stay away from him. No, I need to use my own strength to help him. This is also my job. Qi Yuan twirled her long hair with her fingers and spoke in a deliberately sarcastic voice. If you don't want to become a dead chicken, don't try to attack him. Why? He has nothing to do with you, right? Aren't you his guarantor? I can do it too. Although I'm not a natural disaster grade, I'm also a divine beast of Huaxia country. There's no way I can lose to you. You. Li Muhan quickly snatched the phone away. What are you talking about? I don't get along with any woman I see. Xiaoyu responded to Li Muhan's words with a cold snort. I'd better come over. I'm worried about you. I'm worried about your mission this time. Okay, I'm not a child, and you're not my parent. Just stay home and relax. You can't follow me every time I go on a mission. Li Muhan spoke to Xiaoyu in a soothing tone. Wait until I bring you breakfast. I want a McMuffin. Okay, wait at home. After hanging up the phone, Li Muhan found that Qi Yuan was looking at him with a desperate look. As expected, I am still redundant. You really won't choose me. Ahem. Be normal, Qi Yuan. We're on a mission now. Huang Zizai, who was standing by, couldn't bear to watch any longer and said while yawning, You still remember to do the mission. Have you got the permission? Li Muhan quickly smiled and nodded to Huang Zizai. Well, my guarantor has agreed. Okay, Xiaoling Long, get ready to start the battle. Huang Zita shouted, and then he saw the lovely girl Yuling Long not far away holding 2 command flags in her hands. Got it, master. Then the girl was seen marching in the Gongbu style, waving the flag in her hand with her steps. At the same time, all the Taoists who had already taken their positions followed the flags and marched in the Gongbu style together. Go Chun Yi has taken his place. The formation is activated. At this moment, Li Muhan discovered that the dark clouds that had originally covered the block where the ancient building was located suddenly spread rapidly, as if someone had poked a hole in it. Sasha stood in the darkness. After the clouds parted, she drew out a tarot card, looked up at the sky, and chanted a spell in an ancient language that no one could understand. Go Chun Yi witnessed the brilliance. Tarot released a light blue light. Sasha scattered the entire deck of tarot cards into the sky. These cards seemed to be alive and diffused in the air, and the dazzling stars in the sky suddenly appeared in the sky. The formation is complete. Crunch. At the same time, the Taoist talismans and scriptures pasted on the ancient tower gate began to flash with golden light, and then the Taoist talismans broke, the scriptures dissipated, and the gate opened. At this moment, countless wronged souls and evil spirits poured out from the door. They roared, screamed, and rushed towards the crowd with almost endless rage. At this moment, the North Star in the sky suddenly began to shine, and then a large formation fell from the sky, almost tightly binding the entire tower. These wronged souls and evil spirits were also trapped in it, and could only let out painful roars. Li Muhan, you have a quarter of an hour. Once the time is up, no matter what the outcome, we will suppress the entire tower. You guys are really awesome. Li Muhan was already stunned by what these people from the Supernatural Management Department had done. I originally felt that although Team 7 was efficient and effective, it didn't seem like a special management bureau for aliens. Now, see Team 9 and the Paranormal Management Division. He was convinced. He gave Huang Zizai a thumbs up. He looked at the open door and listened to the cries of the wronged souls coming from the tower. Li Muhan calmed down and took a deep breath. Hurry, wild dog. Run. Don't stop. Get to the top floor. Bite that alien to death. Li Muhan rushed out suddenly, trying his best to avoid the wronged souls who were howling in pain, and rushed all the way to the gate. Then he turned around and raised a middle finger to Huang Zizai, who called him a wild dog, and then slammed open the door of the tower. Everyone's voice was cut off the moment the tower closed. Li Muhan was in darkness, surrounded by silence, and it seemed as if countless pairs of eyes were staring at him. This feeling made him feel like he was back in that Devil's Opera house. Dead silence and endless darkness enveloped Li Muhan. He was not obstructed by any wronged souls or evil spirits, but he could not hear any sound from the outside world. Just like that, he rushed towards the top floor of the tower. But with every level he climbed, Li Muhan felt his heartbeat quickening. When he finally reached the top of the tower, there was only a broken door in front of him. When Li Muhan saw this door, he was stunned, because he is very familiar with this. This was the door to the children's room in the orphanage where he spent his childhood. Outside the tower, Qi Yuan stared at the top of the tower silently. Her brows furrowed slightly, and Huang Zizai, who noticed this phenomenon, asked with some confusion, What's wrong? Captain, I think there's something wrong with this alien today. It doesn't seem to be trying to hide. Hey, where can it hide? We're here to destroy its lair today. This guy will lead the charge. If he's gone, you can take all the souls in this tower. No, he will not fail. Qi Yuan crossed his hands in front of his chest, as if praying. You're not really in love with that guy, are you? No chance, no chance. Do you know who his mistress is? Just a little bad. Wow, you're quite arrogant. worthy of being the descendant of the mythical beast Chongming bird. Huang Zizai chuckled a few times and did not remain idle. Everyone, be alert. We cannot let a single soul escape. Keep a close eye on those outside. Don't let anything unexpected happen to the realm decree. We cannot let anyone outside witness what we're doing here today. The outer perimeter of the tower block at this time. A faint barrier surrounded the entire area. A young girl was leaning on the hood of a car, drinking coffee. This person is none other than Lin Zhe. Director Lin, are you sure you don't need us to notify Daoist Master Huang that you're here? Several staff members from the Supernatural Management Department spoke respectfully to Lin Zhe. Why notify him? Huang Zizai can handle these things. I'm just here to observe your usual work status. It's very good. Keep up the hard work. Thank you, Director Lin, for your recognition. Lin Zhe sipped the coffee in the cup, his eyes looking towards the top of the tower, still with that smile on his face that no one could see through. Today is your first test. Li Muhan slowly pushed open the door, and memories seemed to flood him like a tide at that moment. At the same time, fear and anger also came. Li Muhan, a sturdy woman holding a stick, looked at Li Muhan standing at the door. She was more than 2 meters tall, like a giant. After seeing her, Li Muhan's breathing became rapid. Zhang, Teacher Zhang, you sneaked out again? You'd rather be a beggar than stay here, right? The tall woman picked up Li Muhan. Li Muhan didn't dare to resist at all. He could only huddle his body and let her drag him into a small dark room. I clearly told you. A sponsor would come to inspect the orphanage today. How dare you sneak away? Do you know how embarrassed I am today? Snap! The stick hit Li Muhan's arm hard, and he instantly felt his right arm completely numb and couldn't even lift it. Yes, I'm sorry, Teacher Zhang, I'm hungry. His mouth began to speak uncontrollably, and the words that came out were exactly the same as the scene he remembered. You're hungry. Fine. I'll make you hungry. I'll make you hungry. The woman suddenly grabbed a mouse from under her feet and crushed it to death. Aren't you hungry? Come eat. She grabbed Li Muhan's hair and stuffed the dead mouse into his mouth. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. I won't do it again. Li Muhan's cries echoed in the room, and at this moment, in the darkness, a young girl was watching all this silently. She had long black hair and was wearing a white dress. Her eyes were full of love as she looked at Li Muhan. Just when half of the dead mouse was about to be stuffed into Li Muhan's mouth, she slowly walked to Li Muhan's side, squatted down, and gently hugged Li Muhan from behind. Be good, don't be afraid. At this moment, the tall woman's body disappeared without a trace. The surrounding scene also began to slowly change, becoming brighter and warmer. Li Muhan began to lie on the ground and retched. Even though there was no dead mouse in his mouth, the feeling was too real. He almost felt like he was back in the orphanage. Who are you? He wiped the corner of his mouth and looked back at the dark-haired woman. Child, are you in pain? The woman looked at Li Muhan worriedly, but Li Muhan stood up and took a step back cautiously. You made me see those things just now. Li Muhan asked. The woman nodded slightly, then shook her head and said, Those are your memories. I didn't let you see them. You made me see them. Now I've dispelled those nightmares for you. Are you the alien that sits atop the tower, binding the souls of the dead? The woman slowly stood up and gave Li Muhan a gentle smile. I just dispelled their painful memories. I didn't detain anyone. They stayed here on their own initiative. Then the woman slowly approached Li Muhan. She gently raised her hand and stroked Li Muhan's face. A tear welled up in her eyes, and Li Muhan found that he could not move a step. And your nightmares are so painful, child. I can make them go away for you. I can make everything better, like this. The woman's hand slowly touched Li Muhan's temple. The next moment, the scene around Li Muhan changed again. This time it was a cozy little room, almost the room Li Muhan dreamed of in his childhood. He raised his hands and saw that his hands and feet had become as small as a child's. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, there was a gentle knock on the door. Muhan, are you awake? Li Muhan was extremely familiar with this voice, yet it was also very strange because the owner of this voice should not be so gentle. Snap! The door was opened. Sure enough, it was Teacher Zhang who entered the room, but she was completely different from what he remembered. She was beautiful, with gentle and elegant manners and a kind smile on her face. Now that you're awake, why don't you open the door for the teacher? Today is the Welfare Home's prayer day. Come quickly. Li Muhan was stunned where he was. He didn't know how this could happen. Teacher Zhang could be so gentle. Poor child. Seeing that Li Muhan did not respond, Teacher Zhang slowly squatted down and held Li Muhan's thin body in his arms. Did you dream about your parents again? Child, I'm sorry, I can't bring your parents back, but the teacher is your mother. I will always be with you until you can face everything on your own. The woman's figure appeared next to Li Muhan again. I can feel the joy and peace in your heart right now. You like this feeling, and I can make it even better. She placed her hand on Li Muhan's temple again. The scene changed again, this time in a small but exquisite living room. The table was filled with delicious food. Li Muhan was standing at the entrance wearing a suit and holding a briefcase. Husband, are you back? A woman popped her head out of the kitchen, and Li Muhan was stunned. That was Guruashi. She was a little more mature than he had imagined, but also more beautiful, with a happy smile on her face. Thank you for your hard work, husband. I got off work early today and cooked a meal for you. She pulled Li Muhan to sit at the dining table. Today is your birthday and also our wedding anniversary. You didn't forget, did you? Guruashi looked at Li Muhan with a mischievous smile and found that he was still in a daze, so she had to call out to the room. Xiao Xue. Soon, a little girl who was only 4 or 5 years old ran out of the room. Dad, happy birthday. The cute little girl held flowers in her hand and handed them to Li Muhan. What are you standing there for? Take this gift from your daughter. Guruashi urged with a smile. Li Muhan stretched out his hand tremblingly and took the flowers. The woman appeared on the chair next to Li Muhan. She looked at Li Muhan with a smile and continued. I can do even better. I can turn all your regrets and resentments into reality. For example, just when the woman's hand was about to touch Li Muhan's temple again, Li Muhan slowly held her hand. No, that's not enough. The woman was a little surprised and looked at Li Muhan questioningly. I can let you experience a different life every day, all happy and joyful lives, not just memories, just like now. I can give you the life you once dreamed of and longed for. Li Muhan slowly raised his head and looked at the little girl in front of him with a bitter smile on his face. Yes, I almost forgot. Marrying Guruashi, starting a family, having a child, finding a decent job, and letting them live a good life has been my dream for so many years. Then, you can stay here. I will make it all come true. I can even make you never age, so you can always experience this kind of life. The woman said excitedly, but Li Muhan just shook his head. He let go of the woman's hand and stroked his daughter's lovely cheek. Dreams are just dreams after all, and the dream you showed me doesn't have the future I want. You can tell me, I can create it for you. Whatever it is, I can. Some futures can only be created through one's own efforts. Li Muhan turned to look at the woman, tears slowly rolling down his cheeks. It's true that the dream you gave me is so beautiful. But unfortunately, I still have a place to return to, and there are people waiting for me. The woman's eyes gradually dimmed, and her expression became cold. Is that so? You are a human who cannot be trapped by dreams. Then Li Muhan felt that the originally warm room began to cool down rapidly, and the beautiful flowers in his hands began to wither quickly. When he looked up again, Guruashi's body gradually began to turn into a dried corpse. Her dry mouth opened and closed as she spoke in a cold voice. You abandoned us. Dad, you killed us. The girl had also turned into a monster with no eyeballs, only black eye sockets. The next moment, darkness swallowed everything. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the orphanage in his memories, the dark and smelly corridor. This was the orphanage in his real memories. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, terrible footsteps were heard. At the same time, a hoarse and distorted voice roared in the darkness of the corridor. Li Muhan. Teacher Zhang was Li Muhan's childhood nightmare. In his heart, perhaps Teacher Zhang was the real devil. Soon the huge and twisted figure appeared in front of Li Muhan. It was like a monster stitched together from various corpses, bloated and disgusting. It held an axe in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other, and walked towards Li Muhan with heavy steps. It kept calling Li Muhan's name, and every time it called, disgusting mucus would spray out of its mouth. "So this is how you've always been in my mind, Teacher Zhang," Li Muhan said expressionlessly. Then, the woman appeared next to Li Muhan. "I can make this all go away. You don't have to go through these nightmares. I can create something better for you. I'm sorry, but there are some pains in this world that you have to go through." As he faced the monster that was getting closer and closer, a smile slowly appeared on his face. "I remember a positive person once said that the best way to eliminate fear is to face it." The monster came in front of Li Muhan and raised the kitchen knife high. "It's not too late. Let me erase your nightmare. Please." The woman begged Li Muhan, almost in tears. The realm unfolds, and thousands of thunders lead to killing. The flash of lightning tore through the dream in an instant, and also blasted the monster in front of him away. The surrounding scenery began to become distorted. Thunderclouds began to gather above Li Muhan's head, and lightning struck the ground one after another, making the space even more unstable. Why? Why can't I stay here? I can obviously make you happy, make you happy." The woman's tears kept falling. She looked at Li Muhan's back in confusion, but Li Muhan ignored her and just looked at the monster that got up again. At the same time, Guruashi's mummy and the little girl also crawled out, screaming miserably as they crawled towards Li Muhan. "You killed us. It was you. Dad. Dad, don't go." Li Muhan untied the long backpack he was carrying and threw it on the ground. He was now holding the scabbard of the Black Tang sword in his hand. The moment his hand grasped the hilt of the knife, countless lightning began to gather, and as the blade was pulled out bit by bit, the lightning also completely attached to and wrapped around the blade. Surrounded by thousands of thunders, Li Muhan's pupils began to glow with golden light, and the necklace pendant on his chest turned into a mask that covered half of his face. Swish! When the Fujiang Jamal was completely pulled out, a huge thunder sounded above his head. Some dreams should be awakened. "No, please. No, don't go." The woman was already kneeling on the ground, looking at Li Muhan's back and crying. Li Muhan clenched the Fujiang Mo, and when the three monsters ran in front of him, Huatian's last knife appeared in front of his eyes. All of them will be killed. The blade wrapped in lightning in his hand slashed out suddenly. Where the lightning flashed, everything was silent, and the bodies of the three monsters were instantly blown into pieces. 3 nightmare clones have been killed, and the nightmare's soul fragments have been obtained. The current level of King Bale's soul restoration is 15%. New enhanced power has been obtained. Even in normal state, your speed, strength, perception, and mental strength will increase tenfold. Li Muhan slowly turned around and looked at the woman who was still crying. The woman's voice at this moment was filled with more despair, pain, and unwillingness. She looked up and looked at Li Muhan. "Why? Why don't you want to live in a dream?" Li Muhan smiled bitterly. Although he was wearing a mask and the woman couldn't see his smile, he still slowly sheathed his knife, squatted down, looked at the woman, and said, "Because people always have to look forward. No, they don't have to force themselves to move forward. For them, their lives are already lost. If they can live in a dream forever, why should they wake up?" The woman slowly lowered her hands that were covering her face, and her tear-stained eyes looked at the demon in front of her with pain. The surrounding environment began to dissipate, turning into a vast white space with no end in sight. Li Muhan found that one after another colorful soap bubbles began to gather around the woman. She carefully cared for the bubbles as if they were her own children. "What are these?" "These are their dreams." The woman opened her hands gently, and countless colorful bubbles began to gather around her. Li Muhan seems to be able to see through those bubbles and see the lives of countless people. Some people achieve self-realization in their dreams and win the Nobel Prize in Literature, and fame and fortune come to them all at once. But in reality, he was a third-tier online writer who was not appreciated for his talent and could not even afford to eat. In the end, he chose to commit suicide due to the pressure of life. The last work he left behind was criticized and eventually became a laughingstock. Some people dream of being able to call the wind and rain and dominate the business world. Their every move can affect the economic lifeline of the entire country. But in reality, he was just a businessman who committed suicide by jumping off a building after a small business failed, and he was forced to commit suicide by loan sharks. Some people are very popular in their dreams, look like fairies, and can play the leading role in major film and television works, becoming very popular. But in reality, she was a poor person with ordinary looks and a poor family background who committed suicide because of a failed plastic surgery loan. The woman did not stop Lee Muhan from spying on these dreams. She even wanted to take the initiative to show the devil in front of her more. But Lee Muhan smiled bitterly and said to the woman after looking at one bubble after another, "You wove these beautiful dreams for them, but now they have become the biggest obstacle to their rebirth." Her expression became loving and full of sadness, as if she was talking to Lee Muhan or to the bubbles. Why should we be reborn? Reincarnating in this world means experiencing all kinds of suffering. How many people out there can truly have everything go smoothly and have their dreams come true? If that's the case, why not stay? I'll give them a wonderful life. You can't give it to me. Lee Muhan gently pushed aside the bubbles and walked towards the woman. "No, don't come over here." The woman's expression suddenly became horrified. She looked at Lee Muhan as if he were a monster. Why? Why could you be so cruel? Abandon everything. Those dreams you just experienced. These were the lives you wanted most. Why? Why? Lee Muhan sneered. Because it was a dream. People can't just live in dreams. The woman looked at Lee Muhan with trembling body. "I won't let you ruin these people's dreams." Finally, her eyes were filled with resentment. Almost in an instant, the pure white scene was shrouded in darkness, and then monsters with distorted shapes began to crawl out from the black earth. Lee Muhan knew that these were the original dreams of the dreamers. All the unwillingness, despair, and pain have been extracted from this woman's soul and transformed into these monsters. Don't you understand yet? Lee Muhan held the hilt of the knife, but instead of facing the woman, he turned around and roared at the monsters. "You can't help them. You're harming these souls by doing this. It will also affect those who are still alive. You're the one who doesn't understand. I've clearly prepared everything for you, but you're so heartless. You don't deserve it. You don't deserve to have beautiful dreams." More and more monsters began to gather, and Lee Muhan sneered. "I really don't deserve to have beautiful dreams, because everything I want is in reality. For those who are still outside the tower helping me buy time, I must break everything here. I won't let you do this. I won't. I will protect everything here. I will protect their beautiful dreams." The woman also stood up, and then countless darkness began to wrap around her body. The woman's body became more and more twisted in the darkness, and finally turned into an extremely huge chaos snake. At the same time, a terrifying and strange sound came from the giant snake's mouth. The realm expands, transforming into the nightmare demon. Suddenly, Lee Muhan felt that the monsters were becoming more and more violent. "Now, I finally understand why you can be so determined. Because you are still alive, you still have life, you still have a future, you still have infinite possibilities, but your ridiculous future will eventually become a noose that kills you. This is my world, my realm. The endless nightmare will devour you completely." The giant snake disappeared into the darkness, and the twisted monsters began to roar and rush towards Lee Muhan. "It's still easier this way." A golden light flashed in Lee Muhan's eyes, and lightning began to flash in the darkness. With a swish, Fu Jiangjinmo was unsheathed again. Lee Muhan wrapped the power of thunder and lightning around the blade. The Fu Jiangjinmo, which was originally flashing with cold light, now looked even more powerful. Facing the group of monsters, Lee Muhan was not afraid. He stepped on the ground and rushed towards the monsters like an arrow. The Fujiang Zhenma, sword in his hand, flashed across the darkness, and every collision would reduce a monster to ashes. "No, no, I won't accept this. I shouldn't fail. I'm the best." My work is the best. It's the readers. It's the editors. It's the market. It's this world. Every time he killed a monster, those endless, twisted feelings of anger and despair would echo around Li Muhan. Why? Why? We are obviously doing the same business. Why can others succeed while I only fail? Why are my products better? But they don't even look at me. Why? I can't accept this. Wow, wow, wow. I want to be a star too. I want to be cared for, to be noticed. I want to be the center of attention. Why am I getting uglier after plastic surgery? Why on earth is this? Why was I the one who died? Why is this world so unfair to me? Li Muhan remained silent, while bearing all these negative emotions in his heart. He was not upset by these emotions. He just felt sad. I won't judge your dreams. I don't have the right to advise others to do good without first experiencing their suffering. But all your reluctance and despair should not become the shackles that bind you in your future lives. If you want a way to vent, Li Muhan stood still, facing the monsters that surrounded him, and suddenly pointed the Fu Jiangzhen Mo sword upwards. Then come at me. Treat me as the source of all evil. Come on. The monsters became even crazier, and almost like a tide, they began to overwhelm Li Muhan. But at this moment, a flash of lightning exploded, and then countless lightning bolts began to spread out with the place where Li Muhan was surrounded as the center. All the monsters touched by the lightning were reduced to ashes. As the body disappears, so too does the endless pain and unfulfilled dreams. Snap! The bubbles began to burst one by one. Those who are still dreaming have to start facing reality, facing their failures and the fact that there is no future. The thunder and lightning were about to die down, and Li Muhan knelt on one knee on the ground, gasping for breath. He almost felt that his body was about to fall apart. But it's not over yet. As the bubbles were shattered one by one, the giant snake in the darkness suddenly rushed out. No, no, no. Stop hurting them. The giant snake opened its mouth wide and bit Li Muhan. The young man neither dodged nor avoided. The thick demon tail supported his body and prevented him from falling. He held the knife in both hands and held it horizontally in front of him. Looking at the giant black snake rushing towards him, Li Muhan took a deep breath. A large number of soul fragments have been harvested. The current level of Bale's soul restoration is 30%. The current realm level has been upgraded to Cholera. Realm name, Fu Lai Minjuan. Boundary radius, 3 kilometers. Realm level, Cholera. In the Thundering Abyss, in addition to the previous power of the realm, you can also gain new power. In the Thundering Abyss, your strength, speed, mental strength, recovery, and concentration are increased by 30 times. In the Thundering Abyss, your control over lightning is upgraded again, and you can turn lightning into a physical weapon. In the Thundering Abyss, you can designate a weapon as your heir. The weapon you designate as your heir will be completely transformed into a divine artifact capable of carrying all the power of thunder. Plain, Li Muhan exhaled slowly, and at the same time, the golden light in his eyes became brighter. The Fujiang Jinma in his hand also completely changed its form, becoming a blade composed purely of lightning. Fu Lei Ming Yuan, unfold. The realm that was originally filled with thunder fell into silence at this moment, but it was only the calm before the storm. Then, countless thunders seemed to be summoned by some kind of power. They gathered into sharp swords, flashing dazzling golden light, and shuttling between thunderclouds. When the giant snake, sweeping with darkness and chaos, was about to engulf Li Muhan, all the swords seemed to have found their targets. They began to point faintly at the dark wave, rushing towards Li Muhan. I will devour your pain. I will devour your despair. I will devour your life. I will make you live in a beautiful dream forever. Why don't you understand? Li Muhan sighed slightly. Everything will be lost in dreams. In dreams, you will become a part of me. I will care for you and love you. I will give you everything you want. Finally, the darkness came before Li Muhan's eyes. The giant snake opened its huge mouth, and there seemed to be a black hole hidden in its mouth, containing an endless abyss of darkness. But Li Muhan saw the beautiful dream that Nightmare had woven for him in the deepest part of the abyss. In his dreams, he can make up for all his regrets, all his losses, and even find his parents and truly live a happy life. But so what? If all this was just a dream, then it's time to wake up from this dream. Fu Jiang Jinma struck out again. Thunder resounded through the sky, and all the swords that shuttled through the darkness stabbed towards the giant snake. Everything all killed. Boom! Tens of thousands of thunders tore through the giant snake's body, dispelling the endless darkness. Then one dream bubble after another dissipated, and the disappearance of each bubble meant the departure of a soul. No, don't. When the giant snake's body was torn apart, the woman inside was revealed. She cried and screamed, trying to grab the broken bubbles. No, 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 please, please, don't go, don't go. Then Li Muhan saw souls coming out of the darkness, one after another. Although the woman tried her best to catch them, the souls seemed to have figured everything out. After waking up from the dream, everyone had a trace of loneliness on their face, representing their nostalgia for the broken dream and their desire to break away from the worldly affairs of this world. Thank you, but we have to walk the rest of the way on our own. Thank you, sister. Thanks. They smiled and said goodbye to the girl, and then disappeared one by one. The woman knelt on the ground, missed one, and crawled to another. Finally, she grasped the hand of a soul tightly. Don't go, please, don't leave. I could do better. Tears streamed down his face. But the soul did not look at him, but only looked at Li Muhan with a proud look. This kid is very strong, right? The soul grinned, revealing a row of yellow teeth that had been smoked for a long time. As for Li Muhan, he was stunned after seeing the soul. He wanted to rush over and say a lot of words to the soul, but just as he took a step, the soul slowly raised its hand. Boy, you are qualified now. After saying this, the soul began to slowly dissipate. Don't. The woman was completely desperate. In the last moment before her soul disappeared, the man looked at Li Muhan and whispered something. That knife move just now was very cool. The dust of the soul was not finally caught by the woman. All the darkness dissipated and all the bubbles shattered. All the souls also went to where they were supposed to go. Li Muhan raised his head blankly. Looking at the light spot after the soul dissipated, his eyes changed from sadness to determination. Thank you, Captain. When everything calmed down, Li Muhan supported his tired body, sheathed his knife, and walked unsteadily to the woman and squatted down. Whether human or alien, no one can live in a dream. What you call beauty is nothing but a fragile bubble, ultimately just a dream. Sorry. The woman's clothes were now tattered and her face was very pale. She slowly lowered her head, and her messy hair covered her eyes. I just want to give everyone a happy ending. This is their end. I'm sorry, but maybe I'm the one who's been plagued by nightmares. As he spoke, Li Muhan noticed that the ground where the woman was sitting was gradually becoming dark like a swamp. I was born in darkness, grew up in nightmares, and feed on pain, but I don't want to bring pain to anyone. Even after death, these people are still haunted by nightmares and confused by their obsessions in life. So Darkness slowly began to pull at the woman's body. She slowly raised her head, her tear-red eyes looking at Li Muhan with a hint of guilt. I'm the one who should go back to the nightmare. I'm sorry. Li Muhan watched quietly as the woman was swallowed up by the darkness bit by bit. Thank you also for not letting me make a big mistake. What will happen to you? Li Muhan asked. Return to nightmares, return to pain. This is the original purpose of my birth, and this is everything I should endure. A nightmare that feeds on human nightmares and pain, but wants to bring a sweet dream to humans. From this perspective, she has violated the nightmare's survival rules. What awaits her now is backlash. She will experience endless pain for hundreds or thousands of years, until she is tortured to pieces by the pain, and all this may finally end. The darkness had swallowed up half of the woman's body. She raised her head with difficulty and looked at Li Muhan. Your eyes are so beautiful. Thank you so much for letting me see something so beautiful at last. Then Nightmare slowly closed her eyes, waiting for darkness and chaos to drag her body into the endless abyss. Just as the darkness was about to climb up the woman's neck, a huge force suddenly wrapped around the woman's body that had been swallowed by the darkness. The woman opened her eyes in confusion, and the next moment, her body was suddenly pulled out of the darkness. I said you could go now? Li Muhan looked at the woman coldly. The thick demon tail was now binding the woman's waist and dragging her in midair. Why? The woman was very confused. She didn't understand why the demon wanted to save her. What you did previously violated the relevant regulations of the Special Management Bureau. Since you made a mistake, you must be punished, and this punishment is not determined by you. Li Muhan grabbed the woman's tattered collar and stared into her eyes and asked, no matter what difficulties you encounter, people should live strong, and the same goes for you. If you make a mistake, accept the punishment. Don't try to hide in the dark, you crybaby. Crying crybaby? Isn't it? You cried in front of us so many times, crying. Is that all you know how to do? Being stared at so fiercely by Li Muhan, the tears of nightmare suddenly welled up in her eyes again. I'm sorry, Wu. Oh, don't cry. Don't cry. Wow. I'm sorry, but I just love to cry. I can't help it. At the same time, the situation outside the tower also changed. Just as the incense stick burned out and Huang Zizai was about to let Qi Yuan strangle all the souls, things took a turn. One soul after another began to turn into points of light and dissipated into the night sky. Master? What's going on? Yu Linglong turned to look at Huang Zizai in confusion. It was quite funny to think about that nightmare of herself glaring at her and about to cry. So what's her situation now? It has been placed under the supervision of the Special Management Bureau. File number 1508. Generally speaking, as long as the aliens do not cause heavy casualties, the Special Management Bureau will not resort to capital punishment after capturing them alive. After all, these things have lived for so long. Especially nightmares. They seem to come from another dark matter world and have existed longer than humans. Moreover, nightmares are indeed well-intentioned, and they weave one dream after another for the souls of those who died unjustly. The Ninth Special Management Bureau also came forward to plead for her. According to the old Taoist priest Huang Zizai, demons also have feelings. As long as she doesn't kill innocent beasts, there is nothing wrong in giving her a chance to live. Li Muhan heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. He was really afraid that Nightmare would be caught and shot by the Special Management Bureau. Then all his efforts to pull her out of the darkness would be in vain. She was still thinking about you. She kept crying when she was interrogated in solitary confinement. But as soon as I mentioned your name, she stopped crying immediately and even asked where you were. Oh, even Nightmare is so obsessed with you. Li Muhan immediately felt the very unfriendly gazes around him. Hey, Director Lin, talk about something else. Talk about something else. Don't talk about her anymore. Oh, okay then. Let's talk about Qi Yuan. She has already applied to be transferred to Team 7. Huh? Reject. Reject me firmly. Li Muhan waved his hands quickly because he could hear the girl next to him taking deep breaths to stay calm. Don't worry, I've already rejected it. Even if I agreed, Huang Laodao wouldn't let him go. For this reason, Qi Yuan locked himself in the room and wouldn't come out. You can go and have a look when you have time. Lindsay also felt the murderous intent this time. She coughed and quickly changed the subject. Ahem, by the way, someone is coming to see you later. Huh? Are there any more experts? Xia Yu finally couldn't help it and said with a sneer. Hey, don't get me wrong. Lindsay quickly grabbed Xia Yu's clenched fist. For Li Muhan's life safety, she had to explain clearly. The person who came to see you is Director Chang of the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. Director? Li Muhan had almost forgotten that Lindsay was only the deputy director, and he had never even seen the director of the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. Such an important person wants to come and see me? He asked, scratching his head. Lindsay had already helped Li Muhan remove the bandages from his body. She also noticed that Li Muhan's wounds were healing very quickly, but he had not yet opened his realm. She had a guess in her mind about this. Could it be that this kid's level has actually improved in such a short time? Although the levels of aliens or Special Management Bureau fighters can be improved through training, it will also require a huge price to pay. For example, monsters cultivate by eating humans or stealing souls, and gods make their divinity more powerful by collecting faith. Members of the Special Management Bureau can strengthen themselves through a special training system, but neither of them is a way to evolve in just a few days. But Lindsay didn't say anything about this. She just smiled and said, "You're the captain of Team 7 now, so you're considered a leader after all. Furthermore, you solved such a big problem for the Supernatural Management Department this time, and even brought back a very rare anomaly for the Special Management Bureau. Isn't it normal for him to personally praise you?" Li Muhan nodded slightly, but was still a little nervous. It can also be said that there is some expectation. What should the director of this Special Management Bureau be like? Like the handsome guy in the story, introverted, deep, and with a strong personal charm in every gesture? Or is she a peerless beauty like Lindsay, who keeps her composure and always wears a poker-like smile? At this moment, Li Muhan was suddenly startled by a roar outside the door. "I told you damn well. I'm taking the day off today, not taking care of work. Where's Lindsay? Where the hell is she? Are you going to look for her?" The sound is getting closer. "Ha ha ha ha. You're kidding me. Am I afraid of that woman? I'm just being accommodating. She's just a woman. I wouldn't slap her away with one slap." "Huh. You say I'm bragging. Fine. Next time you come over, I'll beat her up in front of you and let her know the director's authority." "All right. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I still have to go and visit my subordinates." "Bullshit. I'm not playing games. I'm really going to visit them." Then the nurse's voice was heard. "Chief, this is a hospital. Please be quiet. I've told you so many times." Li Muhan discovered that the smile on Lin Zay's face froze at this moment, and the corners of his mouth were still twitching. Bang! The door of the ward was kicked open. "Where are the people? Where are the people from Team 7? Li Muhan was startled when he saw a middle-aged man, nearly 2 meters tall, walking in carelessly. "Ah, you're F asterisk 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 Geely." The man was about to speak when he suddenly noticed Lin Zay sitting beside the bed. Lin Zay slowly stood up, turned around, and looked at the man, veins bulging on his forehead, but he still spoke with a smile on his face. "The Director's Majesty? Let me see it now." Cold sweat broke out on the man's forehead. I was just kidding. Just kidding, Director Lin. Hello, Director Lin. Director Lin is here to express his condolences. Thank you for your hard work. Chief, how many times have I told you? You have to knock before entering. Yes, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Sorry, Private Marseille. Why don't you just get out of here and start over? Lin Zay's eyes narrowed slightly. The tall and strong man was so scared that he immediately bent down and walked out of the door, then closed the door gently. Li Muhan was stunned. What was going on? That man's name is Lin Zay, Director Lin. Lin Zay calls that man director. That's the director of the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. So these two people are calling each other by different names? Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. "Come in," Lin Zay said coldly. The door was opened, and the man walked in with a nod and a simple smile on his face. "Director Lin, good morning, Director Lin. Director, I've told you countless times that you represent the image of the entire Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. Don't make a scene like a child every day." Lin Zay sighed helplessly and began to lecture the man like a parent. Yes, you're right. Hey, what? Is this the guy who came to take over Hua Tian's class?" The man looked at Li Muhan. "Hello, Director. My name is Li Muhan." Li Muhan finally managed to wrap his head around the situation and quickly greeted the man. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Hey, isn't this Yalia? They said you fell in love with a human. Is that true? The sun sets in the west." The man was about to continue speaking after seeing Xiaoyu, but another glare from Lin Zay made him cough twice. Ahem, yes, I'm the director of the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. You can call me Chanyu. The man straightened up and looked down at Li Muhan. Li Muhan finally understood that the middle-aged man standing in front of him, who looked a little abnormal, was none other than Chang Yu, the director of the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. Oh my, this nightmare is really cruel. Look at how Captain Li was beaten. Oh my, it's too cruel. He has such thin arms and legs. I'm afraid he's going to hurt him. Looking at Li Muhan's bandage, which had not been removed yet, Chang said with some exaggeration. I called him. Xiaoyu spoke coldly. Chang Yu was stunned. He looked at Xiaoyu, then at Li Muhan, and then he suddenly leaned close to Li Muhan's ear and spoke. Boy, are you a masochist? You found such a wicked woman? Do you hate your life? Bang! Lin Zhe and Xiaoyu almost simultaneously performed a sideways roundhouse kick, kicking the tall man directly out of the ward. He screamed in pain and hit the wall of the corridor heavily. Chief, say it again. This is a hospital. Be quiet. Then came a nurse's furious roar. Don't listen to him. He's a little bit. Lin Zhe pointed to his head and then shook his head. The corners of Li Muhan's mouth twitched, but he nodded slightly. To commend you for this mission. Oh, what a hassle. 10 minutes later, Chang Yu, who was beaten black and blue, stood in front of the bed and gave a congratulatory speech to Li Muhan. Just when he was about to give up, Lin Zhe's cough made him serious. In recognition of your outstanding performance in this mission, Captain Li Muhan of Team 7. Here, here. For some reason, Li Muhan answered subconsciously. On behalf of the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau, on behalf of humanity, on behalf of the Huaxian Nation, I present to you. Li Muhan started to get excited. Money is coming, money is coming. Most sincere thanks. Applause. Pa pa pa. After he finished speaking, Chang Yu began to lead the applause. Li Muhan was silent. That's it. Lin Zhe couldn't bear it any longer. He grabbed Chang Yu's tie and questioned him. Where's the prize money? Krypton, Krypton, Krypton gold. So much money. You spent it all on games. Well, not all of them. The others are used. Using it to reward the female anchor again? Chang Yu nodded firmly. After all, they say I am their honored guardian. It was the first time Li Muhan saw Lin Zhe so hysterical, she almost cried. Finally, Lin Zhe took out his cell phone helplessly, and then Li Muhan heard a notification on her cell phone. 100,000 yuan has arrived in your Alipay account. Consider this a personal bonus from me. Sorry, this is all I can give you. Lin Zhe looked at Li Muhan with endless apology. No, it's okay, Director Lin. You always take care of me so much, but actually there's no need for us to... That's right. Look at Captain Li. He's so sensible. Money is just a thing outside of our body. So just take these 100,000. Bang. The glass on the third floor of the hospital suddenly shattered. And then with a scream, a 2-meter-tall strong man was thrown directly from a ward on the third floor. At the same time, on the top floor of Tianhai City's first hospital, Zhao Qinquan stared at the phone screen intently. It contained a video of Gu Ruoxi and her mother running out of Yuehua apartment. Shortly after, it contained a video of Li Muhan and 3 young girls accompanying a middle-aged man out of the apartment. That should be Gu Ruoxi's father. This whole woman actually ran back to find this monster again. Damn it. B***ch. B***ch. Seeing his cousin's crazy behavior, Zhao Dazhuang was a little confused. Brother Kuan, who is this man? Even you can't do anything to him. Shut the F***k up. Damn it, it's all because of this woman. Fine, since my dad won't let me do anything to him, then I can just do something to this B***ch, right? Also, go check who these women around Li Muhan are. Damn, why is there always so many beautiful women around him? Oh, brother, this is not good. It's against the law. F***k, you just go. Also, tie up that B***ch Gu Ruoxi's parents first. This. Dazhuang, listen to me. Your cousin will never treat you unfairly. Don't you owe a lot of money? Take this card first. I will have other rewards after the matter is completed. As he spoke, Zhao Qinquan stuffed a card into Zhao Dazhuang's hand. Zhao Dazhuang looked at the black card, gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and nodded. Sunday. The weather is cloudy. A commercial district near Suiwei Mountain in Tianhai City. This place also benefits from the popularity of Suway Mountain Scenic Area, with a constant stream of tourists. Not only has a commercial street been established, but also an ancient and quaint old street has been built. There are even ancillary industries, such as hot springs. It can be said to be an important part of Tianhai City's economic resources. A thin man wearing a black coat, a baseball cap, a mask, and sunglasses. It stands out very clearly on this street. Everyone who sees him wants to give him some advice. Mom, look at this brother, he's so weird. Don't look. The boy naturally realized that his outfit seemed a little too conspicuous. He quickened his pace through the commercial district and came to a secluded alley. Should it be here? The boy took out a piece of paper and walked to a small house at the end of the alley according to the address on it. When his hand rested on the door handle, his heartbeat began to quicken. Snap! The door opened. At the moment of opening the door, a familiar feeling drifted out of the house. It was the smell of cigarettes mixed with rubber and leather, exactly the smell of the black internet cafes of my childhood. Ba, Mr. Lee, you are finally here. How is your injury recovering? Please understand, I'm currently under surveillance, and I have a guarantor at home. It won't be easy for me to get out. There were 5 computers in the room, 4 of which were occupied. Li Muhan quickly moved to sit on the unoccupied computer. There are the head monk Zhongya from the 9th team, Taoist Huang Zizai, and Yu Linglong. And this person with strange dress and behavior is naturally Li Muhan. He took off his baseball cap, mask, and sunglasses, walked quickly into the house, and closed the door. Sorry, it took a while to get rid of the one at home. It was then that Li Muhan noticed that the person sitting next to him, although not a member of the 9th team, looked very familiar, so he took a closer look. What the hell, Young-yi? The petite girl next to him, wearing sportswear and a baseball cap, was Yin Shi, a scout in the 7th team he led. Stop talking nonsense. Log in quickly, go to Zone 1, and tank that random Yasuo. Donor Yin, that's not a passerby, it's Director Changyu. Anyone who can't play offline is just a stranger, and he knows nothing about competitive gaming. All he does all day is play some bullshit girl mobile games and watch female streamers. He's such a bad player and still likes to play Yasuo. He's 0 to 21 and still showing off his badge. Quickly tank him. Changyu's voice came from the headphones. Huh? What's going on? Wait, you killed me? You little bastards, wait. He was kicked out of the team before he could finish his words. In-Chi glanced at Li Muhan, his tone still as cold. Are you coming or not? Come. I didn't expect that you, In-Chi, are also an esports enthusiast. Li Muhan sighed as he logged in. Donor In is our important figure. Donor Li, you must not offend her. Li Muhan was a little skeptical at first, but after logging in and starting the game, he was completely stunned. This little dwarf mainly plays jungle. To sum it up in one sentence, her own jungle is her own jungle, and the opponent's jungle is still her jungle. Not only that, her rhythm in catching people is explosive. She catches everyone accurately, and she is also in charge of the overall command. It can be said that he is worthy of being a scout. His ability to seize opportunities and control the situation is really strong. Ba, benefactor, if you are rude to me again, I will not be polite. The great monk Zhongya has a typical angry look. He looks kind, but he is very sharp when scolding people. He types 100 times faster than he operates. Huang Zizai is just a slacker on the road. He plays a tank and can actually support his father stably. It's a pure side effect. As for you, Linglong, can you get off me first? Li Muhan was in tears. He felt like he was playing in a solo lane because Yu Linglong played a cat and hung on him for the entire game. Just when the battle was in full swing. With a bang, the door was kicked open. Huang Zizai was the first to crawl under the table, shouting at the same time. Hey, we're not gambling. We're young men and women chasing their dreams of esports. Li Muhan's first thought was not to hide together, but to scold Huang Zizai for being so shameless that he was about to go into the coffin and still a F*** G esports dream-chasing boy. But when he turned around and saw the person who kicked the door, Li Muhan was dumbfounded. Is this what you told me about the Special Management Bureau calling you for a meeting? Xiaoyu stood at the door with cold eyes, staring at Li Muhan. Bah, Captain Lee, this isn't right, isn't it? Didn't you say everything was resolved? Forehead. Li Muhan broke out in a cold sweat. He had indeed lied to Xia Yu and told her that there would be a meeting at the Special Management Bureau today. How could such a flawless scam be exposed? You promised me that you would go eat ice cream with me today. Xia Yu walked towards Li Muhan step by step. Bah, this website ends here today. Captain Lee, see you again if we're lucky. The first one to leave the house was Zhongya. Alas, it's not a gambling arrest, just a false alarm. Hey, I'm leaving first. Goodbye, Xiaoling Long, I'm leaving. But I still want to play. What the hell are you playing? Is there any gameplay in this lousy cat? Follow me. Master, you're just playing with a stupid rock and can only crash into the gap between 5 people. Do you think this is playable? Still talking back. Let's go. Go back and copy the Tao, Te, Ching 100 times. Oh, abuse. Huang's Zai half pulled and half dragged Yu Ling Long out of the house. In the end, only Yin Shi was left. She activated her best skill, concealed her aura, and continued to control her character to gallop across the canyon. Listen to my explanation, Xia Yu. Actually, the meeting is over, so I just played with them for a while and was about to go home. Chan, you called me 10 minutes ago and told me everything. You came out today without telling me. Is there anything else you want to say? What the hell? Chang Yu. Li Muhan recalled Chang Yu's resentful tone when he was finally kicked out of the team. It turned out that this guy was taking this opportunity to get revenge because he couldn't play the game. How could he, a grown-up, still tell tales like a child? Listen to my explanation, Xia Yu. I'm hungry. Xia Yu slowly walked into the room. At that moment, her pupils turned blood red, her lips slightly opened, and her sharp teeth flashed with a creepy, cold light. Wait, not here. Wait. Xia Yu threw Li Muhan to the ground, licked her lips gently, and then bit Li Muhan's neck fiercely. Inchi, help! Help! Your captain is in danger. Win. Inchi fought against 5 people alone, and finally won the game by stealing the home base. She showed a happy smile. On his deathbed, Li Muhan looked at Inchi's smile and actually thought, this child can also smile so cutely. Asterisk hole. Xia Yu muttered something and suddenly increased her strength. Inchi turned off the computer, packed his bag, took one last glance at Li Muhan, who was being sucked dry, sneered, picked up his bag, and left the room. Then the only sounds in the room were Li Muhan's screams. Half an hour later, Office of the Deputy Director of Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. Xia Yu dragged the dying Li Muhan to the sofa by his arm. Could you two stop being so wild in broad daylight? Even Lindsay couldn't hold back after seeing this scene. He asked for it. Xia Yu licked the blood on her lips and turned her head away angrily. Lindsay sighed and said to Xia Yu, "Don't worry, I've already sent people to dismantle Team 9's esports room. I've also dealt with Director Chong. These guys who weren't doing their jobs properly. How did you deal with it?" Li Muhan asked curiously. "I had all his figurines smashed." Li Muhan shouted nice in his heart. Chong Yu really deserves his own destruction for doing too much evil. But it's better not to provoke this vampire anymore. Li Muhan, I asked you to come here this time because we have a new mission. I know you only had a week's rest, but there's nothing I can do. You're the captain after all. As the saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. As he spoke, Lindsay pushed a stack of documents onto the table in front of Xia Yu. Although he was very unhappy, Li Muhan couldn't find any words to refute. He took the stack of documents, looked at it, and then frowned. The series of disappearances of children from the Mushin orphanage? Li Muhan muttered the title on the document. Orphanage. His mind quickly began to flash back, and scenes that had appeared in the orphanage came back to his mind. Li Muhan spent his childhood in that dark orphanage where he had to work very hard to get a meal. He had already experienced his childhood nightmare, Teacher Zhang, once before in the nightmare. In fact, Teacher Zhang was not really that tall and strong. It was just that in Li Muhan's eyes at the time, this teacher seemed barbaric and vicious. Isn't that the image he had? The police are not involved in this case. No, seriously speaking, we still have a question mark over whether this incident actually happened. Nanny, the information is false. Because no one, including the children in the orphanage, felt anything about their companion's disappearance. It was as if those people had never existed. Erase memory? Lee Muhan looked up and exchanged glances with Lindsay. Lindsay seemed to understand what Lee Muhan wanted to say and quickly explained. It wasn't done by one of our internal personnel. I've already checked it out. Although he didn't know how Lindsay checked, what she said was still quite reliable, so Lee Muhan didn't ask any more questions. Then how do we know about this? Since no one has discovered it, then the missing person case should not be established. Lee Muhan raised reasonable doubts. Lindsay nodded and said, "The person who reported this was an outlier from a special management bureau, file number 590. She happened to be one of the teachers at this orphanage, and she was the only one who noticed the students were missing." Lee Muhan nodded silently. Xiaoyu looked at Lindsay with expectant eyes, as if to say, let me go, let me go. Lindsay spoke to Xiaoyu with some apology. "Shalia, you have another mission about Hattie." "Don't want." Xiaoyu's head drooped, and Lindsay sighed and spoke like he was coaxing a child. "Hattie is, after all, an expatriate from a northern special management bureau. You and she are the outliers who have the most interactions, and you are both at the calamity level. Only you can keep an eye on her, so for the time being, you should accompany her around Tianhai City and make sure she doesn't get into trouble. I don't want to see that stupid wolf." Xiaoyu turned her head away and said dissatisfiedly, "Yeah." Lindsay narrowed his eyes slightly and then said with regret, "Hey, I was trying to help you." Hattie seems very interested in Lee Muhan. If she's allowed to move freely, she'll probably find out a lot about Lee Muhan. Lee Muhan looked at Lindsay in bewilderment, as if to say, "Why did you drag me into this again?" Unexpectedly, as soon as these words were spoken, Xiaoyu suddenly stood up. "Where's that stupid wolf? I'll send you the location right away. I'll leave it to you." Xiaoyu left Lindsay's office without saying a word, full of murderous intent. Then Lee Muhan asked Lindsay with some fear, "Is that possible? You want one gas tank to watch over another?" Lindsay looked very confident. She picked up the coffee cup and stirred it while speaking. "Don't worry. These 2 barrels of explosives won't catch fire unless they are put on fire." "What if there's a fire?" Lindsay took a sip of coffee and looked at Lee Muhan. "You're about to go on a mission, so you don't have time to light a fire." Lee Muhan was speechless, thinking that Lindsay was reliable, but why did he like to eat melons so much? At noon the next day, Lee Muhan drove Su Shui and Yin Chi to the Mushin welfare home in the northern suburbs of Tianhai City. "It's been a long time since I last felt this way. After Captain Huatian left, I thought our 7th squad was going to disband." Lin Ziyu's voice came from the intercom in the car. "Don't talk for now. You're disturbing me while I'm driving." Lee Muhan gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands, staring intently at the road ahead. The orphanage seems not far away, but it is in the suburbs outside the city. It took more than an hour to get stuck in traffic in the city on this weekend. For a novice driver like him who just got his license and doesn't drive often, driving steadily is more important than anything else. So the journey that was originally supposed to take 3 hours took Lee Muhan 5 hours. I was driving at full speed on the highway, and I didn't know how many cars looked down on me when they overtook me from behind. Even a girl with a good temper like Su Shui couldn't help it. But Lee Muhan still spoke with a cliched look, shaking his head. The driving instructor at this school once said, "Once the car door is closed, it's a safe journey. Once the engine is started, it's worth a fortune. Never drive out of anger." Su Shui wanted to curse, but when the words came to her lips, she swallowed them back silently and said only one word. "Okay." Maybe they were used to Huatian's decisiveness before, but now the new captain has a slow temper, as can be seen from his driving. Inchi's phone has run out of battery from playing too much. There were several times when Lee Muhan looked in the rearview mirror and saw the petite girl huddled in the back seat looking at him with resentful eyes. "Can't this car be charged?" Finally, Inchi couldn't help but say, "It can't be charged. This car is too old." The one who answered him was Lin Ziyu. "Why don't you apply for a new car?" Yoongi asked again. "My driving instructor once said, it doesn't matter if the car is good, as long as it has lights. It doesn't matter if you have many girlfriends, as long as they are gentle and considerate. That's all that matters. Inchi looked at the back of Li Muhan's head as if he was an idiot. In the end, it was Lin Ziyu in the communication channel who rescued Li Muhan. He sighed and said, "Hey, you know our Captain Huatian's driving habits. Even a tank would be scrapped in a month in his hands. The Human Forestry Bureau is really kind enough to approve this old car for us. This car really deserves the title of a classic car. It is probably older than Li Muhan. It will make a rumbling sound after driving for a while, and there is not even air conditioning in the car." Su Shui and Yin Shi were so cold that they wrapped themselves in blankets. "Captain, according to the navigation, we should have arrived an hour ago. Why are you still on the highway?" "Don't worry, I'm looking at the map. We'll be off the highway in half an hour." "Oh my God, you and our Captain Hua are truly a pair of witty companions. Don't tell anyone off. My driving school instructor also said that there are thousands of roads, but safety comes first. If you don't drive properly, your loved ones will be hurt." "Shut up." Su Shui and Yin Shi shouted almost in unison. Li Muhan was so frightened that he almost lost control of the steering wheel. The car suddenly started to swing its tail, scaring the cars behind him to the ground. An hour and a half later, the old car finally twitched and stopped in front of the orphanage gate. Looking at the Mushin orphanage surrounded by woods and with beautiful scenery, Li Muhan felt a little emotional. Compared with where he lived as a child, it was simply a paradise. "I'll negotiate with the dean later, Brother Muhan." After getting off the car, while waiting for the person inside to come out to greet her, Su Shui said to Li Muhan, "Huh? Why?" Li Muhan was a little confused. Could it be that Su Shui was afraid that she wouldn't be able to speak well and offend someone? That wasn't the case. It would be better to worry about Yin Chi. "Well, it's a long story. I actually have some connection with this orphanage, so I should be able to provide you with some information." "I see." Li Muhan guessed that maybe Su Shui was once an orphan in this orphanage. Alas, we are in the same boat. Li Muhan felt a sense of closeness when looking at this cheerful and sunny girl. But when they were invited into the director's office of the orphanage, the corners of his mouth began to twitch. "Ms. Su, are you here to inspect the orphanage? Why didn't you inform me in advance?" "Look, I'm not even prepared." A middle-aged woman was extremely respectful to Su Shui. Especially the word inspection made Li Muhan feel like he seemed to have misunderstood something just now. This orphanage was funded by Sister Shui's family. You could say she's the largest shareholder here. In the headphones, Lin Ziyu explained everything to Li Muhan. Holy crap! Li Muhan's immediate feeling of closeness to Su Shui just now disappeared. Class enemy. Absolute class enemy. Yin Shi completely ignored the conversation between the few people. After she entered the office, she began to look around, as if she had already entered the state of carrying out a mission. The few people did not explain the reason for their visit this time. They just used Su Shui's identity to regularly inspect the overall work of the orphanage, and the director did not suspect anything. Afterwards, the director took the three of them to visit the entire orphanage. This welfare home has 2 buildings in total, one of which has 3 floors. The first and second floors are where the children study and do handicrafts, and the third floor is the children's dormitory. The other building houses the canteen and staff dormitories. There are currently 2 chefs, 3 teachers, and 25 children in this orphanage. And the outlier, who is under the supervision of the Special Management Bureau, is among these 3 teachers. The 3 teachers are Mr. Zhou, who teaches cultural subjects, Mr. Wang, who teaches handicrafts and arts, and Mr. Zhang, who is responsible for the children's physical and mental health. Before coming here, Li Muhan had already obtained intelligence that the alien human with file number 590 was named Zhou Ling and was also the reporter of this incident. When passing by the student classroom, the children were in class, and a young woman in a white turtleneck sweater was giving a lecture at the podium. She is tall, and although her appearance is not delicate, she is attractive and has an intellectual beauty. The dean opened the door and spoke to the teacher on the stage. "Teacher Zhou, these people are..." "Go out." Before the dean finished speaking, the teacher spoke directly in a cold voice. The dean seemed to be used to it. He smiled and said sorry for disturbing him before leaving. I'm sorry, but that's just the teacher's personality this week. She's very meticulous in her teaching, and the kids are afraid of her. Several people expressed their understanding, but when they left, they all looked at the teacher through the window a few more times. After visiting the orphanage, they returned to the office. I'm sorry, Miss Sue. I didn't know you were coming. The children are all in class now. It's okay. Let the children study and don't disturb them for now. But Dean, can I see the student roster? Su Shue's question left the dean a little stunned. Okay. But she still turned around, took out a list from the drawer, and handed it over. The children's roster is all here. The three of them looked through the children's handbook of the welfare home together. Most of the children here are 5 to 10 years old, and their parents have died in accidents. It's clear the welfare home is taking very good care of them. The children in the photos are all smiling happily, but, Dean, has the number of students always been 58? Su Shue asked. The dean was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile, Yes, Miss Sue, there has been no change since the last 2 children arrived 3 months ago. Weren't you there when we held a welcome party for the 2 children? Su Shue nodded slightly. She did remember this incident. If my memory is correct, then there should be no missing children. Okay, thank you for troubling you today, Dean. We'll be leaving first. Before leaving, the dean suddenly called Su Shue. Hey, Miss Sue. You came this time because of that rumor? Rumors? That is. The dean seemed to be hesitant to speak, and after hesitating for a while, he finally spoke to Su Shue. Just the rumor of a missing child. Have you heard about this? I'm the dean. How could I not have heard about it? I don't know who spread it. It's absolute nonsense. All the children here are fine. As the dean, how could I not know whether my own child is missing or not? The dean looked very aggrieved, perhaps because he had received a lot of criticism during this period. Don't worry, Dean. If the children are really not lost, the rumors will be self-defeating. After Su Shue comforted the dean for a few words, they drove away. But Li Muhan didn't drive the car very far. He just drove in a circle and then parked the car at a corner not far from the welfare home. What do you two think? Li Muhan parked the car, turned around and looked at Su Shue and In Chi sitting in the back seat and asked, On the surface, this orphanage appears to be legitimate and there is no abuse of children. In Chi said, I've known the dean for a long time. Although she hasn't been here since the school was founded, she's definitely put a lot of effort into this place. Su Shue also said, Then it seems I still need to have a chat with Zhou Ling. Li Muhan said, while speaking to Lin Ziyu on the communication channel. How's your investigation going? Lin Ziyu sighed, seeming a little lost. I haven't found any useful clues. I've hacked into the orphanage's website and checked the list of new students every time they're admitted. There's no deviation, just 58. Li Muhan nodded, and at this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang, and the caller ID showed an unknown number. After answering the phone, a cold female voice said, I know where you are. I'll come find you in 2 hours. Then the call was hung up directly. Li Muhan was very confused as to how Zhou Ling knew his number. Su Shue said that she could contact the Special Management Bureau directly, so it was not surprising that she got Li Muhan's phone number. Since the other party came to them on their own initiative, they didn't need to panic. Did you, Sister Shue, fund the construction of this welfare home? Li Muhan looked back at Su Shue and asked, My family built it, but I was also responsible for supervising and operating it throughout the entire process. However, a month after it was completed, I joined the Special Management Bureau, and the management of this place was handed over to someone else. After hearing the reply, Li Muhan sighed in his heart that the class gap was 2F*** G big. Some people do good deeds by donating blood, while others simply build an orphanage, but good deeds, regardless of size, should be praised. Shouldn't the weird thing be why this place would accept an alien as an employee? In Chi said as she looked at her phone. She had just put it in the dean's office to charge, and now it was fully charged again. Xiao Qi, you can't say that about others. Some aliens that do no harm to humans are also allowed to find jobs. Su Shue said to In Chi, but In Chi just snorted. That's why there are people like Zhou Zhigua. In terms of attitude towards aliens, Inshi is actually the same as Huatian in the early days. He believes that all aliens should be locked up so that humans can be safe. In fact, Li Muhan also learned some information during this period. He knew that many of the outliers in the Special Management Bureau's archives are trying to integrate into society and were engaged in various jobs. Of course, it must be under supervision and must be inspected regularly by the Special Management Bureau. But apart from that, those aliens whose safety cannot be guaranteed and who have no guarantors will be incorporated into the Special Management Bureau, such as the nightmare that Li Muhan brought back before. I heard that he has been incorporated into the company now, but Li Muhan didn't ask which department he is in. And those extremely dangerous aliens will be suppressed by the hunters in special places. The Tianhai City Special Management Bureau is located underground, and under the Special Management Bureau there is a residence specially built for aliens. Those living there are aliens that cannot be released, are at a high level of danger, and cannot be dealt with. Okay, let's talk about it when we meet someone. Seeing that Su Shui and Inshi were about to argue over this issue, Li Muhan quickly tried to smooth things over. The three of them spent the next 2 hours in the car analyzing the situation. The child must have gone missing. Aliens have strong perception abilities, and some of them can take children away from humans without anyone noticing. But he couldn't escape Zhou Ling's sight. The question is, why didn't Zhou Ling stop it, but instead ask the Special Management Bureau for help? There may be only one reason. She could sense it, but she couldn't stop it. Of course, in addition to this conjecture, there's another possibility. This is more terrifying. This orphanage has fallen into the control of an alien named Zhou Ling, and all the children have been taken away by her. But this creates a contradiction. If no one knows about it, why should she report it to the Special Management Bureau? 2 hours later, a young woman wearing a white turtleneck sweater and a black jacket walked up to the car. She knocked lightly on the car window, and Li Muhan opened the door for her and let her sit in the passenger seat. The woman sat in the passenger seat and lit a cigarette. Li Muhan quickly opened the car window for her. She should be Zhou Ling, who looks to be around 25 or 26 years old, with fair skin, a quiet and intellectual look, and very cold eyes. Although she cannot be compared with beauties like Xia Yu and Su Shui, she can also be considered outstanding. But now she looks a little haggard, with big dark circles under her eyes, and she looks like a bereaved girl. The whole person seemed to be shrouded in a shadow. "Hello," Li Muhan greeted her. Zhou Ling tilted her head slightly to glance at Li Muhan and said in a cold voice, "Captain Li from Team 7, right? I'm Zhou Ling, file number 590. I'll be frank, there's something fishy going on at this school. Could you please go in and investigate tonight?" She simply threw a key to Li Muhan. Then he blew out a smoke ring. "Go in and check at night? You mean let us sneak in?" Su Shui said. Zhou Ling did not answer Su Shui, but took out another photo and handed it to Li Muhan. "This is a photo of my students that I kept." Li Muhan took it and took a look at it, and his scalp went numb. Because this photo is different from the one in the dean's office, there are 60 children in the photo. The 2 boys standing at the edge were not in the photo album in the dean's office or in the news photos that Lin Ziyu found. What's going on? For a moment, Su Shui didn't know whether to believe her memory or the photo in front of her, because in her memory, there were clearly only 58 students. But after carefully looking at the 2 children in the photo, she suddenly remembered. "I remember now. These 2 kids were the new students who entered the school 3 months ago." Li Muhan was surprised. "So, there really are 60 students here? What kind of alien is so powerful that it can make all our memories wrong?" Zhou Ling sneered and said, "If this thing is really that powerful, it wouldn't be able to confuse even me. It can indeed confuse people to a certain extent, but it is limited to this orphanage." At this time, Lin Ziyu's voice sounded in the intercom. "But the information I found here only shows 58 students. I wasn't there, so I shouldn't be confused." Zhou Ling exhaled a puff of smoke and said lightly, "Please check if there is any modification record in the background of the website." Zhou Ling's words woke Lin Ziyu up from his dream. It turned out that such a smart person like Lin Ziyu had forgotten this point. Yes, she just needs to confuse the people in the orphanage and then replace all the existing orphanage information. Sure enough, when Lin Ziyu carefully checked the background code, he found that this information had been replaced. Since it has been confirmed that a child is missing, several people began to ask Zhou Ling for more information. I first noticed something was wrong 2 months ago. The two new children came to me crying every day, saying that there was a shadow staring at them and laughing at them at night, and they couldn't make any sound or move. Sleep paralysis? I thought so at first, because the scientific explanation for sleep paralysis is that too much stress causes nerve compression. I gave him psychological counseling every day until one day I realized he didn't come see me. Li Muhan originally thought that Zhou Ling would be a very serious person that students would not dare to approach, but now it seems that she is a pretty nice person. So I asked other students, but they all looked confused. I thought the children didn't know either, so I asked the dean. But the dean told me that there was no such child at all. This sounds very strange. Overnight, except for Zhou Ling, everyone in the welfare home seemed to have never known this child. The one who can do this cannot be a human being. It can only be an alien. As she spoke, Zhou Ling took out a handmade clay doll from the pocket of her clothes. What's this? Li Muhan asked. This is a clay figurine that the kid made during the handicraft class at the welfare home. He later gave it to me. I don't know how I could give away such an ugly thing. Although the words were hurtful, Li Muhan saw an imperceptible gentle smile on Zhou Ling's face as she stared at the clay doll. Su Shui took the clay doll and looked at it carefully. Although the doll was a bit rough, it was obvious that the child had put a lot of effort into it. He pinched you? Su Shui asked. Zhou Ling was stunned for a moment and then glared at Su Shui. Am I so ugly? Zhou Ling didn't seem to intend to join the investigation. I have no obligation to find those children. That's the job of your Special Management Bureau. Good luck. After throwing the cigarette but on the ground and stamping it out, Zhou Ling waved her hand and turned away. Could it be she did it? Li Muhan asked as he watched Zhou Ling leave. Stealing from the inside, and then reporting it to the authorities to lessen his suspicion. He continued his analysis while looking at Su Shui and Yin Qi. What do you think? It's a bit strange. Yin Qi said. Both of these missing children have one thing in common. Before they disappeared, they all went to look for Zhou Ling. Su Shui continued what Yin Qi said. Yes, I noticed that too. I really can't trust Zhou Ling completely based on her one-sided statement. With Zhou Jigua's previous experience as a lesson, Li Muhan would never dare to jump to such a conclusion. But at this moment, Lin Ziyu spoke. That shouldn't be possible. What? Several people asked in unison. Because I just sent a request to the archives department and retrieved Zhou Ling's file records. The prototype of the 590th anomaly is the Guhua bird. Guhua bird is a monster in Huaxiao legend. It was first mentioned in Xian Zhongji. The Guhua bird is also known as the Heavenly Emperor Girl and the Night Walking Girl. Her most distinctive features are her bright and colorful feathers and her love for children. The Guhua bird cannot give birth to children, but it loves children very much, so it will raise other people's abandoned babies as its own. It seems that this is indeed a monster that will not harm children. And the most important point is that the Guhua bird does not have the power to confuse people. Lin Ziyu finally gave a conclusion. There's probably another alien in this orphanage. Guhua bird. I remember when I was playing a certain game before, this monster was the friend of novices. I don't know how many newbies grew up thanks to her. She can really be called the mother of all novices. Li Muhan said, but was laughed at by Yin Qi. Excuse me, my childhood belonged to Ibaraki Duji. Damn the European emperor. Li Muhan cursed in his heart. Li Muhan reported the situation to Lin Zhe. At this stage, it can be concluded that a child has gone missing in the orphanage. We need to sneak into the orphanage tonight to see the situation. Sneaking into an orphanage is no small matter. If discovered, the impact on society would be severe. Mass memory erasure is also very damaging to the human brain. Lin Zhe said this while smoking a cigarette on the other end of the video. But considering the urgency of the matter, I'll allow you to go deeper this time. Don't mess it up, Li Muhan. This is your first time leading a team on a mission. Show me what you can do. Try to accomplish this without disturbing the children, Li Muhan. If they refuse to comply, you are allowed to take action, but do not harm the children. Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Li Muhan was a little confused. I heard from Huang Zizai, the captain of the 9th Squad, that our 7th Squad is fighting tough battles. Why does it feel like we're just doing detective work? Before, it might be because we didn't have any special members. Now, it might be because you, Brother Muhan, just took over and Director Lin wants you to practice. Su Shui said with a smile. It was just a practice, but it concerned the lives of 2 children. Li Muhan doesn't feel the burden on his shoulders is light at all. As the sky gradually darkened, the forest, which was originally beautiful, became eerie and ghostly. The lights of the orphanage standing in the distance were turned off, and it looked eerie and scary. Can't we apply for an open investigation? Su Shui said in a weak voice. Li Muhan almost fell asleep and said after being awakened by Su Shui's voice, Sister Shui, are you afraid of ghosts? Su Shui didn't seem to intend to hide anything and spoke directly. Yes, I'm sorry. I've been fascinated by supernatural things since I was a child. Brother Muhan, you should be a demon, right? You shouldn't be afraid of ghosts, right? Li Muhan smiled bitterly for a while. Are you a demon? At most, you are the demon's agent. Ball is just living in my body. He is not dead. So how can I be a devil? But in order to reassure Amelia's Sue, he still comforted her. Don't worry. Captain Huatian protected you before, but now I will take over. In Shi snorted coldly and did not comment on Li Muhan's words. However, Lin Ziyu and Su Shui were moved and said a lot of corny words. Li Muhan scratched his head and thought that it was okay for Su Shui. She was a rich lady. It was okay for her to be a little pretentious. But why were you, Lin Ziyu, a little brat, trying to make trouble? Besides, aren't you at the Special Management Bureau headquarters? What are you afraid of? I didn't expect that Lin Ziyu also had something to say. Captain, don't you know that some things like to target people who are alone, and they can harm people even through the phone? Li Muhan's mouth twitched a few times, and he even considered whether to turn off Lin Ziyu's channel communication first. After analyzing for a while, they still couldn't find any clues. In order to avoid being discovered, they did not dare to turn on the car lights, and could only hide in the dark car. The winter forest was freezing cold at night, and the 2 girls in the back seat were shivering with cold. I finally managed to take a nap, but was woken up by Li Muhan snoring. In-Shi kicked the back of the driver's seat directly, scaring Li Muhan so much that he tried to jump up, but his head hit the roof of the car, making him grimace in pain. After many bumps and bruises, they finally made it to around 11:30 in the evening. Li Muhan woke up Su Shui, who had just fallen asleep. Wow, let me sleep a little longer. Unexpectedly, Miss Su was so cute when she got up, which made Li Muhan want to play a prank on her. But after being glared at by In-Shi next to him, he quickly spoke seriously. Ahem, it's time to get going. The 3 of them did not choose to drive, but instead tiptoed to the back door of the welfare home. Along the way, the 3 of them were so cold that their faces turned blue. This isn't right. This is so cold. Li Muhan said with trembling teeth. But maybe it is because this is a forest. Yes, the humidity is higher than outside. Su Shui also explained tremblingly. All 3 were bundled up in coats, hats, and masks. This doesn't look like an investigation. It looked more like a family of 3 from northeast Daxiao returning home for the new year. But In-Shi was the only one who looked a little different. Although she wore a thick cotton-padded jacket, her lower body was still very thin. Li Muhan looked at her legs, was startled, and said quickly, F***K, girl, you're out in this cold weather wearing only black stockings? In-Shi glared at Li Muhan fiercely, then quickly walked in front of him without saying anything more. Ahem, Brother Muhan, those aren't black stockings. They're leggings made with cashmere from tigress goats. They're not only warm, but also very comfortable for exercise. Su Shui explained to Li Muhan in a low voice. Now Li Muhan understood. It turned out to be convenient for movement. It seemed that In-Shi was very thoughtful. He wrapped himself like a dumpling. If a real fight breaks out later, the scene of a demon wearing a cotton coat would be quite funny. Several people slowly approached the welfare home. Li Muhan was trying to avoid the camera carefully, but Su Shui walked past the camera with a swagger. Don't worry, the Forestry Bureau has already arranged a power outage in this area tonight, so the cameras won't be able to see us, Su Shui said. Li Muhan once again marveled at the power of the Special Management Bureau, which could almost be said to be omnipotent. The three of them groped their way to the back door of the welfare home, and then Li Muhan was about to use the key to unlock the door, but the key made a bang as soon as it was inserted into the keyhole. F asterisk asterisk K, F asterisk asterisk K, F asterisk asterisk K. Li Muhan felt very disappointed. Because the weather was too cold, the key was frozen and brittle and broke directly. What's worse is that the half broke directly into the keyhole. What should I do? Li Muhan asked, trembling. Get out of the way. Inchi pushed Li Muhan away, took out a pair of pliers from the small bag on her waist, and cut the padlock directly. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Next time I play Rainbow Six, I'll take you with me. Li Muhan gave a thumbs up. Then he was kicked in by Inchi. Several people entered the backyard of the orphanage. The backyard that looked so warm and peaceful during the day now seemed extremely gloomy. The flowers, grasses, and trees all seemed to come alive, watching the movements of the three people with pairs of invisible eyes. Li Muhan asked when they arrived at the main building entrance. This isn't a lock. We don't have a key. What should we do? Unexpectedly, it was Inchi again. She took out an L-shaped flat long tool from her bag and then lay on the ground. During this time, I kept changing my hands to support myself on the ground because it was too cold. She inserted the flat tool into the crack at the bottom of the door, and after fiddling with it for a few times, she heard a click and the main building's door was opened. Awesome, awesome, Plas. There's no advertisement for you and me in the apartment building. I don't accept it. Another kick, and Li Muhan was kicked into the main building of the orphanage. Keep your voice down. I've checked. The security here conducts patrols every 2 hours. If you notice a flashlight, you must remain silent. Lin Ziyu gave instructions to a few people through the headset. Also, what's going on over there? Are you sure you've gone inside? The equipment I used to monitor your body temperature shows that it was minus 10 degrees Celsius just now, but now it's minus 20 degrees Celsius. No, I'm detecting the power of the realm. F asterisk asterisk K, F asterisk asterisk K, F asterisk asterisk K. I'm just saying this is not normal. Coco, maybe because in the forest. What forest? It's minus 20 degrees Celsius, and it's only November. I don't know either. Brother Muhan, you don't look very cold. Do you want to put on your coat? F asterisk asterisk K, F asterisk asterisk K. Sister Shui, do you want me to die? Now, several people have understood that this temperature is because the aliens have opened the realm. Now, there's only one possibility. Look, this damn thing. It seems like it knows we're here and is throwing a surprise party for us. At this time, the three of them slowly walked towards the depths of the main building. Under the cover of darkness and cold, the interior of the main building also became extremely gloomy. To be frank, I feel like I'm in a morgue. Li Muhan walked in front, and Su Shui was afraid, so she kept holding Li Muhan's arm tightly. Ooh, you shut up, don't say such things. Can you two do this? Are you here to explore ghosts or solve a case? Lin Ziyu couldn't help but complain. Hey, this kid, can you bring him to the front line next time? Yes, sure. Now, it's time for Brother Ziyu to learn to be independent. Next time, you can let him go on the investigation mission alone. What the hell? I'm a support worker. Finally, the two of them went up to the second floor, trembling. If it were daytime, this place would be filled with children's laughter and the sound of reading texts. But now those classrooms, one after another, are like morgues, which is chilling. This alien realm is a bit scary. Li Muhan trembled as he shone the flashlight on his phone forward. He didn't open the boundary now because he didn't want to alarm the children. The boundary decree cannot be used in this incident because they have no idea what this alien is. If the boundary decree is deployed around the orphanage, that would most likely drag the children into another space. Anyway, let's go to the third floor first and ensure the safety of the children. The communication device has malfunctioned, and the mobile phone is completely unusable. Lin Ziyu is no longer able to provide them with support. Now the two of them can only rely on themselves to keep groping forward. As long as they can catch that alien, Li Muhan and Su Shui can expand their domain and fight 2 against 1. You shouldn't lose at all. At this time, Li Muhan had taken off his coat and wrapped it around Su Shui behind him, because he saw that Su Shui was so cold that she couldn't speak. Just as Li Muhan turned around and wrapped Su Shui in a coat, he was stunned. Then a chill began to run down his spine. What happened? Brother Muhan. Su Shui suddenly became nervous after seeing Li Muhan's expression. Sister Shui. Li Muhan tried to keep his voice as low as possible, as if he was afraid that something might hear their conversation. What's going on? Tell me. How many people are coming this time? How many people? Su Shui was stunned for a moment, then thought for a while, and said, There are only 2 of us here. Brother Ziyu is the logistics staff. Our team 7, including you, only has 3 people in total. 3 people? Li Muhan was stunned, but when he thought about it carefully, it seemed to be true. Wrong. A strange feeling instantly flowed through Li Muhan's whole body. 3 people? There are only 3 people in the 7th team? Sister Shui, I remember, the backyard and main building gates of this welfare home are both locked, right? Li Muhan asked. Su Shui nodded tremblingly. Yes, it is locked. The key that Guo Bird gave us is broken, as I recall, right? Yes, it broke when I opened the backyard door. Li Muhan and Su Shui seemed to realize that something was wrong, but they couldn't express it. To put it bluntly, it's like being in the middle of an O************************** M and suddenly being interrupted by something, making it impossible to defecate. Sister Shui, maybe you can unlock the door? I don't know how to do that. Brother Muhan, do you know how to do that? Li Muhan shook his head. So both of them went crazy. Then who of us opened the lock? Li Muhan couldn't help it. His eyes suddenly flashed with a golden light. Fu Lei Ming Yuan, unfold. Without the slightest hesitation, he suddenly expanded his own boundary, but he controlled the scope of the boundary, just like the first time he tore open the boundary of a narrow country through the boundary. Now Li Muhan's domain only lingers around him and Su Shui. The lightning protected the 2 of them like a barrier. At this moment, both of them seemed to suddenly realize something. Holy crap! Sister Shui, there are 4 of us in Team 7. I also remembered. We are coming in 3s this time. So they both turned around to look, but there was nothing but darkness and no one in sight. Where's Yoongi? At this moment, a strange noise suddenly came from the bathroom between the 2 classrooms. Su Shui was so scared that she grabbed Li Muhan's arm and made a cute whimpering sound. F***K. The noise in the bathroom didn't scare me, but Sister Shui, your shout almost sent me away. Originally, Li Muhan wanted Su Shui to stay where she was while he went to the bathroom to check things out, but Su Shui felt that dispersing was a big taboo in horror movies, and anyone left alone would definitely be attacked. So I followed Li Muhan into the men's restroom. Do you really have to come and see it, Brother Muhan? Maybe it's just a mouse or something. Mice don't have that much strength. Although the realm has been opened, the terrifying atmosphere cannot be easily dispelled. Li Muhan pushed open the compartment doors one by one, and Su Shui stuck close to his back, chanting Amitabha while walking forward with her eyes closed. Sister Shui, we are dealing with aliens, not undead spirits. What's the point of you chanting Amitabha? Because of the protection of the realm, Li Muhan, who is transformed into a half-demon form, is no longer afraid of the cold, but he did not really take off his pants and give them to Su Shui. After all, face is still important. Didn't Brother Muhan encounter a ghost in that tower before? Maybe it will happen this time, too. That time was different. It was because there was an incubus causing trouble. Finally, the 2 reached the compartment at the end and found that the door was locked, which meant that there was probably someone inside. Li Muhan raised his hand and knocked on the cubicle door. Excuse me, is anyone here? Have. A faint female voice came from inside. Ah, it appears. It appears. The female ghost in the bathroom. Su Shui was so scared that she hugged Li Muhan's back. Sister Shui, Sister Shui. Ouch, you stepped on my tail. Calm down. Ouch. Li Muhan lost his balance due to Su Shui's mistake and hit his head on the door of the cubicle. He had half a devil's horn growing on his head, and the impact directly knocked a hole in the door, with his head inside and his body outside. If a child were to come to the toilet and take a look at it at this time, it might leave them with an indelible scar for the rest of their lives. But the one who was even worse off was the one in the toilet. She was already scared enough, and now she heard someone outside, someone she knew. She wanted to shout for help, but out of courtesy, she only said, someone. But at this moment, a hole suddenly appeared in the door, and a head stuck in. The head also has a mask and a horn. The person in the toilet was so scared that he foamed at the mouth and fainted. Huh, Youngie. Li Muhan also recognized that the person hiding in the toilet was Yin Chi. Just when he wanted to say something to Su Shui outside, the girl outside began to exert her strength. Brother Muhan, you have to come out quickly. You will be eaten. Your brain will be chewed off by zombies. I'm here to help you. Su Shui grabbed Li Muhan's tail, trying to pull his head out of the door. No. Ouch. Sister Shui. It hurts. Li Muhan supported the door panel with both hands. His tail was pulled hard by Su Shui, and his neck kept hitting back and forth against the hole in the door. Inchi slowly opened her eyes, and after seeing this scene, her eyes rolled back and she fainted again. And in the dark corridor on the second floor, a figure wearing a black windbreaker and the hood began to twitch unnaturally at the corners of his mouth. Is this the Special Management Bureau? I feel like they're just a bunch of crosstalk performers. I guess I think too highly of them. Then she gave an evil smile. After pulling the head out, Li Muhan explained to Su Shui that it was Yin Chi inside, who seemed to have fainted. Su Shui quickly carried Yin Chi out and carefully checked her pupils and physical condition. It's okay, I just fainted from shock. I never thought Yin Chi would be afraid of ghosts. Su Shui originally wanted to say, maybe he fainted because he was scared by you. But considering Captain Li Muhan's face, he finally held back and didn't say anything. Afterwards, Li Muhan carried Yin Chi on his back and went to a classroom with Su Shui to rest for a while and wait for Yin Chi to wake up. After about 10 minutes, the girl finally opened her eyes. You wake up hot. The first thing she saw when she opened her eyes was Li Muhan's half-demon face with a mask. Whoa! The girl suddenly raised her hand and punched Li Muhan in the jaw. The enormous force directly knocked Li Muhan, who had opened the realm, flying backwards. After turning 3.5 times in the air, he slammed heavily on the blackboard. Youngie, calm down, it's us. Su Shui hurried over and hugged Yin Chi. Just now you suddenly disappeared. Yin Chi was completely different from before. Now she was shivering in Su Shui's arms like a wounded kitten. Li Muhan stood up by supporting himself on the desk, rubbed his bruised jaw, and exclaimed in amazement. Fortunately, I am now in demon form. Even so, I can still feel the pain. If an ordinary person was hit by this girl's punch, he would die on the spot. That alien realm should have the power to affect people's memory or cognition. After Yin Chi calmed down a little, Li Muhan began to analyze the situation. Not only that, but it also has the power to create this low-temperature environment and make people disappear instantly. This alien may not be easy to deal with. Su Shui added, Achoo. At this moment, Yin Chi suddenly sneezed, and Li Muhan noticed that she was curled up in the chair, rubbing her legs constantly. Hey, your tigress goat is useless now. Li Muhan said this almost without thinking. The two girls gave her a cold look at the same time. Sorry, wait, what are you guys doing? Don't come over here. Wait. So a minute later, Li Muhan, who had already given his thick cotton jacket to Su Shui, now even pulled his cotton pants onto Yin Chi. It seemed a little too big, but it's okay, just make do with it. As long as it keeps me warm, that's fine. Su Shui looked at Yin Chi rolling up his trouser legs several times, and felt both cute and distressed. Have you ever considered my feelings? Li Muhan was wearing a sweater at this time, with only a pair of boxer shorts on his lower body. This originally majestic and handsome demon form now looked as funny as possible. It's not that he would be cold, because with the power of the realm, Li Muhan can use electricity to maintain his body temperature. But this image is really funny. Oh, Brother Muhan's boxer shorts are very stylish and handsome. Su Shui stared at Li Muhan's shorts, took out her cell phone, and took a picture. F***K. No, delete it. Delete it now. Hey, let me take a closer look. Don't be shy. At this moment, with a creaking sound, the classroom door was slowly pushed open, and several people were startled by the sound and gathered together. Behind me, Li Muhan didn't care what he was wearing. He stood in front of the two girls, his hand reaching out to the demon-suppressing general behind him. But the person who walked in from outside the classroom was a beautiful girl wearing a professional suit and with exquisite looks. Who are you? What are you doing here? The girl looked at them warily. Hello, we are Li Muhan immediately stepped forward to explain. But Su Shui grabbed his wrist. There's something strange. Su Shui reminded Li Muhan, and then she looked at the girl and asked, Who are you? Why are you in the orphanage so late at night? Me? I'm a teacher at this orphanage. Teacher? Several people looked at each other, obviously confused. We haven't seen you in any photos at the orphanage. Who are you? Li Muhan was ready to draw out the Fujiang Zhenmao, but at this moment, the girl raised her head slightly, and a strange red light flashed in her eyes. Then Su Shui's pupils shrank slightly. Oh, I remember now. There seems to be a dance teacher who has taken leave for a few days due to family matters. Is that you? Yes, I've finished my family affairs, so I came back directly tonight. You must be Miss Su, right? I heard from the director today that you were coming to inspect the welfare home. I arrived quite late and didn't see you. I'm sorry for speaking too loudly to you just now. Your friend. The woman looked at Li Muhan, who was in half-demon form, and suddenly showed a hint of doubt. Oh, this is cosplay. These tails and horns are props. Isn't Halloween coming soon? We are rehearsing a show for the children. Su Shui reacted quickly and explained to Li Muhan. To prove it, she even pinched Li Muhan's tail. Rehearsing in so little? You must have worked so hard. The woman took a look at Li Muhan's boxer briefs and gave an awkward smile. But Li Muhan was still a little confused, so he leaned over to Su Shui's ear and whispered, Really? I remember the director saying that this orphanage only has... Yes, that's right. I remember it very clearly. She had some family matters these days, so she was delayed. She is a new teacher, so the dean may have missed her. I also remember that this person was in the photo Lin Ziyu showed us today. In Shi also said. Now Li Muhan felt relieved. Oh, I see. Then, teacher, let's leave together now. There's some problems with this welfare home. Li Muhan slowly loosened his grip on Fu Jiang Zhenmo's hand, and then walked towards the woman with a relaxed look on his face. Problem? Well, since you were Miss Su's friend, I will leave with you. But the moment Li Muhan walked in front of the woman, he suddenly raised his hand, grabbed the woman's throat, and lifted her up. Brother Muhan, what are you doing? Cough. Cough, cough, cough. What are you doing? Let me go. Sister Shui, think about it carefully. If this woman is really a new teacher, why would she ask for leave and tell you? The funder? Do you have her contact information? Su Shui was stunned for a moment, and then began to try hard to explain. I remember she was... Don't forget the ability of this alien, Sister Shui. Don't trust your memory easily here. Then Li Muhan looked at the woman again. It's terribly cold here. You said I wasn't wearing enough, but I see you're no less cold, young lady. Why aren't you shivering at all? Cough, 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 help, help. Brother Muhan, let's put her down first. Let's figure this out first, so as to avoid. Boom. A bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from Li Muhan's hand and hit the girl he was holding. Su Shui and In Chi were both stunned. I didn't expect Li Muhan to act so quickly. They were still worried about what would happen if they killed the wrong person, but in the next moment, the two girls saw that Li Muhan's hands were empty. On the contrary, at the classroom door, the girl from before had completely changed her appearance. At this moment, she was looking at the three people with a charming smile on her face. 3 tails were sticking out from her skirt, and on her head there was a pair of fox ears. It seems that the Special Management Bureau is quite capable. I shouldn't be bored anymore. She licked her lips lightly and looked at Li Muhan with extremely seductive eyes. Okay, I'll leave now. When Li Muhan turned around, he seemed a little confused, then sighed and said, "Such a beautiful girl. How could she run so fast? Actually, I wanted to take one more look at her beauty. What a pity. I'm afraid we will never meet again in this lifetime." Unexpectedly, as soon as these words came out, the dean behind him suddenly blushed. "Sir, do you really think so? Am I good-looking?" Li Muhan turned around, and the smile on his face instantly turned evil. "You're so G beautiful." Then there was a knife on the head. The moment the knife came down, the dean suddenly stepped back, but was still cut in the chest by the knife. Mr. Li, why are you trying to kill me? Stop pretending, old fox. You can hide your tail, but you can't hide the smell on your body. Li Muhan raised the Fu Jiang Zhenemo in his hand and looked at the old dean with a smile on his face. Seeing he couldn't deny it, the dean slowly lowered his head and let out a sinister laugh. "I really underestimated you, you devil. You're just as disgusting to me as that vampire. If I were still in my prime, I wouldn't have let you guys overstep your bounds like this." Seeing the dean slowly transforming into the pig-headed girl again, Li Muhan couldn't help laughing, but still spoke. "You mean, even if I defeat you now, you won't admit defeat?" "Of course. In my prime, I had 6 tails. Now I only have 3. Even if you win, I won't accept it. I will never tell you where those 2 children are." Li Muhan scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, "Well, all right then." After saying that, he slowly lowered his raised hand. The blade lightly scratched the floor, and then the fox demon saw Li Muhan close his eyes. "What are you up to?" The fox demon was a little confused, but the next second, her pupils began to shrink instantly, and her face gradually began to return to the appearance of a beautiful girl. You, what are you going to do?" "First, I helped you restore your appearance, and now I will help you restore your strength." Li Muhan still had his eyes closed, as if he was imagining something. The body of the girl in front of him also began to change. Her body began to tremble, and the corners of her mouth slowly opened up, revealing an extremely sinister smile. My power. Finally, her tails became 5. "Is this enough?" Li Muhan asked with his eyes still closed. Not enough. This isn't enough. I need more. I need to be stronger." The girl's roar rang in his ears, and Li Muhan smacked his lips in dissatisfaction. Okay, so he continued to try his best to imagine how powerful this fox demon was. Finally, the fox demon's 6th tail finally grew out. Even though it was only temporary, the fox demon was moved nearly to tears by the chance to relive the power of his peak. "Finally, I feel my strength again." A tear rolled down from the corner of her eye. "Is that enough?" Li Muhan slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the woman in front of him, who was several times bigger than before, he was not surprised at all, because this is what he imagined the fox demon to look like in its heyday. Human, see that? I'm so powerful. This is the real me." The fox demon roared at Li Muhan. "So if I beat you in this state, there will be no excuse." "Defeat me? Just you. Even if I face that vampire again now, I will never lose." "Don't talk nonsense. I'm just asking you, if you lose, will you obediently hand over those 2 children?" The fox demon slowly bent its body and looked at Li Muhan with narrowed eyes. Her face had transformed into that of a fox, and her mouth was filled with sharp teeth. "Of course, human, if you defeat me, I will agree to any request you make." Li Muhan slowly raised the Fu Jiang Zhenemo. "It's a deal." The fox demon roared and rushed towards Li Muhan in a storm of ice and snow. "Fu Lei Ming Yuan." Li Muhan covered the blade with his hand, and then with a roar, the thunder that was originally wrapped around him began to spread outwards in an instant. Okay. Ha. Human, you're strong, but it's not enough. The ice and snow expanded again, and the fox demon had already arrived in front of Limuhan. A huge fox claw grabbed Limuhan fiercely from the wind and snow. Limuhan raised his knife to fight back, but was hit by the claw and fell to the ground. Ha 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 ha! How is it? Human, my power. How is it? Good. Limuhan knelt on one knee, holding the knife in one hand and stroking the blade with the other. Thunder. Countless lightning bolts began to gather on the blade of Fu Jiangjinma's sword, and then with a roar, the fox demon's body was shaken away by the lightning. But she was not hurt at all. Instead, she looked at Limuhan with a playful look. You helped me regain my strength, even if it was only for a brief moment. But after tasting this power again, I am now even more unsatisfied. All the children in this orphanage will become my food. But it's not enough. I want more. I will become a true nine-tailed heavenly fox. I have to say, it's really strong. Limuhan slowly stood up from the ground. He stared at the fox demon without any fear. Instead, he smiled. But that's all. No wonder, Xia, you defeated him in seconds. What did you say? I think your level is about here. The smile on the fox demon's face turned ferocious, and then its entire body turned into a giant fox demon covered in ice and snow. You are a very interesting human being. I really want to keep you by my side and let you serve me forever. No, my husband is very sensitive to smells. You smell too strong, so I respectfully refuse. Limuhan smiled and grasped the hilt of Fu Jiang Zhenmo's sword with both hands. Then please die. The fox demon roared and rushed towards Limuhan. Limuhan closed his eyes. He began to imagine Huatian's final battle, the final blow, and the golden-armored giant that appeared behind him. Thunder and lightning also began to gather behind him at the same time. The fox demon's ice and snow had gradually frozen Limuhan's legs into ice cubes, and this freezing was still spreading upwards. I will bite you to pieces. The fox demon opened its huge mouth, jumped high, and bit Limuhan. At this moment, Limuhan suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils shone with golden light, and behind him, a golden figure made of lightning appeared. This figure was not huge, about the same size as Limuhan, and was not wearing golden armor, but Limuhan showed a victorious smile. Incarnation! Limuhan shouted suddenly, and at the same time, the tang sword in his hand was ready to chop. The incarnation of Baal, made of lightning, behind him also held a long thunder sword, and his movements were almost synchronized with Limuhan. Finally, Limuhan suddenly raised his head, glared at the fox demon that was already close at hand, and swung the sword. Kill them all. Baal's incarnation also swung a sword at the same time. The thunder from the two swords gathered together, suppressing the fox demon's wind and snow almost instantly. No, wait. What kind of power is this? Again. The fox demon began to feel that something was wrong, but it was too late to escape. The thunder and lightning began to counterattack the wind and snow. Finally, all the ice and snow stopped, and the ice around Limuhan, where he was frozen, also shattered. The fox demon then returned to its three-tailed form and fell to the ground from midair. No, impossible. This is impossible. I'm already in my prime. The fox demon was crawling on the ground with difficulty, but a shiny tang sword was stuck in the ground in front of her. The fox demon was startled and shrank back. Now, are you convinced? Limuhan walked up to the fox demon and squatted down, staring at the cunning fox demon with a look that seemed to show he was bored. I give in. Human. No, demon, you are very strong. You are as strong as that vampire. That's still flattering me. Limuhan scratched his head. When he thought of Xia Yu's terrifying power and how he was almost unable to resist, he felt a chill in his heart. When I was just a little fox, my mother was killed and skinned by humans. So I hate humans. I want to become strong so that I can survive. Limuhan sighed and said as he looked at the fox demon, but what you're doing now isn't about survival. It's about hurting others. Is there any difference between what you're doing now and the human who killed your mother? What do you know? Humans. They've always grown up under protection. But what about me? I've been living in fear of everything since I was a child. I never know when danger will come. I'm not going to preach any great principles, and I definitely won't tell you to forgive humans. Don't try to persuade others to be kind without first experiencing their suffering. But at least you had a mother, and you felt her warmth. I didn't. To me, the word mother is as cold as the ice and snow you have. Li Muhan's words made the fox demon slightly stunned. You, forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Just accept the bet and hand over the child you kidnapped. But at this moment, the fox demon lowered his head and smiled bitterly. Don't you understand by now, human? Huh? What? It wasn't me who kidnapped those children. The fox demon's words made Li Muhan's brain explode. Wasn't she the one who kidnapped him? The disappearance of those two children? I was just cooperating with that woman. I erased the memories of the people in this orphanage. As for where she took those children, I have no idea. That woman? Li Muhan had a very scary idea in his mind at this time. There's more than one alien in this orphanage. If this wasn't done by this fox demon, then it could only be that woman actually wanted to use the Special Management Bureau to get rid of me so that she could monopolize all the children in this orphanage. She's got a really good plan. Whoosh! At that moment, an unknown object suddenly shot out from the dark corridor and pierced directly through the fox demon's chest. Damn it! The fox demon cursed and slowly fell backwards. Li Muhan discovered that what pierced her chest was actually a feather. He immediately drew out his Fujiang Jinma and looked vigilantly in the direction where the feather was shot. In the depths of the darkness, the sound of footsteps gradually emerged. You should kill her quickly. Zhou Ling walked out of the darkness with a hint of coldness in her eyes, and a murderous aura was constantly released from her body. So you were the one who masterminded this? Did you kidnap those two children? I won't hurt them, Zhou Ling said in a cold tone. I just want to give them a home, and I'll be their mother. The Guhua bird has another characteristic. Li Muhan suddenly remembered what Lin Ziyu had said before. They would steal other people's children and raise them as their own. From a certain perspective, this type of person is unsafe and should not be allowed to work with children. The management of this Special Management Bureau is a mess. Li Muhan cursed and raised his knife towards the Guhua bird, but the fox demon beside him was not dead. She was barely breathing and spoke very weakly. Human, be careful. That woman has a strange power. She is very strong. In fact, Li Muhan could already feel it without the fox demon saying anything. The Guhua bird is a cholera-level anomaly, but now the aura she released had clearly reached the annihilation level. This reminded Li Muhan of Zhou Jigua, the alien who was only at the chaos level but exerted cholera-level power when fighting Huatian. The same is true of the Guhua bird in front of us. They all gained powerful powers that did not belong to them in a short period of time, which is definitely not normal. At least Li Muhan had not known about this situation in any of the previous Special Management Bureau's case files. Okay, just shut up and get some rest. At this time, the surrounding temperature has returned to normal, which means that the fox demon's domain has been lifted. She is now lying on the ground very weakly. Even though the wound had been sealed with the power of ice, he was still quite weak. Li Muhan didn't expect her to participate in the battle. I don't want to conflict with the Special Management Bureau. I only want to kill this fox demon. Zhou Ling walked towards Li Muhan step by step. She is also the target of your mission, so leave her to me. Our target is the aliens who kidnapped children. In other words, my only target right now is you. Li Muhan stood in front of the fox demon, which made Zhou Ling frown slightly. Then she sighed. That's no use, human. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Ling suddenly opened her arms. At this moment, her hands turned into colorful wings, and under the moonlight, the wings sparkled with lively light. Then a strong wind suddenly came, tearing all the windows in the corridor into pieces, and the strong wind swept the glass shards towards Li Muhan. Li Muhan suddenly raised his sword to suppress the demon, and a barrier made of lightning appeared in front of him. Glass shards hit the lightning barrier like raindrops, making bursts of crisp sounds. Thunder and lightning collided with strong winds, making a series of sharp screams. Li Muhan frowned. This power was too overbearing. He seemed to have consumed too much energy in the battle with the fox demon just now. The lightning and thunder in this realm now are not enough to support him to use his incarnation again. Is this the power of the annihilation level alien? Hey, human, that's enough. Hand me over. The fox demon saw that Li Muhan was now at the end of his strength, so she grabbed the corner of Li Muhan's pants and said, "No, stop pulling my pants. Okay, just be quiet in the back." Li Muhan was startled because his pants were almost pulled off, and because of this, a crack appeared in his barrier, and glass shards instantly rushed in and scratched his cheek. Damn it, stop making things worse. I'm willing to sacrifice myself with good intentions. What's with your attitude? Just when Li Muhan could no longer maintain this barrier, another realm of power suddenly unfolded. Realm 0 space unfold. Thumping. Then the sound of a sniper rifle was heard, and Zhou Ling's body suddenly tilted to the side, and a bullet pierced her chest with incredible precision. At the other end of the corridor, Su Shui was half crouching on the ground, holding a sniper rifle in her hand. Her eyes were dull, as if she had no emotion at all. Zhou Ling looked at her chest and felt no pain. She raised her hand, and a feather suddenly flew towards Su Shui's position. But just as the feather was shot out, the sniper bullet came again. The feather shot through Zhou Ling's stomach accurately, and at the same time made a hole in her stomach. In my realm, no matter how fast something is, it cannot escape my sight, Su Shui said in a calm voice. Just as Zhou Ling was about to speak, another realm of power unfolded behind her. The realm, the killing zone, unfolds. Then, 2 daggers were silently placed against her throat from the shadows. Even she, an annihilation-level alien, was unaware of all this. Sister Shui, in Chi. It was the first time that Li Muhan saw the realm of these 2 people up close, and he couldn't help but be surprised. Because of the addition of these 2 people, the situation of the battle has changed. But Zhou Ling still didn't react. She looked at Su Shui in the distance, then at Li Muhan, and finally her eyes moved down to look at the dagger on her neck. "Don't move," Yoongi said coldly. "You guys are too weak." Zhou Ling sneered, and then suddenly spread her wings again. At this moment, countless feathers and strong winds came whistling together. In Chi wanted to cut Zhou Ling's throat, but she suddenly found that the person in front of her was no longer Zhou Ling. It was clearly a monster with a bird's head and a human body. She exerted force with the dagger in her hand, but she couldn't even break the birdman's feathers. Thumping. The sniper rifle bullet whizzed again, but still could not penetrate the feathers of the Guhua bird. "Is it my turn now?" Zhou Ling flapped her wings violently, and countless gusts of wind and feathers began to pierce everyone. Just at this moment, a door at the end of the corridor opened. "Mother," a little boy came out rubbing his sleepy eyes. In an instant, all the wind and feathers disappeared. Zhou Ling also instantly returned to her human form. She ignored In Chi behind her and walked towards the boy quietly. "Mom, I had a nightmare and couldn't sleep." The boy looked at Zhou Ling with a look of grievance. However, Zhou Ling changed her previous cold attitude. She squatted down and gently stroked the boy's head. "Don't be afraid. Mom is here." Then another child came out of the room. "Mom, why is it so noisy? Who are these people?" He pointed at Li Muhan and others and asked. "Not important. Kids, we're getting out of here." "Mom, where are we going?" "But Mom, we still have friends here." Guhua Bird gently held the 2 children in her arms. "Mom will introduce you to more friends. We will always be together, and Mom will always protect you." "Well, as long as I can be with my mom, I'll go anywhere." "Me too. I love my mother the most." Su Shui released the boundary, and the sniper rifle in her hand disappeared. "Brother Muhan, those are the 2 missing children." She walked up to Li Muhan and whispered. Li Muhan nodded. Looking at this scene, he also felt it was a bit weird. Those children seemed to believe from the bottom of their hearts that the Guhua bird was their mother, and he trusted her immensely. This woman used my power to completely distort the cognition of these 2 children, a ****. The fox demon also stood up with difficulty with the help of Li Muhan. Guhua bird turned around, looked at Li Muhan and his group, and then bowed. I just want to give these two children a home and not bring any other trouble to the Special Management Bureau. Where does your strength come from? Li Muhan asked coldly. This is part of the deal. I can't tell you, but please recognize the current situation. Everyone in the Special Management Bureau, I've spared your life. Please don't seek death. When Guhua bird said the last sentence, a hint of murderous intent flashed in its eyes again. Li Muhan understood that her power was indeed very strong now, and he was not in a position to fight her head-on in his current state. You can't escape, Guhua bird, Yungi said coldly. Maybe. The Guhua bird stroked the heads of the two children, its eyes full of love. But not today, everyone in the Special Management Bureau. Let me give you a warning. An invisible force is quietly changing the aliens in this world. Perhaps soon, all of your archival materials will no longer be useful as a reference. Why don't you just tell us who is doing this? Li Muhan asked. It's part of the deal, I'm sorry. Bye, everyone. After saying this, the Guhua bird opened its arms, and its hands turned into wings again. Then it held the two children in its arms. A gust of wind surrounded them. When the wind dissipated, the Guhua bird and the two children disappeared. When the first light of dawn shines on the earth, the Mushin welfare home seemed to have returned to its original state, and everything that happened last night seemed like a dream and was unreal. Last night, after the dust settled on everything that happened in the welfare home, people from the Special Management Bureau immediately came to take control of the situation. Li Muhan was a little worried. After all, the two children were captured and the Guhua bird was nowhere to be found. What is even more terrifying is what the Guhua bird said. Someone is quietly changing the aliens in this world. From the Zhan Kingdom to the Guhua bird, their powers have been greatly enhanced, which will definitely become a hidden danger. Lindsay just smiled and comforted Li Muhan. This world is changing all the time. This applies to humans and aliens alike. We are all evolving. Don't worry, the Special Management Bureau will take care of everything. As for those two children, the Guhua bird won't harm them. They've already lost their parents, so perhaps the Guhua bird can really give them the love they've been missing. This statement is just self-consolation. Mission failure is a fact. When the fox demon was taken into the car by the staff of the Special Management Bureau, he had to meet Li Muhan. Li Muhan also fulfilled her wish. Hey, human, why did you save me then? That is, why did you save me when that woman wanted to kill me to silence me? Li Muhan scratched his head and said with a wry smile, I didn't think too much about it. I just thought you might not be that bad. I asked Director Lin, and he told me that when you occupied that village before, you only deceived those men. As for what Su Shui said before, that those men killed their wives and daughters, it was not true. It might be that the fox demon changed their cognition. As for why she did this, wouldn't this make me seem more ruthless and stronger? I have to say, even though you're a fox demon who's lived for hundreds of years, I think your mind is as childish as a child. Snort! The fox demon turned his head away awkwardly, but still glanced at Li Muhan secretly. Human, I'm convinced of my defeat this time. I will practice scientifically under the supervision of the Special Management Bureau. If there's a next time, I will not lose. Li Muhan nodded. After seeing the somewhat haggard but still beautiful fox demon being escorted into the car, he said the last sentence with a smile. But I think you look the best now. Why don't you stop practicing? The fox demon's face suddenly turned slightly red, and she opened her mouth slightly, as if she wanted to say something to Li Muhan, but in the end she only uttered one sentence. Go to hell. Damn human. Then the car drove away. Li Muhan was scolded for no apparent reason and was a little confused. Lin Zhe sighed, patted Li Muhan on the shoulder, and said, Could you please stop trying to gain favor with these weirdos? The Special Management Bureau isn't your harem. At the same time, Tianhai City University. Gu Ruoshi fixed her makeup in the bathroom, checked herself, and found that she looked perfect today, so she made up her mind. I'll come to you once, and if you ignore me, I'll never give you any chance to win me back. She talked to herself in the mirror, as if to cheer herself up. Afterwards, she went straight to Lee Muhan's class. But I learned that Lee Muhan had taken a day off today. Muhan has been taking leave frequently recently, and his attendance rate is almost below standard. In a corridor, Luo Yang was also confused by Guruwashi's question. To be honest, he was really upset when you and he broke up, but lately he seems to be more buoyant than ever. Luo Yang naturally knew that Guruwashi had wronged Lee Muhan. As a brother, he was saying this just to P***s off Guruwashi. Guruwashi was indeed angry. She couldn't imagine how Lee Muhan could still live so comfortably without her, just relying on that bad girl Xiaoyu. He must have been bewitched by that woman, who was only after his money. Luo Yang snorted coldly and said, Miss Gu, don't assume everyone has to revolve around you. Oldie didn't do anything wrong to you. You were the one who abandoned him first. He has someone new now. If you truly regret it, then bow your head and apologize to him. I don't think you have any chance. Guruwashi's face flushed red with anger, but she couldn't find the words to refute. At this moment, following the whispers in the corridor, a tall figure walked up to the two of them. Excuse me. The two turned around and looked at the person who spoke, and then they were both stunned. Because this person is none other than the recent celebrity, the transfer student from the North Country, Hattie, SSS landlord turning ruins into empire. The girl who called herself Yulong Taoist was not only extremely strong, but also agile. After a few rounds, she knocked those burly men to the ground. Originally, those people wanted to move forward. But this was on the street after all, and there were already people watching. Their idea of kidnapping someone and running away was dashed. The first man whose eyes were poked stared at Guruwashi viciously. Damn it, you're lucky, but I don't know if your parents are that lucky. After saying that, several men rushed forward and drove away from the scene. Guruwashi's face was pale, and she didn't feel like she was out of danger at all. What should I do? They will hurt my parents. What should I do? Yu Linglong patted Guruwashi on the shoulder, then stopped the taxi and took her in. Tell me your home address. At this moment, Yu Linglong no longer had the playful look she had just now. She looked very nervous. She didn't expect that she would encounter such a thing when she came down the mountain to slack off. She had just noticed that the man who had been following Guruwashi all the way was not a good person at first glance. I thought it was just a sudden crime. It now appears that this was a long-planned conspiracy. Guruwashi trembled as she told him the apartment she was currently renting. Her parents were worried about her, so they decided to stay in Tianhai City for a while. If anything happens to her parents because of her, she will blame herself for the rest of her life. Hello, there may be a break-in at number 4, 12th floor, Loa apartment, XX Street. Please come as soon as possible. Yu Linglong had already taken out Guruwashi's phone and called the police, while comforting Guruwashi. The police have already rushed over. Nothing will happen. The taxi driver also realized the seriousness of the problem. He drove at full speed and even ran through 2 red lights to reach his destination in the fastest time. Fortunately, Guruwashi's current apartment was not far from the university, and she arrived at the apartment building in less than half an hour. At this time, several police cars were parked downstairs, and there was a group of onlookers surrounding it. It's okay. Nothing will happen. Don't worry. The police are here. Yu Linglong was still trying to comfort the frightened Guruwashi, while Guruwashi was shaking like a lost soul. If Yu Linglong hadn't supported her, she would have had difficulty even walking. They took the elevator to the 12th floor. The moment the elevator door opened, Yu Linglong's eyes suddenly became much sharper. She protected Guruwashi behind her and raised a flag in her hand. The small flag with the word long engraved on it moved without wind and pointed directly at room 1204 where Guruwashi lived. There is a demonic aura, and it is very strong. Yu Linglong began to regret that she should have reported directly to the Special Management Bureau instead of calling the police. But who would have thought that such a thing would be related to monsters? At this moment, a policeman came out of room 1204 and asked the 2 people at the elevator door, "Are you residents here?" "My dad. Where's my mom?" After seeing the police, Guruwashi's heart could no longer hold back. She walked towards the police, trembling. But at the same time, she was extremely resistant in her heart. She was afraid of hearing some bad news from the police. The policeman said, after looking at Guruwashi, "You are the resident of this house, right? It was you who called the police just now, right?" "I called the police. I'm her friend." Yu Ling Long said this, without letting down her guard. This demonic smell is from the vampires. But unlike Xiaoyu, this vampire did not deliberately restrain her aura, as if she was afraid that others would not know she was here. "Don't worry, your parents are fine. There was indeed a group of thieves who wanted to break into the house and rob it. But thanks to your friend who came to visit us, they were able to subdue the criminals." As he spoke, the police looked inside the house. Just in time, she's here. When that tall figure appeared next to the police, Guruwashi was stunned. She was a beautiful girl with a somewhat cold and exotic look. She was wearing a black short jacket, slim jeans, and black short boots. Her long silver hair was tied into a ponytail, making her look both capable and dashing. You are? But Guruwashi didn't recognize this woman at all. "Huh? Isn't she your friend?" The police were also a little confused, but Yu Ling Long did not relax her vigilance at this time, because she knew very well that this powerful demonic energy was emanating from the woman in front of her. "I'm Li Muhan's friend. I owed him a favor before, so I'm repaying you now." After saying that, the woman walked around Guruwashi and prepared to leave. "Hey, wait, miss. You still have to go with us to take the statement." The police stopped the woman, but the woman just turned around and looked at the policeman with a captivating look. The policeman suddenly felt a chill on his back and could not say a word. "Li Muhan's friend?" Guruwashi was stunned for a moment, then immediately rushed into the room. "As soon as I entered the room, I saw 7 or 8 men who had been ordered by the police to squat in the corner with their heads in their hands. They all had injuries of varying degrees, probably caused by the woman just now. Although her parents were not injured, they seemed to be a little frightened. "Dad, Mom, are you okay?" Guruwashi rushed to her parents. Her parents were sitting on the sofa, leaning against each other. They relaxed a little after seeing their daughter. "It's okay, Xiaoxi. Thanks to your friend, these people suddenly broke in and wanted to take us away. If it weren't for your friend..." "Mom, that isn't my friend. It's Li Muhan's friend." Guruwashi interrupted her mother. Aunt Jiang was stunned for a moment, then sighed. "Alas, our family owes Xiaohan too much." Uncle Gu was a little calmer. He obviously felt that something was wrong. These people rushed in not for money or to kill, but to take them away without even saying a word. "Xiaoxi, did you offend someone?" Guruwashi looked back at the squatting men. Although one of the men had his head lowered, his figure looked very familiar to Guruwashi. Suddenly, she recognized it. "It's you." Guruwashi pointed at the man and shouted. The man seemed to be frightened by something, and his shrunken body moved closer, while his mouth was trembling as he spoke. No, it's not me. You are from the Zhao family." The man was so scared that he quickly shrank into the corner. If the fire really spread to the Zhao family, it would be troublesome. It's not that he is afraid that the Zhao family will be troubled by the police. The main reason is that he did not do his job well and implicated the Zhao family. His cousin Zhao Qinquan will not let him go. The police also came over at this time. "Do you know this man?" He's from the Zhao family. He's the cousin of the son of Zhao Zhijiang, the richest man in Tianhai City. Your relationship is quite complicated." The policeman looked at Guruwashi suspiciously. "Then can you come with us to take a statement? Your parents can come too." When the police escorted Guruwashi and the other 2 out of the apartment along with the criminals, the silver-haired girl sneered in a small alley not far from the building and turned to look at the figure in the shadows. "I don't owe him anything now." The figure was wearing a school uniform, and her long legs wrapped in black stockings looked extremely seductive. This person was none other than Hattie. "Well, but you still have to remember Qian Gongyue. Don't cause trouble for Li Muhan again." When Hattie said this to the silver-haired girl, his tone was so cold that the girl felt as if she was in an ice cellar. "Why on earth are you so obsessed with that human?" "Because he's very special. I like special people, including your master, Xiaoyu." Hattie's hand gently stroked Qian Gongyue's face, and the cold air seeped through his fingers into the pretty face. Qian Gonyue could only stand there motionless, not daring to make any reaction. In the next period of time, I need you to help me investigate something. I don't know him anything anymore, let alone you. Qian Gonyue took a step back, but Hattie's hand suddenly turned into a wolf-like claw and strangled Qian Gonyue's neck fiercely. The vampire girl's body was lifted up in the air, and no matter how she struggled, she couldn't move at all. Be careful, vampire. I have no interest in you at all. The only reason you're still alive is because I don't want to fall out with the Huaxia Special Management Bureau yet. What? What do you want me to investigate? The Tianhai City Special Management Bureau recently had an alien defection incident. I need you to help me investigate. Investigate that alien? No. I want you to investigate what the alien's last mission was before it defected. At the same time, Yu Linglong, who was hiding at the corner of the alley, watched all this intently. Just when she heard the key point, suddenly a hand patted her shoulder from behind. Little Taoist priest, eavesdropping is not a good habit. Hattie was standing behind Yu Linglong. Yu Linglong was stunned. Wasn't she right in front of her just now? When she looked back, Qian Gonyue was standing in front of her. At this time, Yu Linglong was attacked from both sides. Just as she was about to wave the long flag in her hand, Hattie picked it up. I won't kill you. You're from a Special Management Bureau, but I hope you won't get in my way. I'm just fulfilling my mission. You are Hattie, the one from the northern country, the Special Management Bureau. Hattie, all your actions should be under the instructions of the Huaxia Special Management Bureau. Forget it all, child. Before Yu Linglong could finish her words, Hattie's eyes emitted a faint green light. When Yu Linglong's struggle met those eyes, she suddenly stopped. Her eyes became dull. The flag in his hand also fell to the ground, as if he was hypnotized. Kill her, Qian Gonyue said. So I really have no interest in you, Qian Gonyue. You've lived for quite a while. Can't you learn to use your brain? Although Qian Gonyue was somewhat dissatisfied with this evaluation, the absolute power gap made her dare not refute a single word. Go ahead and do what you should do. I'll take care of the kid. An hour later, when Yu Linglong came to her senses, she had already appeared at the foot of Tsui Mountain. She looked around as if she had just woken up from a dream, but she still couldn't remember what she had experienced that day. Forget it, it's time to eat. Let's go back and eat. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening when Guruashi and her parents came out of the police station after recording their statements. Uncle Gu insisted that Guruashi call Li Muhan to thank him and ask Li Muhan if he knew what happened today. Guruashi was unwilling at first, but when she thought about how Li Muhan actually asked his friends to protect his family all the time, she realized that he must have her in his heart. She wanted to give Li Muhan a chance and took out her cell phone. Unexpectedly, she couldn't get through to Li Muhan on the phone, so she opened WeChat and sent a message to Li Muhan. Why can't I get through to you on the phone? The result is a red exclamation mark. Guruashi was stunned for a few seconds before she suddenly remembered that Li Muhan had deleted her in front of her before. This feeling of humiliation made Guruashi very unhappy. Aunt Jiang noticed that something was wrong with her daughter, so she walked over to Guruashi, touched her shoulder, and asked, Daughter, what's wrong? No, it's okay, Mom. He didn't answer the phone. He might be busy. Guruashi didn't dare tell Aunt Jiang that Li Muhan had blocked her, because she had always been the one who suppressed Li Muhan in front of her parents. If she said one thing, Li Muhan would not dare to go west. Even Uncle Gu has talked about her many times in private. Tell her not to be so mean to Li Muhan, because you will regret it if Li Muhan gets together with someone else in the future. At that time, Guruashi thought this was impossible. Li Muhan is an orphan with no one to rely on. Without his help and that of his parents, he can't even go to junior high school or high school. Moreover, he is devoted to me. So, no matter how willful he is, he will endure it. Even if he really ran away, so what? To be honest, I don't like him that much. There are so many good men in the world, and I'm beautiful. What is Li Muhan? But what about now? Li Muhan had Xiaoyu, who was even prettier than herself, and with that transfer student, Guruashi suddenly felt that her appearance was not outstanding in front of them. If it was Xiaoyu, she could still comfort herself by saying that she was just 8B ***ch, and she followed Lee Muhan only because Lee Muhan had some ability now. What about international students? I have heard rumors about that international student. It is said that he is a member of the royal family of the Northern Kingdom. Someone of his status actually prepared a gift for Lee Muhan personally. Guruashi really had an indescribable feeling, as if her beloved rag doll from childhood had been snatched away by someone else. Why don't I give Xiaohan a call? Uncle Gu took out his cell phone, but was stopped by Guruashi. Hey, Dad, no need. He's very busy right now. You guys go back first. I want to be alone. Don't worry. I'll ask Lee Muhan about this matter. Instead of asking about this matter, the most important thing is to thank his friend. Without that lady, it's hard to say what would have happened today. Aunt Jiang still felt a little scared when she thought of the viciousness of those people. She even suggested moving to another place. But Guruashi shook her head. It's useless. We just rented a house, and those people can find us. If they are really coming for us, it won't be safe anywhere. Dad, Mom, I'll buy you plane tickets, and you can go tonight. Guruashi said as she opened the ticket booking website on her phone. But suddenly I remembered that I only had a little over 1,000 yuan in my pocket, which was not even enough to buy plane tickets for my parents. Thinking of this, her nose felt a little sore again. As if she understood what her daughter was thinking, Aunt Jiang grabbed Guruashi's hand. Xiaoxi, Mom knows you're having a hard time right now. We've already bought the plane tickets, and we'll be leaving tomorrow morning, but before we go, I want to talk to Xiaoan. I want him to protect you. Mom, don't worry, Lee Muhan won't give up on me so easily. Didn't he send someone to protect you? Guruashi still felt that the silver-haired woman was called by Lee Muhan. As for why he knew in advance that someone would kidnap her, it must be because this matter was related to him. Thinking of this, Guruashi even blamed Lee Muhan for dragging her into some strange trouble. Dad, Mom, I want to take a walk alone. You guys go back first. I'll take you to the airport tomorrow morning. Xiaoxi, Mom left you some money in the cabinet in your bedroom. We're old now and don't have much to spend, so you must take good care of yourself. Don't treat yourself badly when it comes to food and clothing. If Xiao Han still has feelings for you, then you must apologize to her sincerely. But if Xiao Han has completely given up on you, Mom also advises you not to bother Xiao Han anymore. Guruashi looked at her mother, and her eyes turned red. She sniffed, forced herself to suppress the urge to cry, and forced a smile. Okay, Mom, I understand. You guys go back and get some rest. I'll be back after taking a walk. After saying that, Guruashi walked aimlessly along the street alone. Tianhai City is very big. She still remembers that when she first came here, she was full of confidence and was determined to gain a foothold here. At that time, Lee Muhan was still by her side and promised to work hard to make money so that she could live well and dress well. At that time, Guruashi just sneered. Although she had not yet hooked up with Zhao Qianquan, she already looked down on this childhood sweetheart who was like a dog from the bottom of her heart. His love has become extremely cheap and unbearable in his heart. As she walked forward, she flipped through her phone, and the red exclamation mark in Lee Muhan's chat box became increasingly eye-catching. Even if you beg me to join you back, I won't agree. Who do you think you are? While talking to herself, Guruashi couldn't help but shed tears. Ruashi, at this moment, a familiar female voice came from behind. Guruashi looked back and saw a pretty girl with short hair running towards her. It's really you, Ruashi. I haven't seen you for many years. Guruashi was stunned for a long while before she found the identity of the girl in front of her from her memory. Chin Sahan. The girl with short hair wore a hooded sweatshirt, a denim skirt and black leggings, and high-top sneakers with a sporty style. She looked very lively and cute. You recognized me? I'm so happy, Ruashi. You know, we haven't seen each other for almost 4 years. You're getting more and more beautiful. I'm so jealous. The lively girl in front of her is Guruashi's best friend from junior high school, Chin Sahan. After graduating from junior high school, Chin Sahan moved to another place due to family reasons. The two had been out of contact for a long time. They did not expect to meet again in Tianhai City today. Sahan, you've really changed a lot. There were still traces of tears in the corners of Guruashi's eyes, but her face was also filled with excitement of reuniting with old friends. After all, Chun Sahan was short and fat back then, and basically no one was friends with her except myself. Even I only treated Chun Sahan as a tool, and her status was only slightly better than that of tool number 1 Lee Muhan, because I really worked hard to lose weight. Fitness is truly a life-changing thing. Chun Sahan said this with a bright and confident smile. Guruashi couldn't help but sigh that if a person is determined to change, there will really be earth-shaking changes. What about Lee Muhan? Has he also changed in this way now, in terms of his attitude towards his own feelings? 10 minutes later, after learning that Guruashi had not eaten yet, Chun Sahan took her to an elegant restaurant. Guruashi and Zhao Qinquan had been here before, so she knew very well how expensive the prices were. She is no longer the Zhao family's unmarried daughter-in-law. Now she has to calculate every penny carefully and must not add burden to her parents who only have pension income. Sahan, why don't we go eat somewhere else? This place is too expensive. When she said this, Guruashi blushed a little. She didn't expect that one day she would bow her head in front of Chun Sahan, because when she was in junior high school, Chun Sahan was her follower, the lonely girl who was responsible for carrying her school bag and doing her homework. She was like her savior. If it weren't for her, Chun Sahan would have been autistic long ago. But now, looking at the girl sitting opposite her with a bright smile, who was not as pretty as herself but full of confidence, Guruashi really couldn't face it. It's okay, Ruashi. We're old friends reuniting. I'm treating you to dinner today. Order whatever you want. Oh, and where's your little wolf dog? Are you still together? Little wolf dog? Guruashi was slightly stunned and didn't realize who Chun Sahan was talking about. Oh, it's Lee Muhan who followed you around like a wolfhound and wanted to protect you every day in junior high school. Chun Sahan naturally also knew Lee Muhan, although they were not in the same class in junior high school. But every day after school, Lee Muhan would come to the classroom door to wait for Guruashi. He would not complain even if he was scolded or asked to do something by Guruashi. Over time, people began to spread the rumor that Guruashi had a little wolf dog. As for why it is a wolf dog, that's because Lee Muhan is really ruthless in fighting. I remember there was a senior in the 3rd grade who tried to tease you, but Lee Muhan beat him up and broke 2 of his front teeth. Ha 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 ha. I think your parents had to pay compensation for this, right? Chun Sahan was eating dessert while reminiscing about the past. In her opinion, these memories are interesting because she is living a better life now than before, and looking back on the past is just reminiscing about the good and the bad. But Guruashi couldn't laugh. She also remembered the incident where the senior student pushed her into a corner and wanted to kiss her. As a result, Lee Muhan rushed over and kicked the boy to the ground. This was not the end yet. Lee Muhan grabbed the boy's hair and dragged him from the 3rd floor to the playground on the 1st floor and beat him up. In the end, his parents came forward to apologize and compensate him, and the matter was finally resolved. Lee Muhan was severely scolded by his parents because of this incident. It was the first time that his parents were so mean to him. Guruashi also said thank you to Lee Muhan for the first time afterwards. Ruashi, why are you crying? Chun Sahan's voice brought Guruashi back to reality. Only then did Guruashi realize that her tears had dripped onto the tablecloth without her noticing. I'm fine, I'm sorry, my eyes don't feel well, At the end, Guruashi couldn't help it anymore. She covered her face and cried. Chun Sahan knew that she must have said something wrong just now. She quickly paid the bill and pulled Guruashi out of the restaurant. The two sat down on a bench by the sea. Chun Sahan handed over a can of hot coffee and waited until Guruashi had cried enough before speaking. Have you and Lee Muhan broken up? Guruashi held the coffee and nodded slightly. Her carefully prepared makeup was smudged by tears, and her face looked haggard. Has he changed his mind? Humph, man. No. Guruashi really couldn't say it out loud. She had kicked Lee Muhan out because she was hooking up with a rich man. Because now Chun Sahan is the only person she can talk to, and she doesn't want him to look at her as if she were an idiot. But until the end, Guruashi didn't have the courage to tell Chun Sahan about it. After the two sat for a while, Chun Sahan sent Guruashi to the downstairs of the apartment building. After watching Guruashi enter the elevator in a daze, Chun Sahan took out his cell phone. She called Luo Yang. Luo Yang, Guruashi, Chun Sahan, and Li Muhan were all junior high school classmates. Although Chun Sahan had lost contact with Li Muhan and Guruashi, he still kept in touch with Luo Yang. So she still kept Luo Yang's phone number. Hello, Luo Yang. Hey, isn't this the fitness girl? What's going on? Are you calling me late at night to confess your love for me? Go away. Let me ask you something. Chun Sahan asked about Li Muhan and Guruashi. Luo Yang hesitated for a long time and finally couldn't stand Chun Sahan's repeated questioning. So he roughly told her about Guruashi abandoning Li Muhan. Lao didn't tell me the details, so I don't really know. Okay, give me Li Muhan's phone number. Sahan, please don't get involved in this matter, okay? Guruashi is my best friend. How can I bear to see her like this? But it's not Lao Han's fault. He is the victim. But he... Well, anyway, give me his phone number. There was no choice. Luo Yang told Chun Sahan Li Muhan's cell phone number. Chun Sahan walked to a secluded spot around the corner of Guruashi's apartment and called Li Muhan. Hello, who is this? A familiar yet unfamiliar voice came from the other end of the phone. It was familiar because that voice did have some resemblance to Li Muhan from junior high school. It felt strange because the voice sounded much more cheerful than when he was in junior high school. Li Muhan. Yes, who are you? I'm Chun Sahan. After a moment of silence, there was a sound of footsteps on the other end of the phone. It seemed that Li Muhan had gone to another place to make a phone call. The Chun Sahan from junior high school? Or do you know anyone else? You speak differently now. I remember you couldn't even utter a single sentence in middle school. Li Muhan's voice held a hint of joking. After all, they were classmates in junior high school, and through Guruashi, they were also familiar with each other at the time, but they had never said anything. You don't bother me. I'm asking you, Li Muhan, what's going on between you and Ruashi? When Guruashi was mentioned, Li Muhan's voice seemed to become a little colder. This has nothing to do with you. She's my best friend. How can I just ignore her? Do you know how sad she is right now? What does it have to do with me, Chun Sahan? We were classmates in junior high school, so I won't say anything harsh. I welcome you to come and reminisce about the past. I'll treat you to dinner, drinks, karaoke, anything. But if you're here to defend someone, I'm sorry, I have other things to do. Wait a minute. Don't hang up. Chun Sahan realized that Li Muhan really didn't want to talk about Guruashi, so she calmed down and said, I just want to know what happened to you two. You were so close before. Why did it become like this? Ask her. At this moment, a woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. Why are you standing outside on the phone so late at night? Nothing, just a junior high school classmate. Both men and women. Girl, why are you looking at me like that? We're from junior high school. I'm hungry. Wait a moment, I'll be in soon to feed you. Go in first, hurry up. Then there was the sound of a door closing. Chun Sahan was confused. Who are you with, Li Muhan? This has nothing to do with you. Okay, it's fine. I'm going to hang up now. Remember to come find me when you come to Tianhai City. Luo Yang misses you too. Let's have dinner together. Eat, what the hell? I'm in Tianhai City right now. Come find me or not. Do you dare to come? Are you really Chun Sahan? Why do you sound like a different person? Tell me first, are you with a woman now? Yes. What's your relationship with that woman? Chun Sahan's voice became louder and louder. Occasionally, people who passed by and came home late would sigh and shake their heads when they heard what she said. I guess she is another poor girl abandoned by a man. Chun Sahan, are you sick? I see we were classmates in junior high school, and you're telling me all this. Are you checking my household registration? You. Chun Sahan, knowing that he was in the wrong, still refused to give up, but he was not so aggressive in his words. Did you know that Guruashi was almost kidnapped today? He said it was your friend who saved her. Chun Sahan said that she originally wanted to make Li Muhan worry about this matter. Li Muhan's voice on the other end of the phone did change. Huh? My friend? Who is it? I don't know. She said it was a beautiful girl with silver hair. She must have been wearing a wig. At this moment, the sound of a door opening came from the other end of the phone. Not well yet. Oh my God. Don't transform. Someone will see us. Go back first. I'm really hungry. And how long are you going to talk to another woman on the phone? Lee Muhan, are you listening to me? Ruashi, almost. All right, I get it. I'll look into this matter. Bye. Beep, beep, beep. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Chun Sahan was furious. Damn it. Damn it. You're actually fooling around with another woman. Lee Muhan you be asterisk 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 D. After hanging up the phone, Lee Muhan was almost dragged into the house by Xia Yu and thrown onto the bed. Wait a minute. I remember you already sucked blood today. Lee Muhan suddenly remembered that after he reported the orphanage incident to the Special Management Bureau, he let Xia Yu suck his blood when he returned home. Why is she sucking her blood again now? Is this vampire's appetite getting bigger and bigger? But Xia Yu pushed Lee Muhan onto the bed, staring at Lee Muhan with her blood-red eyes. You tell me. But she didn't bite him on the neck as she did before. Instead, she asked a question that puzzled Lee Muhan. Do you often pick up girls and take them home? Lee Muhan was dumbfounded. What kind of question is this? Say, what are you saying? Do you take every girl you see home with you, like you did to me last time? Lee Muhan didn't know what was wrong with Xia Yu, but looking at her eyes, it seemed that if he didn't answer this question, or if the answer didn't satisfy her, this vampire might really want to eat me tonight. What are you talking about? I'm not a pervert. How could I bring any woman I see home? Then why were you chatting with girls just now and seemed so happy? Suddenly, Lee Muhan seemed to understand something. Xia Yu misunderstood, and the misunderstanding was very deep. Is she also the girl you brought home? Did you do anything strange to her too? No, wait a minute, what's weird? I didn't do anything weird to you. You see my body? No, it was you who took off your clothes without saying anything, and then said something like, I can do anything to you, which is something that would make any man lose control. Xia Yu frowned slightly, as if she was thinking. She didn't quite understand these things, but she was very unhappy, which led to her current almost willful state. But you held on. Yeah, I'm awesome, right? Am I unattractive to you? Death question. Lee Muhan suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Well, even if she's attractive, I can't do that to a girl I just met, right? You're not a man. Hey, why are you swearing? But you just said that no man can control himself. If you can control yourself, then aren't you a man? I mean, I'm a gentleman. So if I continue to be naked in front of you, can you control yourself? Plop, plop. Lee Muhan suddenly felt his heart beating. Xia Yu's hand actually reached out to her collar and unbuttoned the cute and loose pajamas bit by bit. Lee Muhan swallowed his saliva, and his face began to turn red. He wanted to stop it, but his hands and feet were bound by a force called desire. This time, the devil took the upper hand in his mind. Just as Xia Yu said, the fact that he could control himself during their first meeting was purely a superhuman performance. That level of difficulty is like letting a bronze or silver player go against a professional player and beat the professional player. It's ridiculous. This probability is almost equal to 0. At that time, Lee Muhan probably resisted Xia Yu's temptation because he had just been abandoned and lost all hope for the future. But now, looking at the snow-white skin on Xia Yu's chest that was gradually revealed, Lee Muhan couldn't help swallowing. Snap! But in the end, the slender fingers flicked Lee Muhan's forehead. A faint smile appeared on his face. I lied to you. I'm minus. Lee Muhan started cursing in his heart. Sometimes he felt that Xia Yu was like a blank sheet of paper, knowing nothing. But then I thought, how old this guy is still unknown. How could he possibly know nothing? Even if he lacks common sense, he's definitely not a fool. I still underestimated her. Looking at Xia Yu, who sat up from him and tied her hair that had just been loose into a ponytail again, Lee Muhan was somewhat unwilling. You're the only one allowed to mess with me, right? He had complained to Lindsay before that whenever Xia Yu got angry, she would hold him down and start sucking his blood, and that feeling was different from the first one. Xia Yu used a lot of force, as if she wanted to make Lee Muhan feel pain on purpose. So Lindsay told Lee Muhan a mantra that could temporarily restrain the vampire. Lee Muhan looked at Xia Yu with a smile that showed he understood everything. Little bat, you forced me to do this. Xia Yu, with her hair tied up, was about to move away from Lee Muhan, but suddenly she felt that she could not move. The 100 unrestricted curse set. Li Muhan recited an ancient Huaxia spell, and at the same time, he pointed his sword-like hand and lightly touched Xia Yu's abdomen. The little vampire immediately fell silent. Her hands were still raised behind her head to tie her ponytail. Her chest was slightly raised, rising and falling with her breathing. Only her eyes still showed surprise. Holy crap, that's awesome. Sun Wukong must have used this same trick to subdue the 7 fairies. What are you up to? Xia Yu was still able to speak, and her delicate little face looked at Li Muhan with surprise. You've offended the abbot, and you still want to leave. You suck my blood every day. I have to deal with you today, right? Looking at Li Muhan extending his hand towards her, Xia Yu began to get nervous, but she also felt a little expectant and shy in her heart. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her eyes became rippling. Wait a minute, Li Muhan. Wait a minute, this is the spell that woman Lin Zhe told you, right? I warn you, this spell will only last for 3 minutes for me. I warn you. It's okay. 3 minutes is impressive. Li Muhan held Xia Yu's slender waist with his hands. Xia Yu's waist was so thin that it could almost be wrapped around by Li Muhan's hands. Dude, what are you doing? Xia Yu's petite body trembled slightly. The body temperature that was too hot for a vampire came from Li Muhan's hand around her waist, making her cheeks blush. Didn't you say that I can do anything to you as long as I want? I'll let you know right now what old son can do. Li Muhan held Xia Yu's waist, carried her to the bed, laid her flat on the bed, and then rode on her. But, you must be gentle. I'm afraid of pain. No, I still can't. I'm not ready. It's too late. Xia Yu, who originally thought she would be treated in such and such a way, suddenly discovered that Li Muhan was just poking her waist and armpits with his hands. Xia Yu's shy and watery eyes froze for a moment, then slowly became clear. She looked at Li Muhan with a puzzled look. Ha. Even vampires must be ticklish, right? Today I'll let you know what it means to be worse than death, huh? What's going on? Why don't you react? Li Muhan used his hands to constantly stimulate the so-called human laughter points, but Xia Yu just looked at him with disappointment, as if he were a fool. I'm very disappointed in you. I don't believe it. Li Muhan started poking Xia Yu's soles and tickling her ears again. How is it? Does it itch? Beg for mercy. Beg for mercy from humans. Xia Yu's eyes turned into the caring eyes she used to look at Li Muhan, as if she was looking at a mentally retarded person. Hey, I'm just curious. Aren't you vampires ticklish? In the end, it was Li Muhan who was exhausted and out of breath. Have you had enough of the commotion? Xia Yu slowly put her hand down and tidied up her pajamas, which were a little messy because of Li Muhan's misbehavior. I really thought you would. It seems I overestimated you. 3 minutes are up. Is it my turn now? No, I was just joking. Wait, it's a joke. A joke. Help. So throughout that night, Li Muhan's screams echoed in the room. God knows what he went through that night. Anyway, they were complained by their neighbors the next day, and Li Muhan had countless tiny teeth marks all over his body. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning when the two came out of the property office. So sleepy, Xia Yu said weakly. Li Muhan was quite angry. You're still sleepy? You tortured me all night last night. Li Muhan felt exhausted when he thought about how Xia Yu hung him upside down and tickled him in various ways last night, and didn't let him go until after 2 a.m. I'm hungry. Xia Yu grabbed Li Muhan's sleeve and was about to go out. Go back and wash up first, and brush your teeth before you go eat. Ignoring Xia Yu's dissatisfied look, Li Muhan forcibly dragged Xia Yu back home. When she finished washing and was about to go out, she suddenly found a girl standing at the door. Li Muhan. The girl seemed a little unsure and asked tentatively, Who are you? Li Muhan felt that the person in front of him was both familiar and unfamiliar, until the other person said his name. I'm Chun Sahan. F***K. Li Muhan was surprised, because in his impression, Chun Sahan is not a ball. How did you get such a good figure? Have a meal. Xia Yu poked Li Muhan's back from behind. At the same time, He looked at Chun Sahan at the door with an animal-like, hostile look. Chun Sahan also noticed Xiaoyu at this time, and she immediately had a guess in her mind. This girl is much prettier than Gu Ruoshi. I never thought Li Muhan would meet such a lovely girl. Oh, this is Xiaoyu. She's my roommate now. Roommate? Luo Yang said this is your girlfriend. Have a meal. Li Muhan rubbed Xiaoyu's head and whispered, wait a minute. Then he said to Chun Sahan, Luo Yang can say anything. It's not like you don't know him well. Chun Sahan looked at Li Muhan and Xiaoyu's actions suspiciously. She really couldn't believe that two people who were so close were just roommates. Just at this moment, the neighbor's door opened. The Annie next door was about to go downstairs with a garbage bag and happened to see Li Muhan. She immediately walked up to the few people with a stern face and said, young man, I know you're young and strong, but could you please keep your voices down at night? You were up until 2 in the morning, and you didn't even let me sleep? Sigh, young people these days. Without waiting for Li Muhan to explain, the old lady took the garbage bag and left, shaking her head and sighing. Chun Sahan no longer believed Li Muhan, but Li Muhan didn't really care whether she believed it or not. What he was curious about now was why Chun Sahan came to his house. What do you want from me? Yeah, Ruoshi's matter. Just like last night, Li Muhan's expression immediately darkened when he started talking about Gu Ruoshi. Then I have nothing more to say to you. Let's go and eat. After saying that, Li Muhan took Xiaoyu's hand and went to eat. When passing by Chun Sahan, Xiaoyu, who had originally had a blank expression on her face, actually stuck out her tongue at Chun Sahan, making Chun Sahan so angry that her face turned slightly red. Wait a minute, Li Muhan. What? Li Muhan had already reached the stairs, but he stopped and turned to look at Chun Sahan. Can you please have a good talk with Ruoshi? She's in a really bad state right now. It will take longer, trust me. Li Muhan waved at her and went downstairs. Chun Sahan was still unwilling to give up and was about to chase after him. However, just as she turned the corner, she suddenly saw a pair of scarlet eyes. Those eyes seemed to be stained with blood and were filled with a horror that made her shudder. Her body trembled, her heartbeat accelerated instantly, and even her breathing became a little difficult. It was like being hunted by a terrifying beast, unable to even escape. The elevator is here. Xiaoyu, what are you doing? At the elevator door, Li Muhan turned around and called out to Xiaoyu, who was standing at the corner. Xiaoyu blinked, and the scarlet in her eyes disappeared, and her expression returned to normal. Here I come. She didn't say a word to Chun Sahan, who was almost scared to death, and turned to walk towards the elevator. Only when the elevator doors closed and the elevator slowly descended did Chun Sahan breathe a sigh of relief and slump to the ground. Although it was winter, her palms and back were already wet with cold sweat, and her heart was filled with fear and anxiety. Who is she? 20 minutes later, Li Muhan, who was having breakfast in a breakfast shop, stared at Xiaoyu, who was sitting opposite him, and said, Xiaoyu, what? Still chewing food, the cute hamster-like girl looked up at Li Muhan. That classmate of mine from junior high school isn't a strange person. Were you a little too harsh on her? I just don't want her to be around you. It's not called pestering, right? Well, forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Last time I told you about the guhua bird. Do you have any clues? Li Muhan is still thinking about the 2 missing children. Although Lindsay said that the guhua bird would not harm children, Lindsay always felt a little uneasy. Xiaoyu thought about it and shook her head. I have never seen this alien. Li Muhan sighed. Xiaoyu had only come into contact with the fox demon and was completely unfamiliar with the guhua bird. However, she was somewhat concerned about the fact that the guhua bird suddenly gained power. Gaining a power far beyond one's own in such a short period of time is indeed quite unusual. It reminds me of something that happened before. Li Muhan quickly asked what was going on. He's the alien who defected from your 7th squad. His strength isn't that strong, but after he defected, he repeatedly defeated the aliens that came after him. Although he didn't intend to kill him, his strength is indeed formidable to a terrifying degree. Li Muhan also checked the information about the member of Team 7 who defected, but there was very little information about him. It seemed as if someone had deliberately erased all his files. Could it be related to the vampire at that time? Li Muhan asked. He heard from Huatian that the alien from Team 7 defected while they were dealing with a vampire incident. Xiaoyu shook her head. I didn't know that a city isn't actually allowed to have two vampires. Why? Because vampires can transform humans and increase their followers. Don't look at me. I said I don't need followers. As if sensing something strange in Li Muhan's eyes, Xiaoyu glared back. And I told you, the method of converting a vampire, well, it's very special and requires. At this point, Xiaoyu's face turned slightly red, and Li Muhan suddenly became alert. Have you really never added any followers? Look into my eyes and don't lie to me. This time it was Li Muhan's turn to feel a little uncomfortable. He looked at Xiaoyu suspiciously. I told you, I didn't. What are you looking at me like that? Hee, I advise you not to hide it from me. If I find out, you... Li Muhan looked at Xiaoyu like Sherlock Holmes. But what he got in return was a bowl of hot porridge directly covering Li Muhan's face. You idiot! Xiaoyu blushed and stood up and walked out. Li Muhan realized that he seemed to have said something wrong and quickly got up and chased after her. At this moment, in an inconspicuous corner of the breakfast shop, a man in a black leather jacket was looking at the two people leaving the breakfast shop with a weird look. At the same time, in the archive management room on the second underground floor of Tianhai City Special Management Bureau, the clerk on duty put away a stack of documents and then sat down at his desk, yawning. A black shadow flashed past him silently and went straight into the archive room. After successfully sneaking into the archives room, Qian Gongwei began to search for the document she needed. The defection of the alien member of Team 7. This incident was like a taboo in the entire Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. After it happened, all the files of the alien disappeared, as if someone deliberately wanted to conceal this matter. And now she is controlled by Hattie. The woman from the north has a fickle personality. She may be talking to you nicely 1 second, and suddenly show you her fangs and sharp teeth the next second. This is just one time. I will never have anything to do with this woman again. In fact, she could ask Xiaoyu for help. Although Xiaoyu was very cold to her and did not acknowledge her identity as a follower, it was Xiaoyu who saved her life. For Qian Gongwei, Xiaoyu is undoubtedly her master. Li Muhan, while she was looking for files, she suddenly found a familiar name, and then the face of the human who had always been following Xiaoyu appeared in her mind. Alien name, Li Muhan, alien type, demon level, chaos level, with high growth potential, demon inside, ball level, world-destroying level, danger level SSS. Qian Gongwei swallowed his saliva and felt a chill on his back. This was a world-destroying demon, and this was no joke. Although she is not a member of the Special Management Bureau, she has had some dealings with the Special Management Bureau after traveling to various cities over the years. If a city really has a world-destroying existence, it must be closely monitored, and if possible, its freedom will be restricted as much as possible. As far as Qian Gongwei knows, the Huaxia Special Management Bureau currently has a total of 5 world-destroying aliens imprisoned, 2 of which have been clearly shown to have a strong tendency to destroy humanity, so they're now being held in special custody. The other 3 don't care about humans, so the Special Management Bureau only monitors them closely. But now, there is a potential world-destroying demon in Tianhai City, but no measures have been taken. She slowly closed Li Muhan's file. There wasn't much content in it, but every sentence made the girl feel terrified. That human is too dangerous. He cannot be allowed to stay with his master any longer. Does it look good? Just as he closed the file, a voice suddenly sounded from his side. Qian Gongwei turned around suddenly, and the red light, unique to the vampires, flashed in his eyes. But when she discovered who was coming, she immediately gave up the idea of expanding the boundary. It's not because the person who came was a companion, but because if she wanted to fight this person, 10 lives of hers would not be enough. Lindsay took Li Muhan's file from Qian Gongwei with a smile, and then put it back on the shelf. Don't worry, we've already reported everything he did to the Huaxia Special Management Bureau. There's no violation of any rules, otherwise we wouldn't be showing it here for you to see. Because the shelf was quite high and Lindsay was short, she couldn't reach it even if she stood on tiptoe. So she looked at Qian Gonyue with a smile. Could you please lend a hand? Qian Gonyue was slightly stunned, then quickly walked over and put the file back on the shelf. Then, just as she was about to speak, Lindsay interrupted her. She said to Qian Gonyue with a smile while brushing the dust off her hands. What are you looking for? You're not really here to look through Li Muhan's files, are you? I can't say. Cold sweat had already seeped out of Qian Gonyue's back, and she kept cursing Hattie in her heart. This damn woman clearly said that Lindsay was not in the Special Management Bureau at this time. Isn't this asking her to die? I can probably guess that it was Hattie who asked you to come, right? Qian Gonyue didn't say anything. That little wolf cub is really impatient. Tell her to be patient. The Special Management Bureau is very busy these days, but we are privately helping her find clues about Skull. As for her suspicion, Skull's disappearance is related to the aliens of the 7th Special Management Bureau. I can only say I have no comment. In fact, Qian Gonyue heard this sentence very clearly. No comment means that it does matter, but I can't tell you because you're not qualified to know. So she nodded stiffly. Would you like to have some coffee in my office? It's so dusty here. Lindsay said to Qian Gonyue. I was wrong, I'm sorry. Qian Gonyue didn't know what Lindsay was going to do, but it would be okay to admit his mistake first at this time. Am I that scary? Lindsay smiled bitterly, as if he had suffered some kind of blow. Nonsense. Qian Gonyue is different from others. She witnessed Lindsay's action 10 years ago, and 15 years ago, an Earth Dragon awakened underground in the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. Although its strength is not as strong as in its heyday, it is still at the disaster level. That time, the situation was urgent. If the Earth Dragon turned over, the entire Tianhai City would be reduced to ruins. So Lindsay took action personally, and Qian Gonyue happened to witness this scene. This woman pulled the big dragon out of the ground with her bare hands, without even deploying her realm. Then she used an abnormally powerful realm to seal the old dragon directly in the pool behind the Jinwu Dojo in Suwei Mountain. The old dragon was also beaten stupidly. As long as Lindsay was around, he didn't even dare to sneeze. Now, such a terrifying monster is standing in front of me, and she wants me to go to her office to drink coffee. Qian Gonyue just felt dizzy, and her stomach was cramping, and she felt like vomiting. Then I want to invite you again, Qian Gonyue. We are old acquaintances. For your master's sake, I can let it go this time. But remember, if you still want to stay in Tianhai City, you must behave yourself and don't show your true colors. Always remember what I said. There can only be one vampire in a city. Yes, I understand. Qian Gonyue is as well-behaved as child. Then go ahead and tell Hattie not to do anything stupid again. If the little wolf cub gets itchy, I can teach her a lesson on behalf of her father. Qian Gonyue's legs went limp after she left the Special Management Bureau. She collapsed on the ground, breathing in the air in big gulps, her whole body soaked in cold sweat. I almost thought I was going to die. After a long while, she slowly stood up with the help of the wall and disappeared into the night. The next day, Lindsay called him over. Li Muhan and Xiaoyu came to Lindsay's office again. Li Muhan has been going in and out of the bank quite frequently these days, and the bank employees all look at him with strange eyes and even discuss privately whether he is a VIP customer and why he always uses the back door. Li Muhan didn't want to do that either, because the nearest place that could lead to the underground Special Management Bureau was the bank. Why do you see me so unhappy? Lindsay sat in front of her chair and typed on the keyboard. She now had her hair tied in a ponytail, had taken off her suit jacket, and was only wearing a white shirt. She has a small frame and a petite figure, and looks very delicate. At this time, she was wearing a pair of glasses and looked like an office worker, with a sense of uniform temptation. But her typing speed is extremely slow. Even older people may be faster than her. After all, you calling me over usually means there's work to do, and what office worker wants to work? Li Muhan said helplessly. Ever since I started working for the Special Management Bureau, I've almost forgotten what college life was like. As for attendance, Never mind. Graduating successfully is a success. Lin Zhe's face peeked out from behind the computer screen, and after glancing at Li Muhan, he still had a faint smile on his face. Don't be so nervous. This mission is like a trip at your own expense. After saying that, Lin Zhe stood up, took off his glasses, and rubbed his nose. After all these years, I still can't adapt to screens. Even though computers are one of the greatest inventions of mankind, it's still too hard for old-fashioned people like us to adapt. She stretched and walked up to Li Muhan and Xiaoyu and said, "Don't be nervous. This incident is very easy. It's really a good job." Li Muhan is skeptical. He had not been in the Special Management Bureau for long, less than 2 months, and he had carried out several life-threatening missions. The first time he encountered a narrow country with cheating skills. Although he did not contribute much, Huatian paid the price with his life. The second nightmare made him relive the nightmare life in the orphanage. Later, Li Muhan, Su Shui, and Inchi almost died in the orphanage. It's better not to do such a thing as fighting monsters above your level. As if seeing through Li Muhan's thoughts, Xiaoyu calmly held his hand. Seeing this scene, Lin Zhe picked up the coffee cup and smiled slightly. "I'm very happy that you two have such a good relationship, but don't play so late at night next time. Young people should pay more attention to rest." As soon as these words came out, Li Muhan and Xiaoyu blushed immediately. You, how do you know? You have a calamity-level demon living in your body, and this vampire is itself a calamity-level alien. How could I not have real-time intelligence on you? Li Muhan guessed that there might be spies from the Special Management Bureau in the property, and once he started thinking about it, he couldn't stop. From now on, I have to check if there are any hidden cameras before taking a shower. The vehicle drove for about 5 hours. From the moment we passed through the third tunnel, the scenery became increasingly desolate. If Li Muhan was initially excited about the rare opportunity to travel so far, he felt tortured when he saw the bare mountains on both sides, not to mention the composition of the people in the car. Li Muhan sat in the middle of the back seat. On the left is Xiaoyu. She was holding Li Muhan's arm tightly at this time. On Li Muhan's right is also a young girl, who is tall, with elegant lines, a curvy figure, and an extremely beautiful appearance. Her face was as cold and arrogant as a cold pond, and her bright eyes sparkled like stars. Her beauty carried a hint of an air of keep away from strangers. Only in this respect did Li Muhan feel that she was somewhat similar to Xiaoyu. "I'm sorry to bother you three this time." Sitting in the co-pilot seat was a man in his 60s, who was also the main target of protection for Li Muhan and others in this mission. "Yes, this is an escort mission." The old man's name is Zhang Wenlin. He is the Deputy Section Chief of the Cultural Relics Protection Section of the Special Management Bureau. He does not belong to the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau, but to the Provincial Special Management Bureau. Therefore, Lin Zhe and others also attach great importance to the tasks he brings, even if this is just a cultural relic recovery and escort mission. But what Li Muhan couldn't understand was that the captain of this mission was actually Hattie, an alien from the Northern Special Management Bureau. Lin Zhe's explanation for this is, now that she's here, she can't just sit there doing nothing all day. Find her something to do so she doesn't get into trouble. It can be heard that Lin Zhe is helpless toward Hattie. It's not that he's afraid of her, but Hattie is not only an outlier in the Northern Special Management Bureau, but also a member of the Northern Royal Family. I heard that her status is not low. If we offend her, it will affect the relationship between Huaxia and Beigua, and the responsibility will be huge. Hattie also agreed to this mission, but she put forward a supplementary condition, which was that Li Muhan had to accompany her on the mission, because she knew very well why Lin Zhe asked her to carry out such a simple task. This is Huaxia's territory, and you are now in the Huaxia Special Management Bureau. If you don't want to get into trouble, just stay here. Hattie also made his own response. Bringing Li Muhan meant to tell Lin Zhe, "If you don't help me find Skull, I will start with this demon, and then both sides will be destroyed and no one will benefit." So this seemingly simple task actually contains hidden secrets. As for Xiaoyu, she is Li Muhan's guarantor and cannot let Li Muhan leave her sight for 24 hours. Originally, Lin Zhe said that he could make an exception this time, but Xiaoyu insisted on following him no matter what. Lin Zhe was also in a difficult situation. After calling Chang Yu and getting his approval, he agreed to let the two aliens accompany Li Muhan on this mission. When leaving the Special Management Bureau, Li Muhan heard Lin Ziyu's complaints. "Director Lin, what's going on? The captain is off on another mission with two beauties. I want to go too. Then you will lead the next mission with your captain." No, Director Lin, I was just kidding." At this time, Li Muhan looked out the window and cursed Lin Ziyu in his heart, saying that this kid could only share the good times but not the bad times. This time the destination is a small town in another province, more than 2,000 kilometers away from Tianhai City. As for why they don't take a plane, this is an unwritten rule of the Special Management Bureau. Because the Special Management Bureau's missions are often accompanied by danger, once a conflict occurs with aliens on the plane, the probability of innocent people dying will be very high. Therefore, unless it is a specially required mission or some cross-border mission, the Special Management Bureau will not allow the mission to be carried out by plane. I didn't expect that the person who would come to escort me would be Miss Hattie from the Northern Kingdom. I've heard a lot about you and your father, and I'm quite interested in the myths of your country. If it's okay." Zhang Wenlin was interrupted by Hattie halfway through his words. "No need to be so polite. I'm also an outsider from the Huaxia Special Management Bureau. Please treat me as one of your own." As for the myths of their country and her father, the legendary Fenrir, Hattie didn't want to say a word. Zhang Wenlin clearly felt Hattie's resistance, and after a few dry laughs, he said nothing more. "Our mission this time will take 2 days and 2 nights. We're mainly going to recover an unearthed artifact in a small town in Yulong City. This artifact is related to aliens, and we might be attacked during this time, so I'm sorry to bother you three." "It's okay, Chief Zhang. We're all family. Don't be polite. You're still our leader," Li Muhan said jokingly. "And what about Xiaoyu?" He just kept holding Li Muhan's arm and staring at Hattie, as if he was afraid that Hattie would eat Li Muhan if he wasn't careful. The driver was an experienced driver sent by the Special Management Bureau. He had excellent driving skills, but no matter how good he was still a human being. They had been driving for 5 or 6 hours, and Zhang Wenlin suggested that the driver take a break and have a cigarette. But the driver insisted on going to the rest area to rest. This place is located in the northwest, and there are not many rest areas. Zhang Wenlin also understands the driver's insistence. Staying in the wild is likely to be attacked unexpectedly, so I didn't say much. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening when they arrived at the rest area. Li Muhan was almost asleep, and Xiaoyu had already fallen asleep with her arms around her. Only Hattie did not show any sign of fatigue in his eyes. She didn't say a word along the way, but occasionally she would slowly turn her head and look at Li Muhan with a half-smile. When looking into those dark green pupils, Li Muhan always felt uncomfortable, but he couldn't escape their sight, so in the end he could only close his eyes and rest. The Northwest region has not been developed much, and there's only one older hotel in this rest area. But fortunately, the sanitary conditions are acceptable. Li Muhan went to the front desk to book a room. Considering the protection of Zhang Wenlin, Li Muhan and Zhang Wenlin lived in one room. The driver lived in one room, and Hattie and Xiaoyu lived in one room, but was told that there were only 2 rooms available. Finally, after some discussion, the group decided that Li Muhan, the driver, and Zhang Wenlin would share one room, while Hattie and Xiaoyu would share another. But Xiaoyu was obviously dissatisfied. She pulled Li Muhan's sleeve and was reluctant to go to her room. Hattie didn't care. She hugged Xiaoyu. "We haven't had a good chat for a long time. Come on, sister won't eat you. We don't even know who will live longer between us. Stop pulling me. Let go. Snap." Seeing the door of their room closed, Li Muhan breathed a sigh of relief. Although Hattie and Xiaoyu had a grudge, they shouldn't fight during the mission. Everyone is very tired today, especially the driver. He barely ate anything, smoked a cigarette, and then fell into a deep sleep on the bed. His snoring made Li Muhan, who was sleeping on the sofa, unable to fall asleep at all. However, the old section chief Zhang Wenlin was not affected at all. Maybe this is what they call good sleep for the elderly. Li Muhan, who couldn't fall asleep, decided to go out for some fresh air. When he put on his coat and came to the door, he found a figure standing under the moonlight. The long golden hair sparkled brightly in the moonlight and fell down to her slender waist. The dreamlike feeling almost made people doubt whether this girl really existed in this world. As if startled by the sound of Li Muhan closing the door, Hattie turned his head slightly. A glimmer flashed in her dark green eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled up, revealing an extremely beautiful smile towards Li Muhan. Having been discovered, Li Muhan did not intend to hide, but he really had nothing to say to Hattie, so he smiled and greeted Hattie and then turned around to go back to the room. But just as he turned around to go back to the room, Li Muhan suddenly felt someone grabbing his hand, and the next second, he was already under the moonlight, and in front of him was a pair of bright eyes flashing with a faint green light. The moonlight is so beautiful tonight. Hattie was slightly stunned, tilted his head, and then said to Li Muhan, I love you too. This time it was Li Muhan's turn to be confused. He didn't understand why Hattie suddenly said this to him until Hattie took out his mobile phone and searched on Baidu for the meaning of the beautiful moonlight tonight and showed it to Li Muhan. Li Muhan was completely dumbfounded. No, I didn't mean that. I just said it casually. Well, it's okay. I didn't say that casually. Hattie spoke softly, staring into Li Muhan's eyes with a pair of bright eyes, which also revealed a hint of mischief and tenderness. Li Muhan was startled, and just as he was about to step back, Hattie's hand was on his neck. Don't move. Let me take a closer look at you. Now Li Muhan really didn't dare to move, because he could feel that Hattie's fingers on his neck had stretched out sharp claws, and those claws were touching his neck teasingly. We're not enemies, are we? Li Muhan raised his head and looked at Hattie with a wry smile. How can we be enemies? I told you I love you. Hattie poked Li Muhan's neck lightly with her finger, and a thin trace of blood dripped down her finger. Don't mess around, Hattie. I'm a public servant now, and I'm a captain. You're... Li Muhan was halfway through his words when Hattie suddenly moved his face closer and made a hush sound at him. Don't worry, I won't kill you, but I also want to taste what your blood tastes like. As she spoke, Hattie hooked her arms around Li Muhan's neck and buried her face in it. However, she did not bite him like Xiaoyu did. Instead, she gently licked the blood oozing from Li Muhan's neck with her tongue. I see. No wonder little Moon is so obsessed with you. Hattie let go of Li Muhan and took a step back, as if savoring the taste of blood. Li Muhan knew the gap in strength between himself and Hattie, and a head-on confrontation would definitely not work, so he could only wake up Xiaoyu first. It's rude to suck someone else's blood casually, and I haven't heard that you like sucking blood. As Li Muhan spoke, he slowly moved towards Xiaoyu's room. Not casually. There was a hint of lust in Hattie's eyes. She licked her fingers gently, then looked at Li Muhan and said, But I've wanted to eat you for a long time. You women are simply incomprehensible. Li Muhan said this in a bad mood. Just as he was about to slowly move towards Hattie's room, the girl suddenly grabbed the back of his collar and pressed him against the wall. Will you come with me? Hattie pressed close to Li Muhan's back, leaned close to his ear, and asked in an extremely seductive voice. Follow you? Yes, leave Shalia, return to the North Country, and marry me, and I will give you everything I have. After Hattie said this, Li Muhan's hair stood on end. It's not that he was unhappy about being proposed to by a beauty like Hattie, but these weirdos really like to confess their love, propose marriage, and show off their bodies at every turn. Is it true that after living for so long, one loses all moral integrity? This is my first time proposing to a human being. It's a bit embarrassing. Hattie touched her cheek slightly, but her expression was somewhat excited, and she didn't seem shy at all. She slowly moved closer to the back of Li Muhan's neck. The exhaled breath made Li Muhan feel numb all over. Well, human, this condition shouldn't be a big deal to you, right? Isn't it true that humans are always fickle? Besides, you can still survive. The girl took a step forward, gently lifted Li Muhan's chin with her fingers, and at the same time pressed her proud breasts against Li Muhan's chest. I promise to bring you more happiness than Shalia ever could, happiness you've never known before. I'll bear you many children, and we'll be very happy. Are you sick? Expand the realm. Li Muhan did not hesitate at all this time and directly unleashed the power of the realm, but only maintained it around himself. The power of thunder and lightning made Hattie take a step back slightly. Don't underestimate humans, okay? Although Xiaoyu and I aren't in the relationship you claim, I'm sorry, but I really have no interest in you at all. Even if you want to kill me, I will never go with you. After saying that, Li Muhan turned around and walked back to the door of his room. I didn't quite understand why you always said strange things to me before, but now I have a rough idea. In front of the door, Li Muhan turned around and looked at the girl who was standing in a daze in the moonlight and said, "You just want to take away what Xiaoyu likes. You want to see her anxious and sad. Do you like me? No, you don't even know what love is. You are really too naive. Compared to you, Xiaoyu is just like a mature and sensible sister." Snap! The door closed, and Hattie finally came to his senses. Was he rejected? No, wait, he just called me childish? For the first time, Hattie's face showed an expression of humiliation and anger because his thoughts were seen through. He actually said I was more childish than that vampire? No one has ever said this to me. This human being is really interesting. The anger on Hattie's face slowly began to transform into excitement and lust. I will definitely get you, devil's agent. After all this trouble, Li Muhan was able to fall asleep. He slept dreamlessly until dawn. When he walked out with the old section chief and the driver, they saw Xiaoyu and Hattie arguing at the hotel door. Where does the smell on you come from? Xiaoyu grabbed Hattie's wrist tightly and looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. You found me. Hattie blushed slightly, and when she saw Li Muhan coming out, a subtle smile appeared on her face. Li Muhan thought to himself that this was not good. This woman must be up to something again. Tell me, why do you smell like his blood? Xiaoyu was still pressing the issue, but Hattie gently pointed at Li Muhan and spoke in a somewhat shy tone. Last night, we couldn't sleep. As you know, on a full moon night, my mood was not very stable, so I also had a taste of your little boyfriend. What the hell? What nonsense are you talking about? It's not happening. No, I'm innocent. Xiaoyu's pupils were shaking, staring at Li Muhan with shock and anger. Believe me, no, I didn't. Really? He does what he does to you normally, and I did it with him last night. We can still smell each other in our bodies. Hattie lowered his head and pretended to be injured. The old section chief and the driver were confused by this scene. Are you aliens playing such tricks now? Are you showing us a melodramatic TV series so early in the morning? No, Xiaoyu, nothing really happened between her and me. Am I that kind of person? She seduced me, but Xiaoyu, whose eyes turned red with anger at the smell of Li Muhan on Hattie, refused to listen to his explanation. How many girls has Li Muhan provoked along the way? She seduced you, so you couldn't control yourself? Then why? Could you control yourself when facing me? Xiaoyu's eyes had turned blood red as she stared at Li Muhan, and her fangs, belonging to the vampire clan, emerged as if she was going to pounce on Li Muhan and bite him to death in the next second. Hattie stood beside the two of them, unable to suppress his excitement. That's right, Xiaolia, that's it. The pain of having your loved one taken away is best experienced by losing your mind and killing him with your own hands. When you wake up, you will fall into eternal pain. I can prove it. Come on. After Li Muhan shouted this, he took the initiative to hug Xiaoyu and put his neck in front of her fangs. Even in anger, Xiaoyu did not refuse his hug. Bite. Hurry. Bite quickly. Just take a look. Is there any trace of her in my body? Hurry. Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment. Her expression slightly relaxed, but when she saw Hattie standing next to her and smelled the wolf stench on Li Muhan's neck, she bit Li Muhan's neck directly. Oh, it hurts. This feels different than before. It hurts. Xiaoyu's eyes glowed red, and the old section chief and the driver hurriedly explained to a few passers-by. Hey, it's okay, it's just a fight between a young couple. It's okay, everyone stopped watching. As for Xiaoyu, she was not just sucking blood, she was feeling every inch of blood flowing in Li Muhan's body. If she found even a trace of Hattie's liquid in it, she was very scared. If she really found it, what would she do? Thinking of this, she sobbed and tears rolled down her face. Her fangs were still biting Li Muhan's neck tightly. Her tears fell on Li Muhan's neck, making him feel distressed. Li Muhan seemed to sense Xiaoyu's emotions as well. He stopped struggling, reached out, and hugged Xiaoyu tighter, allowing Xiaoyu to check every inch of his body, if this could make this silly girl feel at ease. Hey, Xiaoan, why don't you just admit it and suffer less? That's right, brother. We're all men. We've all been there. I understand. But the driver and the old section chief looked at Li Muhan as if they had already made the final decision on the matter, which made Li Muhan very unhappy. He had to prove it. Finally, the inspection was over. Xiaoyu sobbed and opened her mouth. Li Muhan gently touched her hair and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. How's it going? Are you feeling relieved? Great. Now I can prove my innocence. But when Li Muhan sat up and was about to tell them his innocence, he found that the old section chief, the driver, and Hattie were all walking towards the hotel cafeteria. I'm so hungry. Let's have some breakfast quickly. We have to go on our way soon. Li Muhan couldn't help but yell. Don't go. Don't go. Come back. Let's see. How many bowls of noodles are there? Only Xiaoyu was still holding Li Muhan tightly, as if she let go, the boy in front of her would disappear forever. After a quick breakfast in the hotel cafeteria and filling up the car with gas, the group set off on their journey again. If we are not delayed along the way, we will enter Yulong City tonight, and the local Special Management Bureau will be responsible for receiving us. The old section chief Zhang Wenlin was looking at the map in the passenger seat while speaking to the three people in the back seat. But the atmosphere in the back seat is now full of tension. This time, Li Muhan sat on the left, while Xiaoyu and Hattie sat together. She kept looking at Hattie with hostility, while Hattie seemed to be completely indifferent and would occasionally give Xiaoyu a disdainful smile. Well, the old section chief sighed. It reminds me of when I was young. I seem to have had this experience as well. Section chief, when you were young, you also dated someone of a different species? The driver asked in shock. Hammer, I'm talking about attracting a lot of girls at the same time. There were no minor incidents on the journey that day. Around 2 p.m., they ate and refueled in the rest area. After resting for about an hour, they continued on their journey and finally entered Yulong City in the evening. Yulong City is different from Tianhai City. It is a small town on the northwestern border. Of course, there is also a special management bureau here. It's just very small. From the outside, it looks like a 3-story office building. The director of the Yulong City Special Management Bureau is a bald uncle with a big belly, which fits Li Muhan's definition of a leader. Finally, it has the flavor. The bald director and Zhang Wenlin seemed to be old acquaintances, and he respected Zhang Wenlin very much. Teacher, I haven't seen you for many years. You are still in good health. Zhang Wenlin's attitude towards him was somewhat cold. You've changed a lot. Your belly looks like it's 3 months old. Eat less greasy food. Be careful not to get any grass growing on your head. The bald director smiled apologetically and invited a few people into the Special Management Bureau. Li Muhan found that there was a huge gap between this place and the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. Most of the staff looked very lazy, and some even played games during work hours. Of course, after the director came in, several people immediately restrained themselves. Excuse me, everyone. This is a small town on the northwest border. The conditions aren't very good, and there aren't many entertainment activities, so no one is in high spirits. Bad conditions? I think it's very suitable for fattening up. Section Chief Zhang was not polite at all to the bald director, so Li Muhan quickly changed the subject. Are there no aliens here? He looked at the bald chief and asked, Hey, little brother, you probably don't know much about this place. How could there be any aliens here? Li Muhan still didn't quite understand the bald director's answer. Generally speaking, aren't such remote areas more prone to strange phenomena? Xiaoan, you probably don't know. Zhang Wenlin pulled Li Muhan aside and whispered, The Yulong City Special Management Bureau may not be good at other things, but it has one thing in common. It leads all other special management bureaus throughout the year. Li Muhan became even more curious. That means there will definitely be no evil spirits causing trouble here. Why? Because we have the Ghost General of Human Pass here. The bald director sighed and gave the answer on behalf of Zhang Wenlin. There is a pass on the road leading from Yulong City to the outside of the pass, called Human Pass. 30 years ago, evil spirits were rampant at Human Pass, harming many local people. Although the former director of the Special Management Bureau of Yulong City was physically weak, he was proficient in the art of driving away ghosts and gods. He used his own life as a medium to invite the ghost generals of hell to play chess with him at Human Pass. The ghost general who responded to the former director is a chess fanatic and loves the game, so he was invited to Human Pass. During the game, the former director suggested that the ghost general could guard the peace during the game so that the game would not be disturbed. The ghost general thought that he could defeat the mortal in a few moves, so he readily agreed. Unexpectedly, the former director was a master of chess. He set up all kinds of traps to make the ghost general like a trapped beast and unable to break the situation no matter what. He transformed this anger into murderous intent. Whenever the chess game reached a stalemate, he would pick up his long sword to kill ghosts and monsters to vent his anger. Once he started killing, the sky would turn dark and the ghosts would wail. After he had a good kill, he would come back to continue playing chess. In this way, the former director used his body to drag out the chess game for a whole year. Eventually, this ghost general wiped out all the evil spirits around Yulong City, and even the 2 aliens from the Yulong Special Management Bureau at that time were almost killed. It was because of this that the Yulong City Special Management Bureau urgently transferred the aliens elsewhere. There are no more evil spirits inside the pass, but the evil spirits outside the pass are endless. But as long as the Ghost General is here, no evil spirit will be able to pass through Human Pass. But the former director knew that he had little time left, and it was almost difficult for him to even stay awake. So in the last move, the former director used all his skills and magic tricks learned throughout his life to completely put the whole game into a situation that seemed unsolvable but also seemed solvable. Neither let the Ghost General admit defeat nor let him break the game. After leaving this trick, the former director passed away, and the only one left at Human Pass was a Ghost General from Hell who killed ghosts and monsters because he couldn't crack the chess game. Awesome. After listening to Zhang Wenlin's explanation, Li Muhan only uttered these 2 words. The previous director, Xie Qingtan, was also a member of your Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. Due to health reasons, he couldn't be reused despite his great talent. He was transferred to this remote place, like a dragon in shallow water, unable to display his talents at all. The ball director personally made tea for several people in the office and said with a sigh, "He's my senior, and the person I respect the most. I often wonder if Director Xie had been in better health. Would he have become a key training target for the Special Management Bureau? Huh, so this is how you repay him now? You're fattening yourself up and giving up on yourself." Zhang Wenlin said unhappily, "I'm just a mediocre person, incomparable to Director Xie. Look at me. I'm just an ordinary person. The peace in Yulong City is only due to Director Xie's sacrifice. Sai, what can I do?" Hattie sat by the office window with her chin in her hand, her eyes looking into the distance. In the northwest, shrouded in the night, there seemed to be some kind of powerful aura spreading out. As expected of a ghost general from the ancient Huaxian nation, his murderous aura is truly terrifying. This should be the highest evaluation given by Hattie so far. Teacher Zhang, I actually want to ask you for a favor. The ball director personally brought tea to Zhang Wenlin and said, "I'd like to ask you, everyone, to help us retrieve Director Xie's body when we pass through Human Pass." Snap! Zhang Wenlin slammed the table and glared at the ball director. "After all these years, you're still letting Xie Chengtian's body rot there." The ball director was so frightened that he quickly bent down and said, Teacher, don't be angry. Think about it. We are all ordinary people here. Who would dare to approach the ancient Yumengwen Tower? And after all these years, the Ghost General still can't break the chess game. I'm afraid he has long been possessed by a demon. Now I'm afraid he wants to kill everyone and every ghost he sees. The Ghost General is guarding Human Pass, so these evil spirits naturally cannot cross the forbidden area. But because of this, the murderous aura in Human Pass is extremely heavy, and all the evil spirits and demons are detained in Human Pass by the Ghost General. The Human Pass is now filled with evil spirits, and ordinary people who approach it will either die or be injured. Therefore, the Yulong City Special Management Bureau also designated Human Pass as a restricted area. If you think about it carefully, what the ball director said is right, but Zhang Wenlin can't make a decision. Although their destination was outside the Great Wall, they could have bypassed Human Pass, and their mission objective was very clear: to recover cultural relics, not to collect Xie Qingtian's body. I can't make the decision on this matter. I also asked the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau to send someone to escort me. Zhang Wenlin looked at Hattie and said, "This lady is the main person in charge of this escort team. You can ask her." The ball director was about to turn around and talk to Hattie, but as soon as he made eye contact with Hattie, he was so frightened by his powerful aura that he didn't dare to raise his head. Director Xie is truly a hero. He used himself as bait to lure the demon general into the game. I have to admire him. Hattie spoke Huaxiao very well and could even quote some ancient texts, which Li Muhan found interesting. In fact, Li Muhan was more inclined to take back Xie Qingtian's body. It can be said that he single-handedly maintained the peace in Yulong City. Such a chivalrous man should not be left dead in the wilderness. After hearing what Hattie said, the ball director thought that she had agreed to this matter, so he spoke excitedly. "Thank you. Thank you all for your willingness to help. On behalf of all the members of the Yulong City Special Management Bureau, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you all. I will treat you tonight, and we—" Wait a moment. But before he could finish his words, Hattie raised his hand to interrupt him. Xiaoyu, whose eyes had originally lit up when she heard someone was treating her to a meal, now looked at Hattie with great dissatisfaction. "I'm only a guest official, and I'm only responsible for the captain of the escort mission. I have no say in this matter. What should I do?" The ball director immediately dropped his head like a deflated ball. "Section Chief Zhang, please contact the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. We need approval from above before we can intervene." Li Muhan made a suggestion. Zhang Wenlin nodded, but the ball director was somewhat reluctant. "Everyone, let's just forget it, or not bother you anymore. You're just going to let Xie Qingtian's body rot there." Zhang Wenlin immediately became angry and started to curse at the ball director. It was obvious that he was only like this now because they had a very good relationship before, because the ball director was also a director after all. Now that he was being scolded by Zhang Wenlin, he had no temper at all, but he broke out in a lot of cold sweat. Li Muhan felt strange. Why did the bald man not want them to contact the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau? Now that we know about this, we can't just ignore it. Although the Ghost General is now guarding Human Pass, it is not an ordinary alien after all. If you don't want them to contact the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau, then I will contact the Provincial Special Management Bureau. Zhang Wenlin's determination left the ball director helpless, and he could only sigh and say, "At this point, I won't hide anything from you. You've seen that the Yulong City Special Management Bureau doesn't have any combat personnel or aliens. If we report this to the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau or the Provincial Special Management Bureau, then the subsequent mission won't just be retrieving Director Xie's body." Having said that, everyone understood the bald director's concerns. Indeed, if the higher-level Special Management Bureau is informed, they will certainly regard the Ghost General himself as a threat. However, once the Ghost General is expelled, the evil spirits outside Human Pass will make a comeback. These evil spirits are different from other creatures. Ordinary people cannot even see them with their naked eyes, but they can bring all kinds of diseases and disasters. 15 years ago, Yulong City was covered in yellow sand all day long, and diseases killed almost half of Yulong City's population. These are the consequences caused by the power of evil spirits. Even the aliens sent by the Yulong City Special Management Bureau are troubled by these evil spirits. If Director Xie had not invited the Ghost General at the cost of his own life, I am afraid this matter would not have ended so easily. Once the ghosts of human past are expelled, it will be the Yulong City Special Management Bureau that will have to face those evil spirits. This is the bald director's biggest concern. Aren't you guys going to recover the artifacts? How did you get into all this trouble again? Lindsay said this with a tired look on the other side of the screen. She kept rubbing her temples. It seemed that Director Chang's return did not make her feel more relaxed, but made her even more tired. Director Lin, long time no see. The bald director came to the screen with a smile on his face. Lindsay glanced at the bald director and seemed to think for a while before speaking. You're not Wei Xingchong, are you? When Wei Xingchong heard Lin Zay calling his name, the smile on his face became even brighter. Yes, Director Lin, you still remember me. The last time we met was 2 years ago when the General Administration held a meeting to report on our work. I remember that the last time I saw you, you still had hair and looked quite handsome. How come you become like this in just 2 years? Lin Zay held his chin with his hand and looked at Wei Xingchong in disbelief. Wei Xingchong scratched his already thin hair and gave a wry smile. No, there's nothing I can do. It's too quiet here, perfect for growing fat. It's not as busy as the Lin Bureau, who's always busy. Only people like the Lin Bureau. All right, stop talking nonsense. I understand the general situation. Although the existence of the Ghost General can suppress evil spirits, it doesn't come through normal means. Moreover, we are not sure of its identity. If it stays, it may be a major hidden danger. Plus, Director Xie Tian was once a colleague of ours in the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. Because of this friendship, we can't just let his body rot there. Wei Xingchong's face gradually lost its expression. He understood what Lin Zay's words meant. Sure enough, Lin Zay quickly conveyed the order to Li Muhan and others. The latest order is to assist the Yulong City Special Management Bureau in recovering the remains of former Director Xie Tian and expelling the Ghost General. After the call ended, the listless Wei Xingchong arranged accommodation for them. Because they were in the Special Management Bureau, Li Muhan no longer had to live with the old section chief. He lay on the bed, and after the ambition he had just had faded, only a faint sadness remained. Damn it, I got scammed again. Where's the government-funded trip and the wonderful job I was promised? Boom, boom, boom. There was a sudden knock on the door. Li Muhan quickly sat up and grasped the Tang sword on the bedside. Who is it? He asked as he stood at the door, holding the Fu Jiangjin MO. Although this is the Yulong City Special Management Bureau, as Director Wei Xingchong said, they do not have any combatants. In addition, Li Muhan is really worried about Hattie. This guy said he wanted to eat him last night. Although Hattie's understanding of eating is somewhat different from Li Muhan's understanding of eating, but it is necessary to be vigilant. The voice coming from outside the door was Xia Yu's. Li Muhan breathed a sigh of relief. He opened the door and asked Xia Yu, who was wearing pajamas, "Is there something going on?" "Well, something's going on." "What's going on?" Li Muhan became a little nervous. After all, he was unfamiliar with the place. It was not like Tianhai City. Even though there were no evil spirits in Yulong City now, the security was not very good. But man-made disasters are not within the scope of the Special Management Bureau's management. I can't sleep. Li Muhan was dumbfounded. Looking at the slightly shy girl, he was stunned for a long time before putting away Fu Jiangjin MO and said, "Then come in first." After entering the room, Xiaoyu didn't say a word and went straight into Li Muhan's quilt, making Li Muhan a little at a loss. "What are you waiting for? You have a mission tomorrow morning. Go to bed." Unexpectedly, it was Xiaoyu who took the initiative to urge Li Muhan. Since the girl didn't mind, there was no need for Li Muhan to be shy here anymore. "Wait a moment, I'll go get the bed covers." Crash! Xiaoyu opened the quilt a little. "Come in quickly, it's cold." The nighttime temperature in this small northwestern border town is terrifying. Even though winter has not officially arrived yet, It is enough to make people shiver with cold. It's not like Li Muhan had never slept under the same quilt with Xiaoyu at home, but that was always when Xiaoyu crawled in after Li Muhan fell asleep. This is the first time such a situation has occurred. Lying flat on the bed, Li Muhan stared at the ceiling with his eyes wide open, not daring to move for fear of touching the body of the girl next to him. Call. But Xiaoyu seemed to be really sleepy. She began to breathe lightly just a few seconds after Li Muhan entered the quilt. Gulp. Li Muhan swallowed again and thought about moving to the side. But at this moment, Xiaoyu suddenly turned over, put one hand and one leg on Li Muhan's body, and hugged Li Muhan tightly, as if she was holding a pillow. What's even more terrifying is that those slender, white legs actually touched the place that should not be touched. Oh shit. Li Muhan felt his blood rushing up. If he didn't react, he would be a eunuch. But he still used all his patience to restrain his brother from taking the lead. But another thought urged Li Muhan. It's time to strike, strike. You're not Lu Xiaohui. Go ahead. This time, Li Muhan didn't want to be patient anymore. He took a deep breath and turned over to press the girl down. But just as he turned around, the girl's beautiful face was already in front of him. Alas! The two of them were almost touching their noses at this moment, their breathing entangled in an extremely ambiguous atmosphere. Li Muhan could hear his heart beating wildly, and the sweet breath exhaled from the girl's mouth and nose traveled throughout his body like a kind of magic. As if she felt Li Muhan's gaze, Xiaoyu half opened her eyes. In the darkness, the two looked at each other, almost freezing time forever in this long, silent night. Xiaoyu. Li Muhan broke the silence, feeling he should say something. But the girl's lips lightly touched his lips, and it seemed that there was no need to say anything more. Li Muhan's hands gently wrapped around the girl's graceful waist, and just when their relationship was about to break through this layer of window paper. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Who is it? Li Muhan jumped up immediately in fright. Xiaoan, I see your window is open. It might be windy and sandy in the northwest at night. Be careful not to catch a cold. The voice of the old section, Chief Zhang Wenlin, sounded at the door. Oh, okay, Chief Zhang, thank you. I thank you, Uncle, and I thank your whole family. This completely ruined the atmosphere. After lying down again, Li Muhan and Xiaoyu lay flat on the bed together. Sleep? Xiaoyu asked. Go to sleep. So nothing happened that night. The next day, everyone packed their luggage before dawn. It was called luggage, but in fact it was just an off-road vehicle and dry food that were contributed by the Yulong City Special Management Bureau and were more suitable for driving in the Gobi Desert. As for people, the Yulong City Special Management Bureau really doesn't plan to send out a single person. Wei Xingchong, what do you mean? We're here to clean up your mess, and none of you came with us. Zhang Wenlin was so angry that he started cursing at the gate of Yulong's Special Management Bureau early in the morning. Director Wei stayed in his room and didn't dare to go out. He just asked someone to tell Zhang Wenlin and others that he had caught a cold last night and would not see them off. Forget it, Chief Zhang. Director Wei isn't a combatant anyway. He won't be able to help much even if he goes. Li Muhan advised. Zhang Wenlin sighed deeply and finally got in the car with a cold snort. Yulong City is about half a day's drive from Yumen Pass, and we can arrive there around noon today. But even before they approach Yumen Pass, Hattie and Xia, you could clearly feel the huge dark clouds covering the sky. If we really want to fight, we should be no less powerful than them, right? Li Muhan saw that everyone looked serious and couldn't help but ask. This matter may not be resolved in the most direct way. It was Hattie who answered Li Muhan. Her face remained calm, but her brows furrowed slightly as she looked at the Yumen Pass shrouded in dark clouds. After leaving Yulong City, the wind and sand of the Gobi Desert immediately made the few people feel the northwestern style. Even the cell phone signal became intermittent. Xiaoyu, who was originally playing Candy Crush on her phone, suddenly sighed with some dissatisfaction. When Li Muhan asked her what was going on, she handed the phone to Li Muhan. It's broken. Li Muhan took the phone and saw that it indeed could not be turned on. Later, Zhang Wenlin told Li Muhan that it was because of the magnets in the wind and sand that the phone could hardly function properly. Fortunately, the driver Lindsay assigned to them was very capable. Even in such sandy weather, he could drive the car to the destination accurately. Finally, at 11 o'clock in the morning, the car stopped in front of the tall and magnificent Human Pass city gate. It is said that this place was once an ancient battlefield, where famous generals from various dynasties of Huaxia fought against foreign invasions. While leaving behind many beautiful stories, they also buried countless corpses under the yellow sand. As soon as he got off the car, Li Muhan could feel a terrible pressure that made it almost impossible for him to raise his head. It is indeed so. Zhang Wenlin frowned and said, "After more than 10 years, all the evil spirits killed by the ghost general have turned into evil spirits. This matter has become complicated." "Why is it so complicated? Can't we just use brute force to drive away the ghost general?" Li Muhan asked. Hattie shook his head. "In our nation's mythology, there's a paradise only accessible to warriors who died heroically in battle. It's called Valhalla. This tower now appears to be a Valhalla, but it doesn't gather warriors, but the souls of those who died at the hands of warriors. The ghost general is its sole guardian. Once the ghost general leaves, the demonic spirits here will immediately engulf all surrounding lands, including Yulong City. How come this ghost general only cares about killing and not burying?" Li Muhan said unhappily. "Since we can't use tough measures, we must find a solution." Just then, an off-road vehicle drove up from behind. Li Muhan and others thought it was a tourist and were about to go up to persuade it to change the route when they saw that it was Wei Xingchang who got off the car. Although he was very scared at this time, he was still fully armed and rushed over. "Sorry, everyone, I forgot to tell you something," Wei Xingchang said timidly. "If you wish to enter Human Pass, you must dismantle the barrier we have set up. Once the barrier is broken, all the evil spirits and wrong souls will swarm out. Even the power of the ghost generals will not be able to confine them all. F***K. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Li Muhan was a little angry this time. "I'm sorry. I'm afraid if I tell you, you'll be scared." Thinking of the thousands of evil spirits and wronged souls, Li Muhan remembered what the nightmare had made him encounter in the tower. And now it will only be more difficult because those that nightmare collected at that time were the souls of innocent people who died in vain. And in this Human Pass, in the ancient battlefield, there exist the wronged souls of ancient soldiers who are full of murderous intent. "You come now. Do you have any solution?" Zhang Wenlin looked at Wei Xingchang coldly. "No. After opening the seal, we can only leave people outside and inside Human Pass to prevent evil spirits from invading, while the others deal with the ghost generals." After hearing Wei Xingchang's words, everyone fell silent. At this time, Wei Xingchang suddenly took out a pistol. "Don't worry, everyone. I, Wei Xingchang, am no pushover. I'll stay here. Those evil spirits have a natural hatred for the people from the Yulong City Special Management Bureau. We're the ones who have detained them here, so Little Moon and I will come." Hattie interrupted Wei Xingchang. Xiaoyu said, and turned to look at Hattie. "Why do you want me to go with you? You can do it on your own. Those are ancient war spirits, and there are so many of them. Of us here, perhaps only you and I have the ability to stop them. And I alone can't guarantee that no evil spirits will sneak in, so you guard the inside of the gate, and I'll guard the outside. How about that? I don't want to listen to you." Xiaoyu turned her head away angrily. Finally, Li Muhan rubbed Xiaoyu's hair and said, "Okay, she's the captain now, so just listen to her. I'll buy you something delicious when we get back. Get a supersized sundae with a fruit boat." "Okay, I'll do as you say." Wei Xingchang looked at the two girls blankly and asked, You too, can you?" Zhang Wenlin snorted coldly. 10,000 of you combined wouldn't be enough to match a finger of these two. But after saying this, he slowed down his tone. "But you're still willing to stand up, Wei Xingchang. It seems you're not hopeless. After all, my senior brother sacrificed himself to protect our entire Yulong City. If I don't stand up at this time, wouldn't I be worse than pigs and dogs?" So after the division of labor was clear, Wei Xingchang took out a talisman. "Are you ready, everyone? Once I activate the barrier, You must quickly enter the ancient building above the human pass wall. The evil spirits and wronged souls will then be released. Ladies, are you sure you're okay with this? Stop talking so much, hurry up. Xiaoyu, who was originally going to cooperate with Hattie, was already very unhappy. Now, seeing that the other party was procrastinating, she immediately became furious. Okay. Wei Xingchong silently chanted a spell. Then they saw a barrier gradually appearing around Human Pass. Break! Wei Xingchong gave a final loud shout, and the talisman began to burn. As the talisman burned out, the barrier covering Human Pass gradually began to shatter. Finally, accompanied by a shrill howl, countless wronged souls and evil spirits began to rush out from the city wall of Human Pass. It's up to you. Xiaoyu Hattie. Li Muhan looked at the two of them and said. Hattie twisted his neck, looking relaxed and comfortable. I haven't had a serious fight in a long time. Then her body suddenly began to swell and turned into a giant white wolf. I won't let any evil spirit pass. Xiaoyu also transformed into a vampire. Realm, Scarlet Hunt. The realm is cold and snowy. Unfold. The two spoke almost in unison. At the same time, the yellow sand was replaced by snow, and the sun was replaced by the bright red moonlight. The white wolf that Hattie transformed into let out a long howl towards the sky, then suddenly leaped over the city wall and arrived at the main gate of Human Pass. What are you waiting for? Come on up. Xiaoyu glared at Zhang Wenlin and the others, and then took a fighting stance. Let's go, Chief Zhang, Chief Wei. Let's solve this problem quickly. Li Muhan urged, and then took the lead and rushed to the city wall. They climbed up the city wall almost in one breath, and Li Muhan directly used his body to knock open the door of the ancient building. With a loud bang, the wooden door was violently slammed open, and a gust of cold wind blew in, making it almost impossible for everyone to open their eyes. Along with this gloomy wind came countless wailing and crying. All the voices were begging for mercy, praying to the ghost general to let them go. Li Muhan knew that these voices were the evil spirits transformed from the evil spirits that were killed. Because they were too close to the city wall, they couldn't leave even if the seal was lifted now. And the huge figure of the ghost general also appeared in front of everyone. He was wearing black and gold armor, and his face under the helmet was pitch black, completely devoid of any facial features. He exuded a green, ghostly aura from his entire body. A long black knife was placed beside him against the wall. In front of him was a huge chess table, and each chess piece was almost the size of a fist. The ghost general didn't care about the people who broke in at all. All his roars were directed in one direction, which was the dried-up skeleton sitting right in front of him. That's my senior brother, Director Xie Chengten, Wei Xingchong said with a choked voice. For some reason, after seeing Xie Qingtian's dry bones, Li Muhan felt a surge of sadness in his heart. This director possesses astonishing talent, but is unable to display it due to physical reasons. However, even when he was demoted to a small special management bureau like Yulong City, he still gave his all, even at the cost of his life, to defend all. Li Muhan also silently made up his mind to make sure this chess game had a perfect ending. Didn't it notice us? Seeing that the ghost general had no reaction to the entry of the crowd, the driver asked with some confusion. Zhang Wenlin frowned at this time. After all, the underworld and ghosts were not his forte. If the supernatural management department was here, things would be much easier. Wrong. Li Muhan walked up to the ghost general, knocked on his armor, then looked up and spoke to several people. Its soul isn't here. Now the question becomes strange. Could it be that this ghost has already returned to the underworld? Li Muhan put forward a hypothesis. After seeing that everything was really fine, Section Chief Zhang and Wei Xingchong also came over. It was the first time for both of them to see the underworld ghost in their long lives. Although it has no soul, even this body is enough to shock people. The defender Xingchong looked at Xie Qingtian opposite him and the chessboard. His soul is in this chess game. His soul is in the chessboard. Li Muhan asked. Wei Xingchong nodded. My senior brother has delved into the art of ghosts and gods. while I only have a passing knowledge of the art of souls. But now I can sense that the ghost general's soul is within the chessboard. He's truly a chess fanatic. To win, he separated his soul and spirit and personally entered the game to fight and break the deadlock. Zhang Wenlin sighed and said, "Can we just beat him up now?" Li Muhan asked. Then he was quickly stopped by everyone. No, 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 brother. This ghost general has been trapped here for more than 10 years and already has a lot of resentment. If you beat him up and interrupt his chess game, won't that just add fuel to the fire? At this time, Zhang Wenlin looked at Wei Xingchang and asked, "Can you enter a chess game?" "Yes, you can, but I can't guarantee success. That's better than wasting time here." The old section chief nodded and then looked at Li Muhan. "Captain Li, can you go in with Wei Xingchang? I'm afraid he can't handle the ghost general alone." Li Muhan nodded. "Captain Wei, can you take my soul in with you?" Wei Xingchang was a little hesitant at first. After all, this technique was unstable. If something went wrong, these were people from the Tianhai City Special Management Bureau. "It's okay. I believe you." Li Muhan smiled and patted Wei Xingchang on the shoulder, and the bald director nodded. "First, let me make this clear. I can take you in, but if anything goes wrong, don't blame me." "Okay, I don't blame you. So what should we do?" Wei Xingchang took out a piece of talisman paper and then took out a stick of incense. He stuck the talisman paper on Li Muhan's back, lit the incense, and handed it to Zhang Wenlin. This talisman is called the Soul Separation Talisman. It can allow your soul to temporarily leave your body, and this incense is the soul-guiding incense. When you want to return, you can follow the path the incense points you to. Then he looked at Zhang Wenlin. "Remember, Chief Zhang, the talisman cannot be dropped and the incense cannot be extinguished. Otherwise, this brother may never come back." Zhang Wenlin nodded heavily. "Don't worry, even if I die, nothing will happen to this incense and talisman paper. In that case, let's get started." Wei Xingchang closed his eyes, took out a bell, raised his hand, and began to shake it. At the same time, he chanted an incomprehensible spell and closed his eyes. Listening to Wei Xingchang's voice, his consciousness gradually began to fall into a kind of sleep. The next moment, Li Muhan suddenly straightened up, looked upwards, and fainted on the ground. When Li Muhan regained consciousness, he was already in an ancient battlefield, with deafening drums and shouts of killing coming one after another. The ground beneath his feet was shaking constantly. After calming himself down, Li Muhan looked ahead. My goodness, the front is full of soldiers and war horses, and facing the thousands of troops is the tall ghost general. "Kill!" The ghost general roared, picked up his long sword, and rushed into the town, surrounded by thousands of troops. He was seen waving his sword in the crowd, and no one could get close to him. Wherever his sword went, countless soldiers died on the spot. But even though the ghost general was so brave, he still couldn't break through the army. Because he killed quickly, the soldiers regenerated even faster. Almost the moment he raised his sword, a new soldier would join the battle. Li Muhan was stunned. What's going on here? This is the chess game. Wei Xingchang, who suddenly appeared beside him, frowned. He looked at the scene and thought over and over again in his heart. Finally, he came to an end. This chess game cannot be broken. What? You're already scared before it even starts. This is not a question of being timid or not. Wei Xingchang sighed and glanced at Li Muhan, raised his hand, pointed forward with a short, fat finger, and said, "Look carefully. These soldiers are chess pieces, and this battlefield is the round sky and square earth. That ghost general has been completely trapped in a deadlock. Even if he has the courage of 10,000 men, there is no way he can break this situation." Li Muhan couldn't understand anything. He only saw the ghost general killing for a long time and finally falling down exhausted. His body turned into a black shadow and then appeared again at the place where he stood at the beginning. Kill! Then another fight began. Oh my goodness, it can't keep killing people like this for 15 years. So what should we do now? Since this chess game can't be broken, let's just persuade him to give up. He's a chess fanatic who hasn't given up in 15 years. He might not listen to us. Wei Xingchong held his chin with his hand, as if thinking about something. Then he ignored Li Muhan, and his fat body floated into the air, as if he was looking at the entire battlefield. Little brother, go and hold that ghost general back. He's rushing around aimlessly. I can't understand what he's doing. Oh my God. Li Muhan suddenly felt like a soldier going to fight a boss. I will use all my skills to try my best to break the deadlock set by my senior brother, but I need time. During this time, please do not let the ghost general charge again, so as not to disrupt my observation of the chess game. After listening to Wei Xingchong's words, Li Muhan sighed. Okay, doesn't this still mean we have to fight? He would never believe Lin Zhe's so-called good job again. Realm, thundering abyss, unfold. Li Muhan's demonic tail slammed the ground, sending up a burst of thunder, and then he reached behind him, only to find nothing. Only then did he remember that this was the world of souls, and he had not subdued the demon. After sighing, he raised his hand again. Thunderblade, a blade wrapped in lightning, almost as long as Li Muhan's height, appeared in his hand. Immediately afterwards, Li Muhan suddenly ran towards the ghost general. His speed was so fast that he chopped him down with a knife before the ghost general could charge into the formation again. The ghost general was stunned for a moment, then raised his sword to meet the attack. Who are you? How dare you interrupt my chess game? Your anti-addiction time is up. Hurry and take a break. The lightning blade and the big knife collided, and the power of a demon and an Yin god also collided here. With a loud bang, both sides were bounced back. Wah-ah, monster! How dare you invade the land of Huaxia? Today, I will make sure you never return. What a great strength! Li Muhan shook his numb palm. How could this ghost general, even without opening his realm, possess such ferocious power? This time it was the ghost general's turn to raise the knife and chop towards Li Muhan's head. Li Muhan rolled over to avoid the knife, and then swung his tail violently, knocking the ghost general to the ground. But just when he was about to press on with his victory, the ghost general, lying on the ground, suddenly swung the long sword in his hand and hit Li Muhan hard on the calf, knocking him sideways to the ground. Then the two of them turned over and got up almost at the same time. You four monster! You're so powerful! I'm Huxia. Look carefully. Wow, you put a foreign engine in a domestic car. How shameless. You're worshipping foreigners. I'll beat you up. Grass. Li Muhan didn't expect that this ghost general was quite fashionable and knowledgeable about cars. He didn't react for a moment and was slapped in the face by this ghost general. He was beaten so hard that he spun several times. Are you okay? He lay on the ground and roared at Wei Xingchong in midair. I'm going to be whipped like a top. Wei Xingchong ignored Li Muhan's cries. He kept looking down at the motionless soldiers. As long as the ghost general did not charge, they would not react. This chess game is already hopeless. In 2 moves at most, the ghost general will undoubtedly be defeated. Brother, oh brother, why didn't you leave yourself any escape route? If you can't break this chess game, you will never be able to pass away. Wei Xingchong was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. Another burst of ghostly screams came from Li Muhan on the battlefield below. Hey, are you okay? Li Muhan threw the ghost general to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. He was so tired that he was out of breath. Just as he looked up and shouted to Wei Xingchong, the ghost general grabbed Li Muhan's tail. Oh shit, stop grabbing my tail. I'm sensitive. But the ghost general didn't care about him at all. He just grabbed Li Muhan's tail and started swinging it, just like the Hulk hitting Loki, making Li Muhan dizzy. Brother, I'm from Huaxia. I'm from Daxia. If you don't believe me, just listen to me sing. Horses' hoofs go south. People look north. Bang. The ghost general punched Li Muhan in the face, but Li Muhan also found the right moment. After taking the punch head on, he suddenly wrapped his tail around the ghost general's neck. Go! Then he used the inertia of his body to knock the ghost general to the ground. It's terrible. It's really terrible. You, a hermaphrodite. Your singing is truly terrible. The ghost general threw away his weapon and got up from the ground to beat Li Muhan again. You can insult my singing, but you can't insult my gender. Li Muhan also got angry and snapped his fingers, sending down a bolt of lightning that wrapped around his body. Thunder entangled Li Muhan, who was surrounded by lightning, and the ghost general, who was surrounded by and evil spirits, wrestled with each other again. Because the two men are equally strong, the fight is not a very good scene. Dead end, dead end, dead end. No matter how Wei Xingchong tried to break the impasse, he would end up dead in the end. 2 hands, at most 2 hands, and this ghost will definitely die. Brother, what do you want me to do? Suddenly, Wei Xingchong was in a trance and saw that behind the huge army, a handsome but slightly sickly man in an elegant robe was looking up and smiling at him. Brother, tell me, how to break the deadlock. Can't break it. At this moment, Wei Xingchong seemed to have returned to the past. When Xie Chengtian and I were still young, I could never win a game against him no matter how many times I played against him. Can't break it. No way. No matter what time, he couldn't break Xie Chengtian's game. Every time, Xie Chengtian would prepare a tight net to make sure he was defeated within 2 moves, etc. Wei Xingchong suddenly discovered a strange point in this chess game. Within 2 hands, the ghost will be defeated within 2 hands. Suddenly, Wei Xingchong opened his eyes wide. Little brother, are you still there? He yelled to Li Muhan below. Here. Not dead yet, but he'll be dead soon. Have you figured out a solution? Li Muhan had been beaten black and blue, and the ghost general was not much better off. His helmet was blown off, and now he was left with a pitch black head. I already know where senior brother's plan ends. Great. Annie, hurry up. Doryman, think of a way. I'm going to be beaten to death. This chess game can't be broken. When Wei Xingchong shouted the most desperate words in the most excited voice, Li Muhan silently looked at Wei Xingchong in the air and then made an international gesture. And then the next second, he was dragged over by the ghost general again, and the 2 of them wrestled again. Fatty, I'm not done with you. I know you're anxious, but don't worry. Wei Xingchong slowly descended from the air and walked to the 2 people who were fighting. He completely ignored the ghost general and Li Muhan and spoke to himself in an excited tone. If you focus solely on breaking through the situation, you'll definitely lose. No matter how the ghost general plays these 2 moves, there's absolutely no chance of a comeback. Well, then, what are you talking about? Go somewhere cool. I'm going to send this damn thing straight back to hell. Ouch! Don't hit my face. Wei Xingchong turned around and looked at the 2 people fighting on the ground and sighed. I never expected this, never expected it, senior brother, that I would actually break your plan in this way. No, could it be that you did this on purpose? Senior brother, you are still so unpredictable. K your ancestors. Fatty, you found it. Why don't you tell me now? What are you just standing there sighing for? This damn thing is a real wolf warrior. It hit me with all its might. Wei Xingchong walked to the ghost general and said while looking at the pitch-black head, Ghost General, your chess playing is terrible. It's even worse than the previous game between me and my senior brother. What? Who the hell are you? Where did you come from, you filthy fat b******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* chess skills are terrible. The ghost general was so angry that black air was coming out of his head, and Wei Xingchong was so scared that he quickly shrank back. When he found that the ghost general was pinned down by Li Muhan and could not move, he felt that he could do it again. Hey, you're still saying that. Look at your chess moves. They're full of flaws from the very first move. You've already fallen into my senior brother's trap, and you call yourself a chess fanatic. And with such a bad temper, you're nothing but a lousy chess player. Why, you fat pig. I'm going to kill you. The ghost general immediately shook Li Muhan away and pulled Wei Xingchong over. Little brother, why don't you hold on tight? F***KU. Can you try to hold on tight? What on earth can you do? Tell him now. If this relationship breaks down, it'll be irreparable. I don't want this big brother to give me a hard time after I die. Wei Xingchong was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he spoke to the ghost general in a trembling voice. This game of chess, What's important isn't what's inside the game. It's what's outside the game. The ghost general was stunned for a moment and loosened his grip a little. Explain yourself to me, you fat pig, or I'll take you to hell and into the frying pan and make you into fried pork chops. You think about it. Who are you playing chess with? Wei Xingchang's legs were shaking with fear, and the moment he asked this question, the ghost general became even more furious. Xie Tian, the world's #1 chess player. Only he can trap me. This guy actually used his life as bait to trick me. When I return to the underworld, I will make sure he pays. Ouch. Chief Wei, stop keeping us in suspense. Tell him now. Li Muhan was also very anxious. Wei Xingchang suddenly patted the ghost general's hand and shouted, "That's it. I'm asking you, where is Xie Qingtian? Dead. Who the hell are you playing chess with then?" The words shouted by Wei Xingchang stunned the ghost general. Dead? I'm playing chess with a dead man. That's right. That's what I said. The way to break this chess game is not inside the game, but outside the game. After discovering that the ghost general had let go, Li Muhan also relaxed a little. I have to say that this ghost general is worthy of being the god of the underworld. If he hadn't been fighting here for nearly 15 years and consumed too much of his spiritual energy, I'm afraid that the demonic power I possess now would not be able to fight him to a draw. What's going on? Li Muhan didn't quite understand what Wei Xingchang meant by what he had just said, but seeing the ghost general like this, it seemed as if he had figured it out. Little brother, all we have to do now is watch. Although he didn't quite understand, Li Muhan still chose to believe Wei Xingchang. They both shut their mouths and stared at the ghost general silently. He picked up his long sword and walked toward the army step by step. Isn't this completely unchanged? Li Muhan was anxious, and Wei Xingchang was also scratching his head anxiously. Could this be the legendary stubborn beast? But the ghost general walked in front of the army, suddenly inserted his long sword into the ground, and then clasped his hands together and bowed to the soldiers. I'll give it on this one. They did not reach for its weapon, but turned and walked towards Li Muhan and the other person. As he passed by the two of them, the ghost general let out a long sigh. Then, the two saw his figure disappear from the battlefield. Where did it go? Back into its shell. Wei Xingchang said with a sigh of relief. What on earth is going on here? Li Muhan scratched his head, still not quite understanding what was going on. Brother, you have set up a deadly trap, a trap of life and death. Within 2 steps, no matter how hard the ghost general tries to break it, he will undoubtedly be defeated. So now what's going to be? It chose not to fight and to give in. Li Muhan became even more confused. He thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. So he had no choice but to ask Wei Xingchang. But didn't you say that no matter how it plays this move, it will be defeated within 2 moves? Wei Xingchang sighed helplessly and turned to look at Li Muhan. Little brother, let me ask you, senior brother, does he have any next steps? Holy crap. Li Muhan suddenly understood. This massive army may seem to have surrounded the ghost general, but it has left a way out, preventing him from being defeated in 1 round. If the ghost general only thinks about how to attack and break the deadlock, he will never be able to escape this game. So, the real breakthrough lies not within the game, but outside it. Does that mean talent is the key? Li Muhan figured it out. Even if the ghost general took a step back, he would still be killed by Xie Qingtian in the next move, and that would be an absolutely hopeless situation. But Xie Qingtian will never take the next step. It's an unfair victory. Li Muhan sighed. That's why I just walked away without saying a word. It felt it had lost to its senior brother, and also lost to itself. So what do we do now? Get out. After saying this, Wei Xingchang chanted a spell. The game of chess was over, and there was no longer any power to restrain the souls here from leaving. But at the last moment of leaving, Li Muhan looked towards where the soldiers were. In a trance, he found that among the thousands of soldiers, there was a handsome man with a thin figure and gentle appearance who was bowing to him. Thank you, Director. Nice to meet you. When Li Muhan opened his eyes again, he had returned to his body. Finally, you're back. If you hadn't come back, this vampire would have torn down Human Pass. Seeing Li Muhan wake up, Zhang Wenlin said with fear. Xiaoyu, who had been holding Li Muhan in her arms, glared at Hattie. After confirming that Li Muhan had recovered, she let go of her hand as if nothing had happened. Xiaoyu, why are you here? Where are those evil spirits outside Human Pass? Li Muhan asked. The ghost general has returned and brought all the wronged souls and evil spirits to the underworld. Wei Xingchang seemed to have woken up earlier than Li Muhan, and he was also sitting in a chair to rest. Li Muhan turned his head and looked, and sure enough, the place where the black ghost general was originally sitting was no longer occupied by anyone. In this way, the matter was resolved satisfactorily. After the ghost general disappeared, the yellow sand stopped and the sky cleared up to reveal the sun. Everything seemed to have experienced a new life. After discovering the weather change, the Yulong City Special Management Bureau also dispatched personnel, and Director Wei Xingchang personally commanded the team to carry out the aftermath. After completing the handover, Wei Xingchang walked to Xie Chengtian's body and sat down. He spoke in a calm tone, as if chatting with a friend he hadn't seen for a long time. Brother, is this worth it? You could have had a much better life, but now, more than a decade later, all that's left are these bones. You're such a fool, brother. You cracked Xie Chengtian's chess game, Wei Xingchang. Maybe you're not as stupid as I thought. Zhang Wenlin's attitude towards Wei Xingchang also softened slightly. But Wei Xingchang just gave a bitter smile. Crack. Is this considered cracking, brother? Brother. He had his back to the group, his fat body trembling, and his hands slowly resting on the bony shoulders. Brother, I'm just a loser. Why did you throw this mess to me? Zhang Wenlin wanted to say something, but Li Muhan held his hand tightly and shook his head at him. Don't fight, brother. Brother, my good brother. At this moment, time seemed to have gone back to 20 years ago. Wei Xingchang was only 20 years old that year, and Xie Qingtian was only 25 years old. No, brother, I will never be able to defeat you. Chang, you can't beat me because you always retreat. If you keep doing this, how can you achieve anything? Senior brother, you don't understand. I'm just enjoying my leisure time. There are already so many powerful people in this world, and there's no shortage of me. You're one of them, senior brother. Wrong logic, you're just lazy. The young and handsome Wei Xingchang looked at his senior brother and laughed. Brother, this is not a perverse theory. What I'm saying is the great way. Not fighting is the great way. Don't fight. Look, brother, for example, if I take a step back, you can capture one of my pieces. But if I just leave and never make the next move, you will never be able to defeat me. Xie Qingtian sighed. You kid, why are you always so cunning and not down to earth at all? Brother, please remember what I said. Maybe it can help you in the future. You kid, okay, no fighting. After saying goodbye to Wei Xingchang, they continued driving towards the outside of Human Pass. There was still one day to go before the destination. Li Muhan looked out the window at the clear sky and the Human Pass tower that was getting farther and farther away, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Xie Qingtian's senior brother didn't follow through on his philosophy in the final game, but instead used an endgame that only his junior brother could see through. His purpose in doing so was, what are you thinking about? Seeing Li Muhan staring out the window without saying anything, Xiaoyu asked worriedly. I was wondering if Xie Qingtian would think that his junior fellow apprentice is the only one who can break the deadlock. After Li Muhan finished speaking, the car fell into silence. Well, Zhang Wenlin sighed. Maybe this was also a gamble by Xie Qingtian. Fortunately, he made the right bet. Li Muhan then asked in detail about the battles between Hattie and Xiaoyu outside and inside Human Pass. The driver was very excited. He almost witnessed the whole process. Miss Hattie fights with extreme ferocity. She's practically the embodiment of wind and snow. No matter how the wrong spirits scream, they can't get close to her. And those who do get close to her will quickly scatter. As for Miss Xiaoyu, the driver was a little hesitant to speak, but finally spoke after a long time. Perhaps it's because Miss Hattie is too powerful, and few evil spirits have made it past Human Pass. So Miss Yu's battle seems a bit slack? You mean I'm not as good as this stupid wolf? The topic came to an abrupt end with Xia Yu's cold words. The rest of the journey went smoothly. After successfully receiving the cultural relics from the scientific expedition team, they returned to Yulong City and planned to rest here for one night before going back. Wei Xingchang also received several people warmly, but Li Muhan and others felt that Wei Xingchang had changed. He no longer liked to laugh, and his brows were always furrowed, as if he had 1,000 unresolved worries. Give him some time. Now that the ghost general is gone, the Yulong City Special Management Bureau will have to shoulder the responsibility of defending the area. Although Zhang Wenlin didn't like Wei Xingchang, there was nothing he could do now. He planned to go back and apply to the General Special Management Bureau to dispatch several combat-capable personnel and aliens to Yulong City. While having dinner in the evening, Li Muhan received a call. When Li Muhan saw that the caller ID was Luo Yang, he didn't hesitate and answered the phone in front of everyone. Unexpectedly, the person speaking was a woman. Li Muhan. Luo Yang? You're using a voice changer to mess with me, right? Li Muhan thought Luo Yang was joking with him, but he felt something was wrong. The woman's voice sounded so familiar. It's me, Chun Sahan. Li Muhan subconsciously wanted to hang up the phone, but Chun Sahan on the other end of the phone seemed to have anticipated this situation and spoke quickly. Hey, I'm not here to talk to you about Ruashi. My junior high school classmates and I want to get together for a reunion, so I wanted to invite you. What does your junior high school reunion have to do with me? I'm not in the same class with you. In fact, Gu Ruashi, Chun Sahan, and Luo Yang were classmates, but she was not. Isn't it because you are familiar with many people in our class, so I want to invite you to come along. Chun Sahan spoke very sincerely on the phone, and Luo Yang seemed to be saying something beside him. Li Muhan felt a little annoyed, but it was difficult to refuse. Okay, I'm out of town now. Let's talk about it when I get back. The class reunion is this weekend. You must come and attend. After hanging up the phone, Li Muhan wanted to continue eating, but he felt Xia Yu's very dissatisfied gaze beside him. That woman again? You have such good ears that you can hear it even without the speakerphone on. She just wants me to attend a class reunion this weekend. This weekend? Xia Yu was stunned for a moment, then her eyes gradually became cold. No matter how Li Muhan spoke to her, she did not answer. After dinner, she went straight back to her room. Li Muhan didn't understand what was going on at first, but after dinner he went back to his room and lay on the bed thinking about it, but still couldn't come up with an answer. It wasn't until the TV showed that Yulong City was planning to build a new Northwest theme park that Li Muhan suddenly remembered. Holy shit, I promised to take her to Tianhai City Amusement Park this weekend. At the same time, in Hattie's room, the cold girl sat by the window, fiddling with the Lubon lock she bought at the market today. It must be said that this little toy produced by Huaxia is really interesting. But at this moment, the door of her room was suddenly kicked open, and the loud noise caused the Lubon lock in Hattie's hand to fall directly out of the window. She looked at the Lubon lock that fell to the ground and shattered into pieces with an expressionless face, then turned around and looked at Xia Yu, who was walking toward her with cold eyes. Although I know you don't like me, I didn't expect you to lose control so quickly. Are you going to take action, little moon? Hattie also stood up. Facing Xia Yu, who had a murderous look on her face, she was filled with excitement about the upcoming battle. But just as Xia Yu walked in front of her and Hattie was about to take action, the vampire suddenly lowered his head slightly and spoke in a weak voice. I feel terrible. Hattie stood there in a daze, not understanding what Xia Yu's sudden words meant. I'm in a very uncomfortable state right now. Can you help me see if I'm cursed? Xia Yu covered her chest with her hands. Hattie looked at Xia Yu and then asked tentatively, Did you take the wrong medicine? No, I just feel very uncomfortable. I can't sleep and I'm very irritable. I'm very annoyed right now. Xia Yu was like a child throwing a tantrum in front of her sister, but Hattie did not drive her out. She sighed, then let Xia Yu sit on the edge of the bed, while she continued to sit by the window. When did you start being like this? Have you come into contact with vinegar cloves? Recently. Although she had no such obligation, and even had an old grudge against Xia Yu, for some reason, Xiaoyu's appearance at this moment made Hattie feel like she couldn't just leave her alone. It's been like this for the past 2 months, and it's been very uncomfortable. So, is it random, or does it happen under certain circumstances? Whenever Li Muhan gets too close to other girls, I feel uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. Am I cursed by the demon in him? Hattie almost cursed directly. If it wasn't Xiaoyu who raised the question, she might have already taken action. Xiaoya, your situation is actually love. In love? I'm not human. I don't have that kind of feeling. I never have. You've been wandering around the human world for too long, so it's normal for you to be tainted by human emotions. Besides, who says only humans can fall in love? Xiaoyu lowered her head and looked at her hands. Tell me, were you upset when Li Muhan called just now? Yeah, but it wasn't just a phone call. He also forgot his appointment with me. Although she didn't want to be a relationship consultant, Hattie felt more and more that Li Muhan was very special. She and Shalia had known each other for hundreds of years, and she had never seen this vampire have any special feelings towards humans. In just a few months, Li Muhan was able to make this vampire upset. At this moment, she had the same idea as Lindsay had at that time. Is there a succubus in Li Muhan's body? Anyway, I'm not really good at this kind of thing, but I feel like you two are both a little too reserved right now, so your relationship hasn't been able to progress further. Restraints. Rather, I feel like Li Muhan is deliberately avoiding your current relationship. He should be able to see how you feel about him. Oh, Xiaoye, I still want to advise you that in a relationship, the one who takes the initiative will suffer. I'm not afraid, but I need to know what to do. Hattie did not answer directly, but picked up another Luban lock he bought today from the bedside. You can't teach this kind of thing. It's a feeling just like this thing. If you don't put in some effort and rely on others to tell you how to solve it, then the fun is gone. Xiaoyu looked at the Luban lock in Hattie's hand and fell into deep thought. Want to give a try? Xiaoyu stood up, walked to the window, and took the Luban lock. This is incredible, Xiaoya. I originally thought that even if we didn't fight, our relationship would still be tense. I didn't expect us to actually discuss our relationship troubles like ordinary girls. As long as you don't get close to him, I won't attack you. Xiaoyu looked at Hattie warily, and the other party responded with a contemptuous sneer. That's possible. After all, I seem to be somewhat interested in him. Just when Xiaoyu took the Luban lock, bang, the door was kicked open again. Hattie, something big has happened. Xiaoyu is missing. Pa! The noise scared Xiaoyu so much that the Luban lock in her hand fell down the windowsill. At the same time, the angry roar of the security guard was heard downstairs. What are you doing? You're not done yet. Throwing one isn't enough. You're throwing two. Aren't you afraid of hitting someone? As for Li Muhan, he was also a little confused after seeing Xiaoyu and Hattie standing together by the window. What is going on? What are you two doing? Hattie's face was cold, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Although I can't tell you what we are doing, I can tell you what you will experience next. That night, a young man with a bruised face and a beaten nose appeared on the streets of Yulong City, but he was still asking where to buy a Luban lock. Heavy rain poured down, washing over the night of Tianhai City. Amidst thunder and lightning, in a room on the 7th floor of a hotel, a young couple was covered with a quilt. The bed was shaking constantly, and it was obvious that the two were doing something unspeakable. From time to time, a woman's panting could be heard from under the quilt. Boom! A loud thunderbolt illuminated the interior of the room, but in an instant, the room was swallowed by darkness again. Gently, the girl's voice became more excited, and her words were full of lust. Boom! Another thunder streaked across the night sky. But this time, a shadow suddenly appeared in the illuminated room. The shadow came from the shadow of something outside the window, and then the shadow gradually lengthened, and it turned out to be a woman's head with disheveled hair. This is the 7th floor, and the woman is staring at the vibrating bed in the room with her blood-red eyes, as if she is standing by the window. Crash! The window was suddenly pushed open. Rain and strong wind poured into the room. The woman showed a very creepy smile at the corner of her mouth. Her neck continued to stretch, and her head entered the room and leaned towards the bed. Hey, let me see. What are you doing? At this moment, the quilt was suddenly pulled back, and the monster woman's head was suddenly confused. It found that there were 2 women under the quilt. Only then did the monster realize that he had been tricked. He had only heard the woman's panting, and no sound of the man at all. Determine the target and start capturing. Inchi pulled out the Special Management Bureau's special pistol for dealing with aliens from his waist and pointed it at the woman's head. Bang! The gunshot rang out, but the woman dodged the bullet with a very twisted head. Liar! Liar! I will kill you! The monster became furious and opened its bloody mouth to bite Inchi. Su Shui, who was standing by, got out of bed and shouted towards the wardrobe. It's your turn, Brother Muhan. With a bang, the wardrobe door was kicked open, and Li Muhan, who had transformed into a demon, rushed out and grabbed the woman's slender neck. Peeping is not a good habit. As he spoke, Li Muhan grabbed the woman's neck and pressed her to the ground, then raised his hand and punched her in the face. The head that was hit was emitting black air and roaring continuously. Still not convinced, Li Muhan punched the head again, and finally the monster lost its temper completely. Woo-woo! Stop it! Stop it! I give up! I give up! Snap! Su Shui turned on the light in the room. At this time, the door of the room was also opened, and Lin Ziyu walked in with a collar and put it directly on the woman's slender neck. The moment the collar was put on, the woman's neck began to contract, and then her body slowly crawled in from the window. What is this? It's so abstract. Li Muhan couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the monster. Don't look at me, please don't look at me. The monster, who had returned to her normal female form, covered her face and cried. This thing is called Gao Nu. It's a monster that smuggled in from the island country of Japan. It's said that she committed suicide when she was alive because she couldn't get married. After her death, she turned into a demon and specializes in watching people do that thing. Lin Ziyu pulled the woman up from the ground and explained to Li Muhan, Your hobby is quite unique. Li Muhan looked at Gao Nu and said, I'm just jealous. I'm jealous of those good-looking people. Why? Why do those women always find love? Why am I so ugly? Why doesn't anyone like me? Li Muhan moved closer to the tall girl and lifted her messy long hair. Isn't this the waitress from the hotel? He recognized Gao Nu's identity. No wonder this hotel has been haunted recently. It turns out it's hard to guard against thieves in your own home. I'm sorry. I didn't hurt anyone. I just scared them. I'm sorry. The tall girl turned her head away, as if she didn't want others to see her face. Well, don't you look pretty? Li Muhan's words were not polite. After all, there was no need to be polite to a captured alien. This tall girl is really good-looking, with beautiful eyes and eyebrows. Although her temperament is a little depressed, she could be considered a beauty after all. Gao was stunned. She slowly turned her head and looked at Li Muhan. Do you think I'm pretty? There were traces of tears on her face, which made her look even more desolate and beautiful. It's beautiful. I can't understand why you would commit suicide. Gao Nu's eyes sparkled. She looked at Li Muhan and whispered, Thanks. Miss Gao was taken away, and the hotel investigation mission was successfully completed. Although the couples who were spied on may be left with shadows, as the saying goes, time will dilute everything. It is fortunate that no casualties were caused. This time, the ones responsible for seducing Ms. Gao were Yin Shi and Su Shui. Sister Shui, your acting is so good. On the way back in the car, Li Muhan couldn't help but praise. In the closet, he was already blushing when he heard the noises made by Su Shui. But unexpectedly, Su Shui, who was sitting in the passenger seat, said something directly. But I wasn't the one making those noises. Li Muhan was stunned. At that time, only Su Shui and Yin Chi were in the quilt. Since it wasn't Su Shui who sent it, could it be him? Yin Chi, who was sitting next to him, coughed a few times and his cheeks turned slightly red. Holy crap! Li Muhan exclaimed in his heart. Is this girl a repressed person? What are you looking at? Don't you want your eyes anymore? Inchi noticed that Li Muhan was secretly looking at her and glared back at her. Li Muhan was so scared that he quickly turned his head to look out the window and pretended nothing had happened. When Gao was transferred to the shelter, the girl looked at Li Muhan reluctantly and said one last word. After that, can I still see you? Li Muhan didn't think too much about it, thinking that since he was also a member of the Special Management Bureau, he should have a chance to meet the aliens under his management. That should be possible. Well, I'll be waiting for you. After saying this, Gao bowed her head slightly and thanked Li Muhan. Only after Gao knew was taken and did Lin Ziyu sigh. Captain, we have to keep your secret again. What secret? Li Muhan looked at Lin Ziyu with some doubts. I really don't know whether you did it unintentionally or on purpose. Never mind. Anyway, this mission was a success. Do you want to have a celebration party tomorrow? Tomorrow. I can't tomorrow. I have something to do. Oh, Lin Ziyu showed a hint of suspicion, and then smiled strangely as if he understood something. He patted Li Muhan on the shoulder and said, Enjoy your life, Captain. The next day, Guruashi got up early, not for anything else, but just to dress herself up carefully. She did everything she could to make herself look perfect and put a lot of effort into choosing her clothes, but during this time, she felt an inexplicable sense of nervousness. I didn't have this feeling even when I first got together with Li Muhan. Unexpectedly, after parting ways with Li Muhan, he would have this feeling towards this man. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang. Ruashi, don't forget the class reunion tonight. The call was from Chun Sahan. Guruashi wanted to say that she was already preparing, but she felt that it would be too deliberate to say so. This would make Chun Sahan think that she dressed up so carefully just for Li Muhan. She cleared her throat and spoke lazily. Yeah, I know. I haven't gotten up yet. You haven't gotten up yet. It's almost noon. How can you make Li Muhan regret it if you don't dress up properly? Guruashi pretended to be a little surprised. Li Muhan? He's going too. This is our class reunion. What does it have to do with him? Ruashi, Muhan used to come to class every day to see you. Everyone is familiar with him, so I asked him to come. If you feel it is inappropriate, I will tell him right away and ask him not to come. Now Guruashi was a little panicked. That's not what I meant. Humph, since he wants to come, let him come. I don't care about him anyway. Chun Sahan smiled on the phone, feeling helpless about this insincere best friend. Then I've already made a reservation at the Dihua Hotel at 6 p.m. Be on time. Dihua Hotel? It's very expensive there. Don't worry. I'm organizing this class reunion and I'll pay for it. After hanging up the phone, Guruashi sighed. This chubby girl who used to be available at my beck and call has now become a rich and beautiful woman. And what about yourself? Looking up at herself in the dressing mirror, Guruashi felt that this person was so unfamiliar. On a weekend morning, Li Muhan stretched as he emerged from the elevator at the bank's back door. I worked overtime at the Special Management Bureau all night last night, but it wasn't really anything. Several researchers from the Scientific Council wanted to test their necklaces. They were very satisfied with the test results, and then they were dragged by the researchers to report the details of the mission. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning when we finished everything. So he slept in the room prepared by the Special Management Bureau for its staff until now. Of course, during this period, he couldn't help but call Xiaoyu to explain the situation. After all, she was his guarantor. With Lin Zai's testimony, Xiaoyu reluctantly believed that Li Muhan was working overtime at the Special Management Bureau instead of fooling around somewhere else. He and Xiaoyu made an appointment to meet outside at noon today. When I woke up, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. After a quick wash, Li Muhan left the Special Management Bureau and headed straight for the agreed location. Tianhai City built a new large theme park this year. It is huge in scale and has a complete range of entertainment facilities, so is loved by men, women, young, and old in Tianhai City. In addition, today is the weekend and the weather is good, so there are already crowds of people at the entrance of the amusement park. I'm here, where are you? Li Muhan was talking on the phone while looking for Xiaoyu's petite figure. Left of the entrance, Xiaoyu gave Li Muhan directions, and according to Xiaoyu's guidance, Li Muhan came to the door of a staff office on the left side of the entrance. Here he saw Xiaoyu wearing a white dress and a light beige jacket. Xiaoyu's outfit today is very eye-catching. With her carefully combed hair and hair accessories that match her clothes perfectly, She looks like someone who can almost make any man fall in love with her. Sorry, I got up late, and there was some traffic when I took a taxi. It doesn't matter, Xiaoyu replied coldly, and suddenly seemed to remember something. She thought for a long time and finally said it awkwardly. The time waiting for you is also very happy. Li Muhan suspected that he had heard it wrongly, and he looked carefully at the girl in front of him. That's right, it was Xiaoyu. Was she the one who said this just now? Did you take the wrong medicine? Shut up. Looking at the huge crowd, Li Muhan sighed. Good boy. If I had known earlier, I would have made an appointment in the morning. I wonder how long the queue would last. But Xiaoyu grabbed the corner of Li Muhan's clothes and pulled him to the door of the staff office where she had just stood. Then Li Muhan saw Xiaoyu knocking on the office door. Then the door opened, and the person who stuck his head out to look was Yu Linglong from the 9th team. Sister Xiaoyu and Brother Li Muhan, you're here. No, you Taoist priests have expanded your business to the amusement park? Are there ghosts haunting here too? Li Muhan was a little surprised, but when he found that Yu Linglong was not wearing her homemade Taoist clothes today, but was dressed like an ordinary girl, he seemed to understand something. Are you working here? Yu Linglong shook her head. This theme park was invested by our Taoist temple, so the master often asked me to come and help look after the place. What the hell? This Jinwu Taoist temple on Suiwei Mountain is quite something. Investing in an amusement park? The old Taoist priest Huang Zizai is really not doing his job properly. Xiao Linglong, can we go in directly? Xiaoyu said, Of course I can. Sister Xia, you personally asked me for a favor, so how could I refuse? Come in quickly. As she spoke, Yu Linglong took Li Muhan and Xiaoyu into the office, and then entered the amusement park through the employee passage. Xiangxiang welcomed to Tianhai City Theme Park. Yu Linglong welcomed the two with open arms like a little tour guide. Li Muhan and Xiaoyu were also shocked by the scale of this theme park. From the outside, you can't tell that this place is so exaggerated. It looks like a small city. Not only entertainment facilities, but also various commercial supporting facilities are available. There are commercial streets, bar streets, and even high-end hotels, and a complete industrial chain has been formed there. This is a VIP ticket. You can enjoy the place to your heart's content. But if you want to shop, you still have to pay for it yourself. After saying that, Yu Linglong gently pushed the backs of the two people who were already stunned. Go enjoy yourself. I'm going back to work. Come back to me if you need anything. Only after Yu Linglong left did the two of them react. Shall we go then? Well, today, I'll listen to you. You decide. Xiaoyu lowered her head, blushing a little. Li Muhan felt more and more that something was wrong with Xiaoyu's condition. What they didn't know was that not far away, two disguised people were observing their movements through binoculars. These two are truly a pair of crouching dragon and phoenix, a perfect match. Director Chang Yu is wearing a windbreaker, a hat, and sunglasses. Maybe he wants to play a detective, but now he looks like a perverted stalker. Next to him was Hattie, who was wearing staff uniform. I didn't expect that the famous Director Chang would be so gossipy. Hey, I'm just concerned about my subordinates. What do you mean by gossip? You, a foreigner, are quite curious. I stayed up all night last night, dressing her up and changing her clothes. Can't I come and see what I've accomplished? Chang Yu took off the telescope and looked at Hattie beside him with some confusion. I remember you're also an old bachelor, right? You're giving people advice. Are you just blindly trying to figure things out? I wouldn't mind reporting you slacking off here to your deputy director. Haha, let's just enjoy our gossip time. Look at Xiaoyu and Li Muhan again. The two of them were enjoying the scenery in the theme park while talking to each other. But the conversation was devoid of any substance. Haha, nice weather. Look, it's an elephant. That's amazing. There's an elephant. This is an amusement park, so it's normal to have elephant performances. Wow, it's a clown show. Li Muhan, who was trying hard to find topics to talk about, didn't realize that he now looked like a clown. At this moment, a group of people suddenly rushed over from behind and almost squeezed the two apart. Hurry up. The teacher's book signing event is in the venue up ahead. If you're late, the teacher will be gone. The crowd seemed to be heading for a book signing event. Li Muhan and Xiaoyu were pushed and shoved by the group and had no choice but to move forward. Xiaoyu, in a hurry, Li Muhan grabbed Xiaoyu's hand and pulled her to his side, then hugged her and used his body to block the crowd's pushing. He didn't let go of her hand until the crowd had passed. F***K. Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Are you signing the king of hell's book of life and death? Li Muhan cursed at the crowd that was walking away. Xiaoyu was still leaning in Li Muhan's arms at this time, her cheeks slightly red, her eyes flickering, and an inexplicable emotion was flooding her heart. After wandering aimlessly for a while, the two of them had changed from feeling like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden at the beginning to feeling hopeless about life now. Because there are so many projects here, but each one has a very long queue. Yuling Long can open a back door for them at the entrance. But she was powerless to help with a project like this where everyone was lining up to play. It doesn't feel like an amusement park. It feels like a market. Li Muhan sighed. At this time, Xiaoyu suddenly raised her hand and pointed to a place and said, "There seems to be no one on that project." Li Muhan looked in the direction Xiaoyu pointed. It turned out to be a large themed haunted house. Our normal jobs are scary enough, and we're going to a haunted house, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Li Muhan scratched his head and said, "But there's nothing else to play with now." Xiaoyu said, "It seems to be the same. Now that we are here, we can't just waste time here. Maybe there will be fewer people queuing in the afternoon." With this mentality, the two came to the door of the haunted house. As expected of a large theme park, even relatively unpopular facilities like the haunted house are very large, reaching 3 stories high. Each floor represents a theme. According to the staff at the door, the first level tells the story of the protagonist exploring an abandoned house and a family that met a tragic death inside. Horror index 2 stars. The second layer tells the story of the protagonist in a photo studio, who has to rely on the guidance of ghosts to uncover a terrible past that has been buried for hundreds of years. Horror index 3 stars. The third layer tells the story of how the protagonist killed a girl in his previous life, and the girl's wrong soul turned into a fierce ghost to seek revenge on the protagonist in this life. 5 stars for horror index. According to the staff, these themes will be updated every week. For couples, the first difficulty level is recommended, as it can enhance the relationship between both parties while experiencing micro-horror. It's too simple and boring. Li Muhan looked at the promotional poster on the 3rd floor and asked Xiaoyu, "You shouldn't be afraid of ghosts, right?" "Well, I'm not afraid." As soon as she said it, she suddenly remembered Hattie's advice to her, that is, to show weakness appropriately and give boys the opportunity to protect you. So Xiaoyu leaned against Li Muhan and hugged Li Muhan's arm with her hand. "I'm scared." Li Muhan now had the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone. Although he didn't know what was wrong with Xiaoyu today, he still chose the 3rd story. Led by the staff, they took the elevator to the 3rd floor. As soon as I got out of the elevator, I heard screams and wails coming from inside. There are 3 groups of guests experiencing the plot right now. Please wait a moment. You can go in after one of the groups comes out. There are 3 identical scenes on this floor, which will be used by 3 groups of people. After hearing these screams, Li Muhan couldn't help but start to get nervous. Who isn't afraid of ghosts? Even In Shi, who usually has a cold personality, was scared to tears when she was in the orphanage. I have lived as a human for more than 20 years. How can I not be afraid? Finally, when the 3 men and 2 women came out, their legs were weak. The girl kept crying and calling the boy next to her a good-for-nothing. Wow. You said you would protect me, but you just pushed me out. You'd be *************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************. I want to break up with you." The man hung his head, seeming to be quite frightened as well. The staff informed Li Muhan and Xiaoyu that they could enter. Li Muhan became more and more nervous. He had to admit that the haunted house was a magical place. If it was well designed, it could create a suspension bridge effect, making the love between lovers stronger than gold. But if it's not done right, like what happened just now, the trust between the two will be completely broken. According to the staff's arrangements, Li Muhan and Xiaoyu put on a black eye mask, and then the staff took them to a small room. After taking off the blindfolds, the room was pitch black, but the two of them had no problem seeing in the dark. Li Muhan found that the room contained a wardrobe, a TV, and a bed. I have a suggestion, Li Muhan said to Xiaoyu. In order to have a better experience, can we first put away our abilities, such as the ability to see in the dark? I can use the power of the realm to temporarily obscure both of our vision. So Xiaoyu released the boundary to the two of them, and the power tightly wrapped around them. Suddenly, both of them felt that the surroundings became dark. The effect only lasts for an hour. Is that enough? That's enough. If it's not over within an hour, then the haunted house's operating efficiency will not be able to support its continuation. Li Muhan took the bewildered Xiaoyu's hand and came to sit beside the bed. At this time, the voice of the staff was heard on the radio above their heads. You two, our game will officially begin in 5 minutes. Now, please lie down on the bed. Li Muhan noticed that Xiaoyu's hands seemed to be trembling a little. He gently stroked Xiaoyu's hair and said, It's okay, it's okay. All the ghosts here are played by humans. No, I'm not afraid of ghosts, but I can't see you now. I can't see you clearly. You are right in front of me, but I really can't see you at all. Li Muhan suddenly felt a little regretful. Why did he let Xiaoyu block their view? It was the first time he saw Xiaoyu so uneasy. So Li Muhan gently put his arms around Xiaoyu's shoulders and let her lie on the bed. And then Li Muhan lay down himself. It's okay, you can touch me, right? I'm right here. Don't worry, I won't leave you. Xiaoyu finally calmed down a little, and at this moment, the 5 minutes were up. The TV suddenly turned on. The sound of snowflakes on the screen and rustling filled the room. F***K. Li Muhan was startled, but Xiaoyu was relieved because there was light and she could see Li Muhan clearly. At this moment, a woman's faint voice suddenly came from the TV. Found you. Snap. After this sentence, the TV automatically turned off. Just when Li Muhan was a little confused about what was going on, he suddenly heard a noise in his ears. The noise came from the ground. What the F***K is going on? When Li Muhan turned his head and wanted to take a look at the floor, a ghost face suddenly appeared beside the bed. At the same time, the sound of the electric baton and chain brought by the haunted house NPC suddenly rang out along with the scream. I'm RNM. Li Muhan was so frightened that his whole body shuddered. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still scared when this thing really appeared. Ha 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 ha. The twisted monster retreated back under the bed. No, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Li Muhan plucked up the courage to comfort Xiaoyu, but found that Xiaoyu had no expression on her face. Why should I be afraid? That was a person just now. Xiaoyu looked at Li Muhan with a strange look. Okay, it seems that this haunted house can't scare this girl. Then the screams and laughter of ghosts began to be heard all around. Li Muhan knew that the game had already begun and they had to take action. He first got out of bed and tried to open the door, but it was locked. Xiaoyu tried to open the door by brute force, but was immediately stopped by Li Muhan. We are in a haunted house now, so we must follow their rules. At the same time, heavy footsteps and the sound of chains were heard outside the door. This is a reminder for them to hide quickly because a big one is coming. Li Muhan looked around and found the wardrobe, and he pulled the door and it opened. Hurry in. Why are you hiding? Xiaoyu was very confused, and Li Muhan directly dragged her into the closet and closed the door. Have you never been to a haunted house? Immerse yourself in it. The moment the cabinet door closed, the door of the room was kicked open. Wow, Li Muhan thought these NPCs were really dedicated. But if someone happened to be at the door at that time, would he have to pay for the medical expenses for kicking the door? This wardrobe also has a small gap so that people inside can observe the situation outside. Li Muhan looked through the gap and saw a monster holding a machete and covered in blood, breathing heavily and dragging chains into the room. He roared angrily and searched every corner of the room, and of course, he would not let go of the wardrobe in the end. The monster walked to the closet and slowly looked inside. What Li Muhan saw was a pair of scarlet eyes. Even though he knew it was fake, he still felt fear. Humans are such amazing animals. Even if they're mentally prepared, they're still easily caught off guard when facing fear. Bang, bang. The chain hit the cabinet door again and again. Li Muhan was so scared that he shrank back inside. But Xiaoyu didn't react at all. She stared at the monster for a few seconds, then turned to look at Li Muhan and said, "This is human too. I know. Don't ruin my experience." Li Muhan initially hoped that Xiaoyu would not take action out of fear, but now he hopes that Xiaoyu will not continue to ruin his gaming experience. The monster didn't intend to open the cabinet. After struggling outside for a while, it left. Li Muhan opened the cabinet after making sure that no one was outside. But the moment he opened the cabinet, he saw a dark shadow standing at the door that had been kicked open by the NPC. Judging from her figure, it was a petite girl. "Human." Xiaoyu pointed at the girl and said to Li Muhan, "Shut up, shut up." Li Muhan took a deep breath, let Xiaoyu stand where she was, and slowly walked towards the girl. "Excuse me, do you have anything to do with us?" The moment Li Muhan asked this question, the girl's face was instantly illuminated by a ball of green light. Her face was distorted and covered in blood, and she let out a shrill scream. "Oh my God!" Li Muhan was so frightened that he took several steps back. The girl screamed and turned and ran into the darkness. It was not until Xiaoyu supported his body from behind that he prevented him from falling. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Li Muhan was in tears. Was the position wrong? The next process is quite formulaic. Solve the puzzle, then get the key props, and finally escape. The sentence Li Muhan heard most during this process was, "Human. Still human. There are only humans here. What are you afraid of?" In the end, Li Muhan was no longer afraid at all. When they were asked to escape urgently, he was like a deflated ball, walking forward slowly. Suddenly, a female ghost floated over from behind them. When she saw that the two did not run away, she let out a sharp scream and rushed towards them. "Thank you for your hard work, but we are not afraid anymore," Li Muhan said weakly to the NPC. But at this time, Xiaoyu said something. "This isn't a human, it's a real ghost. F***K. Li Muhan didn't react immediately and subconsciously punched the female ghost in the face. 10 minutes later, in the staff lounge of the haunted house, Li Muhan was harshly criticized. "How could you have the heart to lay hands on such a lovely girl? Look, he beat the girl to tears. You're a man. How can you be so timid?" In the end, Li Muhan paid 200 yuan to settle the matter. But when leaving the haunted house, the beaten girl found Li Muhan and returned the 200 yuan to him. "Yes, I'm sorry. You must be from the Special Management Bureau. I'm working part-time here. Please don't tell the Special Management Bureau." It turns out that this is a ghost that is still in the supervision period. Because she was too bored, she came to the haunted house to work. Only here can she give full play to her greatest advantages. After promising the girl not to report the incident, Li Muhan and Xiaoyu walked out of the haunted house. Looking at the sun above his head, Li Muhan sighed. "It's fun," Xiaoyu said while holding Li Muhan's sleeve. "As long as you think it's fun." Li Muhan wanted to cry, but finally held back and gave Xiaoyu a gentle smile. In less than 2 minutes, Xiaoyu pointed at a staff member who was wearing a popular children's drama doll costume and said, "There's a man inside." As a result, the staff member was stunned on the spot because he was performing a show for the children, and the children were also stunned, because they all believe that this is a real character in the animation. Xiaoyu's words obviously shattered their fantasy, and several children immediately started crying. No, there's no one in there. There's no one in there. This is real." Li Muhan quickly explained to the children together with the staff. Finally, after the children regained their confidence, Li Muhan grabbed Xiaoyu and quickly fled the scene. "Stop talking nonsense." Li Muhan pinched Xiaoyu's face and said, "Oh." Then the two went to watch a dolphin show, where Li Muhan was splashed with water, and then they went to eat ice cream and desserts. It was already 7 p.m. when we finally came out of the dessert shop. Winter nights always come quickly, and the sky is gradually getting dark. There are no queues for many items now, and most people choose to eat first. Now, they have many items to choose from. But Xiaoyu looked at the Ferris wheel. The Ferris wheel in Tianhai City's main park can be said to be the tallest building except for the TV tower. When the cabin reaches the top floor, visitors can overlook the entire Tianhai City. "Want to sit on that?" Li Muhan asked, and Xiaoyu nodded. So the two of them went to the queue point for the Ferris wheel. Since the main selling point of the Ferris wheel is at night, there were still people queuing up. About 10 minutes later, the two entered the elevator. As the car gradually rose into the air, the night view of Tianhai City appeared before their eyes. Xiaoyu looked outside the car, the colorful neon lights of the night reflected in her pupils. Li Muhan, who was sitting opposite her, was staring at the girl quietly, intoxicated by her stunning beauty at that moment. Against the backdrop of the night and neon lights, Xiaoyu's figure is dreamy, as if she is an elf from another world. The carefully matched clothes fluttered gently in the breeze, reflecting the surrounding lights, giving people an unreal feeling. As if noticing Li Muhan's gaze, Xiaoyu turned her head slightly and looked at Li Muhan. She gently tucked her hair, which was blown by the breeze, behind her ears, revealing a faint smile. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Her face is gently shaded by light and shadow, like an unfinished oil painting, making her charm irresistible. "Xiaoyu." At this moment, Li Muhan was driven by some impulse and decided to say the words he had been deliberately avoiding. "I feel like..." But just as he was about to speak, the girl stood up, walked to him, cupped his cheek, and kissed him. The two of them pressed their lips together as the elevator rose to its highest point. All the lights and shadows in the city and the vast night sky seemed to be witnessing this moment. After a brief kiss, the girl took a step back slightly, and then said in a soft voice what Li Muhan had just wanted to say. "I think I'm in love with you." At the same time, in the private room on the top floor of the Dihua Hotel, all of my former junior high school classmates have changed now, but what remains unchanged is that Guruashi is still the most beautiful girl in the class. When she appeared in front of everyone after dressing up carefully, almost all the boys stared at her with their eyes wide open, and the female classmates who were jealous of Guruashi before became even more jealous. Of course, there are exceptions. For example, there are several boys who once pursued Guruashi but were rejected by her and are now very successful. Although they are only in college, they already wear famous watches, drive luxury cars, and wear custom-made clothes worth tens of thousands of dollars, and they completely regard themselves as successful people. Little do they know that in the eyes of others, they are just parasites who only know how to squander the family's money. Jia Ming is the most typical one among them. He was already a rich second generation when he was in junior high school. In the past 2 years, my father's business has been growing bigger and bigger. Although it cannot compete with the Zhao family in Tianhai City, it is no problem to rank in the top 10. His mother is even more successful in her career. She is now the deputy director of a public institution and has a bright future. As for Jia Ming, he was originally studying abroad, and Chen Sahan had not contacted him specifically, but this guy heard about the class reunion from somewhere and actually contacted Chen Sahan himself. Although I don't like Jia Ming very much, we are classmates after all, and Jia Ming even took the initiative to book the top floor of the Dihua Hotel. Jia Ming brought back gifts from abroad for every classmate, and everyone's faces changed quickly. From frowning after seeing Jia Ming, he now calls him Brother Jia affectionately. "Brother Jia, I heard that you will work in the family business after you return from studying abroad. I really envy you. Your future is so bright." A woman dressed very seductively deliberately sat next to Jia Ming, pressed her body against Jia Ming's arm, and spoke with a seductive smile. This woman's name is Tang Man. She was very outspoken and liked to form cliques when she was in junior high school. She is now studying at a second-tier university in Tianhai City. I heard that she has a boyfriend who is already working. Jia Ming stared at Tang Man's chest without any concealment and said, "You're not bad either. You're getting whiter and bigger. You become a lady from a noble family, ha." Tang Man didn't seem to be angered by these words at all. Instead, she looked shy and patted Jia Ming's shoulder. Her hand deliberately slid along Jia Ming's shoulder to his chest. Brother Jia is so annoying. He still likes to tease people. Everyone present was flattering Jia Ming, except for 3 people: Chen Sahan, Guruashi, and Luo Yang. Chen Sahan is the organizer of this party, and she has been busy guiding various topics. But every time Jiaming interrupted her. As for Gu Ruoxi, she still had a smile on her face when she first entered the room, but after she found that Li Muhan was not among the group of people, her smile slowly disappeared, and now she sat motionless in the chair, biting the straw, not knowing what she was thinking. Luo Yang was always playing with his cell phone. When someone toasted him, he would smile and respond, but he never took the initiative. Although we haven't seen each other for many years, we are all young and only in college, so naturally we don't have much to reflect on in life. Except Jiaming. He kept telling everyone how luxurious his life abroad was and how smooth the road his family would pave for him in the future. After hearing this, the girls' eyes lit up and they couldn't wait to marry Jiaming. But Jiaming only teased these vulgar women with words or actions. He had only one real goal in mind when he came back this time, and that was Gu Ruoxi. Seeing that Gu Ruoxi was different from other girls and had been ignoring him, Jiaming picked up his wine glass and walked in front of Gu Ruoxi and said, "Ruoxi, I haven't seen you for so many years. You are getting more and more beautiful." Jiaming's appearance can be considered handsome. He is 1.8 meters tall and looks like the standard template of tall, rich, and handsome man. People like him, with a prominent family background and good looks, can be said to be blessed by God. But Gu Ruoxi didn't respond at all to Jiaming's proactive greeting. She just bit the straw, her eyes somewhat absent-mindedly staring at the sumptuous dishes on the table in front of her. The scene was a little awkward, and everyone fell silent, looking at Jiaming and Gu Ruoxi. Jiaming's face looked a little grim, but he still maintained his gentlemanly demeanor. After all, Gu Ruoxi was his goddess in junior high school and was still his white moonlight until now. He would not treat Gu Ruoxi with the same attitude as he treated other women. "Ruoxi, why aren't you eating or drinking? Are you worried about something? Why doesn't he come? Isn't he really afraid that I'll ignore him?" Gu Ruoxi spoke as if she was mumbling to herself. "Who? Aren't all our classmates here today?" Jiaming looked around, glanced at the people present, and finally at Qin Sahan, sighed, and said, "She's talking about Li Muhan." "Li Muhan? The orphan?" Jiaming blurted out, and at this moment many people present also remembered Li Muhan, the boy who had been one of Gu Ruoxi's little followers from the beginning. It was said that he actually caught up with Gu Ruoxi later, and the two of them even got admitted to Tianhai University together. "He's not from our class. Why are we calling him here?" Tang Man obviously noticed that Jiaming was a little unhappy, so she quickly spoke in a sarcastic tone. "Li Muhan knows many people in our class and is also in Tianhai City, so I wanted to ask him to come along." Qin Sahan explained, "Humph, a poor kid. Last month I saw him working at a convenience store late at night. Look at his behavior. He must be poor all his life." "What do you mean by that?" Luo Yang was a little angry. He put down his phone, stood up, and looked at Tang Man and said. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. Tang Man rolled her eyes at Luo Yang and said with a sneer, "Am I wrong? Compared to Jiaming, he is nothing." After hearing these words, Gu Ruoxi finally reacted. She raised her head slightly and looked at Tang Man and said, "Who? Jiaming? That big, dumb guy who only relies on his family can compare with Li Muhan? Are you blind?" Crash. This shocked the whole audience, because when Gu Ruoxi said this, she didn't notice that Jiaming was standing next to her. She might not even know that Jiaming came today. Jiaming's expression was no longer contorted. He sneered and threw the wine glass into the trash can, then looked at Gu Ruoxi with his hands in his pockets and said, "Ruoxi, in your eyes before, I was not as good as that orphan. You were still young at that time. We were all still young. But now look at what my status is. What Li Muhan's status is, a poor student working in a supermarket. And you say I'm not as good as him." Gu Ruoxi only then noticed that Jiaming was standing next to her, but she was not at all flustered. She crossed her arms over her chest and looked at Jiaming coldly. "Yes, I don't think you can compare to him. Okay, then call him over and let's have a competition among the students to see who can beat who." Seeing that Jiaming was about to lose his temper, Qin Sahan and several other classmates hurried to smooth things over, but Jiaming continued to persist. "Call him. Isn't he your boyfriend? I've broken up with him." As soon as Gu Ruashi said this, Jia Ming was stunned, and everyone was stunned. Then Jia Ming immediately changed his expression. Hey, Ruashi, why didn't you tell me earlier? I was saying that a woman as outstanding as you would never waste your time and energy on that kind of loser. Jia Ming, watch your F asterisk 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 G mouth. Who are you calling a waste? Luo Yang slammed the table and stood up. As Li Muhan's best friend, he would definitely choose to stand on Li Muhan's side instead of this classmate who only relied on his family to show off in front of others. Luo Yang, you've forgotten how I beat you up before, haven't you? I used to step on your head and scold you, but now I can cut off one of your arms. Sit down obediently. Luo Yang was about to curse when Shin Sahan quickly grabbed him and whispered in his ear, Don't get into a fight with him. You can't beat him. But Luo Yang was now blinded by anger. He didn't care, pushed Shin Sahan away, picked up the bottle of wine on the table, and threw it directly at Jia Ming. Why don't you try to take off one of my arms? The crowd screamed. The bottle did not hit Jia Ming's head, but hit his shoulder, and the wine soaked his clothes. Jia Ming lowered his head, looked at his clothes stained with red wine, then looked up at Luo Yang and said with a sneer, Okay, I'll show you today. After coming out of the amusement park, Li Muhan still felt a little dreamy. Everything that had just happened seemed like a dream. But when he wanted to talk to Xiaoyu about what happened on the Ferris wheel, Xiaoyu turned her face away with a slightly red face and seemed to be even more shy than Li Muhan. But Li Muhan heard clearly what Xiaoyu said just now. I think I'm falling in love with you. Does this sentence mean literally? Or is there some deeper meaning? Thinking this way, the two of them came to the side of the road. Had you returned home yet? Li Muhan asked, their hands still tightly clasped together. After coming out of the Ferris wheel, they subconsciously held each other's hands, and until now, neither of them wanted to separate. Xiaoyu nodded slightly. Just then, Li Muhan's cell phone rang. The call was from Luo Yang. Li Muhan thought about it, and thought that Luo Yang must be asking him why he didn't go to the class reunion today. After all, I am not their junior high school classmate, and it is always inappropriate to appear in such an occasion. But since it was Luo Yang calling, I couldn't refuse to answer. So after telling Xiaoyu to wait a moment, he answered the call. But as soon as the call was connected, Li Muhan heard a strange male voice. Hey, orphan, where the hell are you? This was obviously not Luo Yang's voice, but Luo Yang's roar could be heard in the background of the phone. Jia Ming, you son of a B asterisk asterisk CH. If you have the guts, let's fight him one-on-one. Then Li Muhan heard the sound of shattering glass and the crowd exclaiming, mixed with Gu Ruashi's crying. Jia Ming, let him go. You be asterisk 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 D. Li Muhan realized something was wrong. Who are you? Li Muhan asked. The man on the phone sneered and said, I'm your father, damn it. Your brother Luo Yang offended me, and I'm going to cut off one of his arms. Are you coming? Li Muhan's face turned cold, and he slowly loosened his grip on Xiaoyu's hand. Xiaoyu was confused at first, but after seeing Li Muhan's expression, she realized that something might have happened. Where is it? Li Muhan asked coldly. I am at the Imperial Hotel on the top floor. I will only give you 10 minutes. For every minute you are late, I will remove one more part from him. Okay, wait. A second before hanging up the phone, Li Muhan heard Luo Yang scream. Li Muhan, don't F asterisk 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 G come here. Then there were some curses and sounds of fists and feet fighting. After hanging up the phone, Li Muhan took a deep breath, his eyes filled with murderous intent. What's wrong? Xiaoyu asked. Something happened to Luo Yang. I have to go save him. Okay, let's go. Xiaoyu didn't ask any more questions. No matter what Li Muhan decided to do, she would support him unconditionally. Li Muhan was a little moved, but there was no need to involve Xiaoyu in this matter. After all, the other party was a human being. If Xiaoyu took action against a human being, I am afraid that the Special Management Bureau would not let her go. At this moment, a luxury sports car that Li Muhan couldn't name stopped in front of them. The car window rolled down, and Hattie, wearing sunglasses, waved to the two of them. Are you in a hurry? Get in the car. Li Muhan did not care about why Hattie showed up here so timely. He and Xiaoyu got in the car, told Hattie the address, and then drove the sports car quickly towards the Dihua Hotel. At the same time, the top floor of the Dihua Hotel has been completely controlled by a group of thugs in black suits, and inside the room, the originally lively class reunion has now turned into a bloody scene. Luo Yang was beaten by 3 or 4 strong men in turn. His face and body were covered in blood, while Jia Ming smoked as if nothing had happened, glancing at the time on his hand from time to time. 5 minutes left. If that orphan doesn't dare come, you'll die, he said with a sneer as he looked at Luo Yang, who was pinned to the ground. K your mother, Jia Ming. The other students were huddled in a corner of the room at this time and were also controlled. Even their cell phones were confiscated. Jia Ming certainly didn't want anyone to call the police. Even if his family had influence in Tianhai City, it would be no problem for him to kill 1 or 2 people. But we still have to be careful. Jia Ming, what are you going to do? We are all classmates. Qin Sahan glared at Jia Ming and said, Classmates? You bunch of losers. How dare you call yourself my classmates? Look at you, you old-fashioned people. I came here today for only one purpose. As he spoke, Jia Ming walked over to Guruashi and pulled the furious Guruashi up. Just to sleep with you, he. Shameless. Guruashi raised her hand to slap him, but Jia Ming grabbed her wrist. Look, this girl is still as fierce as before. I like it this way. At this time, several old classmates who know the current situation quickly spoke up. Jia, Brother Jia, I support you. Brother Jia, this Guruashi is a B****ch. She deserves to be played with by you. We support you. Yes, Brother Jia, we are on your side. Qin Sahan turned around and glared at those classmates and shouted angrily. Are you G human? Tang Man said sarcastically at this time. Brother Jia thinks highly of her, Guruashi. That's a great honor for her. Why should she be dissatisfied? Jia Ming looked at Guruashi with a smirk on his face and pinched her face dishonestly with his hand. You rejected me before, but today I'm giving you another chance. Follow me, and I'll make you rich and prosperous for the rest of your life. Guruashi felt very sad. She had betrayed Li Muhan just for money, for someone like Jia Ming, and they call it just wanting a better life. Little did she know that in the eyes of these rich people, she was not even livestock. So she won't make the wrong decision this time. Even if I die, I will never let you get what you want. Jia Ming's face darkened, and his smile became more sinister. You won't let me be happy? I want to see why you won't let me be happy. As he said that, he suddenly pulled Guruashi over, pressed her to the ground, and then began to tear off her clothes. K-you. I'm going to kill you right here today, in front of everyone. Good job, Brother Jia. Brother Jia is so handsome. This is what a man is. Listening to those encouraging words, Jia Ming's actions became more and more frantic, completely ignoring Guruashi's cries. Qin Sahan tried desperately to stop it, but was held down by a bodyguard. As for Luo Yang, he was almost unconscious from being beaten. Those classmates who did not join in the fight could only close their eyes or turn their heads away when they saw this scene, not daring to make any resistance at all. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Everyone's eyes turned to the door. Don't G bother me. Get out. Jia Ming roared towards the door. But the next second, the door was kicked open with a bang, and a man in black standing at the door was knocked out along with the door. When people looked toward the door again, they saw a man and a woman walking in, and behind them, lying all over the place, were Jia Ming's thugs. Li Muhan walked in and took a quick look at the situation on the scene. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Luo Yang still had a breath left, but when he saw Jia Ming about to assault Guruashi, the anger in his heart suddenly rose. It wasn't because Guruashi was once his girlfriend, but because he hated this kind of thing the most in his life. Moreover, Jia Ming committed violence in front of so many people, which made Li Muhan's murderous intent reach the extreme. Who the hell are you? Jia Ming was still pressing on Guruashi, but his eyes were fixed on Li Muhan. Li Muhan walked towards Jia Ming alone. During this time, two strong men came up to hold Li Muhan down. But the moment they got close to Li Muhan used extremely strange body movements to knock them to the ground. All the bones in their hands were dislocated, and they could only lie on the ground and wail. I'm asking you a question. Who are you? Jiaming was a little panicked. At this moment, he heard Gu Ruoxi sobbing under him. Muhan, save me. Ah, you orphan, you really dare to come here. Your skills are pretty good, but there are so many of us here. Do you think you could get out alive? After saying that, Jiaming waved his hand, and 7 or 8 thugs immediately rushed towards Li Muhan, while Xiaoyu stood at the door without any intention of taking action, and there was no worry on her face. After all, even if Li Muhan doesn't enter the demon form, his skills are not something that humans can contend with. Today, I will strip your beloved woman naked in front of you, and then humiliate her severely. My beloved woman, Li Muhan remained calm in the face of the group of strong men rushing towards him. The next moment, the smile on Jiaming's face froze because almost in the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 strong men were all knocked to the ground by Li Muhan. Each of their joints was dislocated, and now it was impossible for them to even stand up. Stepping on the bodies of these people, Li Muhan looked down at Jiaming and then asked a question. My beloved woman is standing at the door now. Do you have the courage to touch her? When Gu Ruoxi heard Li Muhan's words, she stopped crying and was filled with sadness. Jiaming had lost his previous composure. He looked towards the door with trembling eyes. When he found Xiaoyu standing at the door, Li Muhan had already grabbed his throat and took him to the window. This is the top floor of the Dihua Hotel, the 28th floor. Li Muhan smashed the tempered glass with one punch, then grabbed Jiaming's neck and pushed his body out of the window. You, what are you going to do? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? Do you know who my mother is? UF asterisk 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 GB asterisk 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 D. Let me go. Li Muhan had no expression on his face. He just said coldly, I don't know, but I have a question for you. Can you fly? After saying that, Li Muhan loosened his grip. Jiaming only had time to scream before his body flew down from the 28th floor like a kite with a broken string.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.